Yeah, hello. Yeah, I just managed to get it back online and deleted the other two videos just to be sure that I don't get into trouble. Yeah, these people are diabolical. I guess one has to learn these things. It is what it is. What can we say? Let me get the link in. Uh, all right. So yeah, even if it's you, Kifaru, I don't trust you. Let's see how it goes. Let me see if I can live stream. Yeah, yeah, I will be careful. I really need to watch out because this thing is really tricky business. I thought they were gonna give me a bit of a break first. I just started now. I have to learn quite a lot of things. All right, so yeah, you guys can come in so that we can, vet everyone before they get in. It's what we have to do. Yeah, who is mac and cheese? This is good. Wow, these people have taken the joy out of this, man. They are really making it tricky. I can't even let him in now. Hello, mac and cheese, identify yourself. Can you hear me, mac and cheese? Identify yourself. All right, you're waving. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I hope it doesn't turn porn. Inshallah, I don't trust that. That's not good. That's not good enough. That's what the guy did the last time. All right, good, good, good. Nice one, nice one. All right, sorry about that. Yeah,
It's
who's
okay.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry about that. I'm still getting the hang of this, man. Jesus Christ.
When
I
you learn about the system, it gets real easy. You can basically almost set it up where you can have nobody come on here when without you knowing and whatever. But it takes a little time to get used to setting up StreamYard.
Yeah, I have to start. Do a bit of research properly on these things before I get man. I didn't know you could get just banned like that. That's crazy.
Oh
Whether it's
yeah, they, they,
deliberate
they
or
do
not.
that. Trust me, when you gotta understand, you got the other people who work on YouTube are basically white women. So basically, that's the
Yeah.
majority of the people who do the banning on YouTube. So they can basically just say, oh well, we don't like
Mm,
that. That doesn't feel too comfortable.
yeah. They tear it off. I guess they have to, because maybe they are worried about children and all those things, and people will be reporting YouTube. And before you can see why it could become problematic for YouTube. If people just mistakenly just start airing porn everywhere. Yeah, all right. Kifaru is represented. There is only one Cameroonian that looks like that in this world. Hey, get out of there, man. Get your camera off. You want me to keep you on? All right.
Yeah,
Representing
yeah,
now. That's
you
good.
are learning the hard way too, Nigeria, but that's the best way to learn.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
I have to. I have to.
wahala for you today. No, no be small thing.
Yeah, it's crazy. On and on. I have to watch
Yeah,
out next time, man. Gee.
yeah. So Mark and Chase, you were trying to explain to me about. You say you're divided. So how are you divided when it comes to fighting this white supremacy thing? I didn't get your point.
Basically, I'm gonna be honest with you. How I'm basically seeing it. Most of the chicks already in America, they cool with white supremacy. They just don't like their space in it. They spot in it. To be honest,
They're
I would
cool.
say
What
that.
do you mean by that cool? The wanted or what?
I mean, well, they cool. In my honest opinion, most black females are cool with white supremacy. They just don't like their spot in it. Like they fine with it. They just don't like being at the bottom of it. They can be like an Asian chick and probably be like the second pick. Oh, I really believe that in America, oh, there will be no issue. And I really, God honestly believe that. if like the black chick was like maybe the white man's first or second choice or something like for females, oh man, this man, dear God. But as it seems now, you got a split basically going on with basically dudes that's kind of like more patriarchal necessarily in mindset. They breaking off and getting their own. They either a going to Africa getting other chicks, going to other countries getting other chicks necessarily, or they dealing with this other
Ah, okay.
women.
No, I'm not talking about like dating. I mean like killing black people.
If you mean talking
No,
about that necessarily,
yeah,
well,
I'm not talking
that
about
bring that,
that.
that still brings you back down to the two levels. You got to understand most of these houses over here are ran by females by default because they set it up in a law where the child goes to the mother by default necessarily. If when a child is born, the child goes to the mother, and then you got chicks out here basically. She ain't no fighter, so she don't really know what to do. So you got kids being raised by women, so they don't really know too much to do unless they get around a whole bunch of other men who can train them. So it's basically it's like a slow upkeep necessarily when you got like black boys being raised by women. So if they can't necessarily get to a male figure fast enough, or they can't necessarily have the intelligence to go seek out some kind of knowledge, they're basically kind of running aimlessly in the streets. But how they combat it is simply like this: they do have communities that, well, that's strapped up to the teeth, and if you come over here, you will get killed. Like he said, he went to the north because he knows literally that's the easiest place to attack. It's a whole bunch of poor people, basically. I hate to say it like that, defenseless with no weapons.
Mm.
He can't do that in Florida. If he tried that in Florida, he's getting gunned down. If he tried that in Texas, he's getting gunned down. If he tries that in Georgia, he's getting gunned down. He tried that in South Carolina, he's getting gunned down. He knew that. That's why he went 10 hours out of his way to go to the place where nobody had no guns. Because
Well,
up north,
but there has been mass shootings in almost all parts. I remember one of the most vicious ones, apart from the primary school one and the church one. This one where the guy was like, in this, I think it was Vegas or something, in a hotel, and he was sniping at people, and he killed about 50 something people, if I'm not mistaken. Also, quite a lot of people.
You
He
know,
killed
yeah,
from
no,
the
but
top
that
floor
that,
of a
that that
building.
that guy was not white supremacy. He was just a guy mad about the system. You know,
Yeah.
that was just a random guy. He
yeah,
had
that
his
was a
own village.
random.
That was a random one because
Mm.
yeah, but this one is like white supremacists that targeting black people. You
Yeah.
understand? And that is
Because we have
like,
plenty.
yeah.
Because we have shootings over here a lot. I wouldn't touch me. It's people. We have white people snapping about necessarily the system. They don't like the fact that they losing power in the system. Then you have the other white people who are just basically outright white supremacists. And then you have the other white people. They're starting to figure out that the U.S. basically sold them down the river, so now they're upset about that also. So it's basically all the three groups is basically they still are. It's basically still fighting and shooting people for different reasons, but it's basically for basically the same reason. They feel that they got sold out, and they trying to find somebody they can easily target to do that. So sometimes they may run into a gay club and attack some gay people, and then sometimes they may run to a supermarket and shoot some random people, or they may go into their own neighborhood and just kill a whole bunch of people in their neighborhood. So it really depends on the person necessarily, but. How we can battle over here to be armed to the teeth. Like he said, he went to the place where there was nobody that's gonna do nothing.
Yeah.
Literally. Like
But if we are to go back, because he is targeting people that he knows he can target, and most likely stand a good chance of walking, or at least surviving it. Because if he was like an Asian guy or a Jewish guy that the Jewish people he did this to, there's going to be consequences. Even in prison, there will be consequences. But a black person go inside prison, he might even be a hero among the supremacists there.
Well, yeah, he's 18, so maybe they're gonna play over the law, because okay, I was watching like Go Black to Africa. He said something that really touched me. He said, "Well, these police people had to talk to this guy to drop his weapon." You get it? He said, "We spoke to him. We talked him to drop his weapon. If that guy was a black man, they would not be even try to ask him one question." He says, "So
Not at
just the
all.
just the fact that they had to talk him to drop his weapon, that already shows you that there's some privilege that are giving him to do these things, and these people understand these privileges, and that is the biggest problem.
That is
That's
a
why.
certain now. They do
That,
this regularly. They do it. They've been doing it. When I've seen a white guy that killed an American war hero, a sniper war hero that he killed, and he killed the white guy, the friend of the war hero. Then took the police on a long chase, and when they caught him, they put him on the ground and handcuffed him and took him away. This is a killer, and he tried to even get the police hurt too, and they still arrested him. But if it was a black guy, he was running away. Ta, 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 ta. The other guy, he was just wrestling with the police guy, and he put him on the floor and he shoot him on the back of the head, and that was a Rwanda, this is a Congolese, if I'm not mistaken. So the way they treat us, it's like I just wonder, what is this? What is
Yeah,
this level of
I think
hatred?
it's really complex for African American. You know, I think it's just
No, it's not.
about
It is a religion. I keep when I tell you it is a religion, you have to understand that you have to look at white supremacy as the equivalent of telling a Muslim get rid of your God, to change from your to from your Allah to worship and
exactly,
Christ, whatever.
exactly.
They will.
Arianism.
And
That's
my
what it's
question, they
called.
will fight you to the tooth and nail about that goddamn religion in Africa. It's the same way they do it over here. I'm telling you, it is a religion. It is a
Mm,
religion. It is to the core. I bathe my child in this, like you get like a Muslim child, they do whatever they need to do. You get like a Christian child, they may bathe them, drop them in water, whatever they want to do when they're like 5 or 4 or whatever. It is a religion. It is a
Yeah,
religion.
yeah. That's what I said earlier in the on the live before we was taken down. In one of these white supremacist group, it's called Arianism. These people
yeah.
worship Hitler.
Mm.
It's
They
called
believe that they are very serious. That group, they are quite serious. I actually saw one of them on YouTube. I actually went, watched their videos, and these guys, they are serious. They are thinking about, if this demographic change carries on, they will break the country up. And the part that they break up, that they want for themselves, will be mostly European, this in whites, and they leave the others on to their this in mercy. So these people mean business. And if you look at when they stormed the Capitol building in America, for 3 days there was no official comment from any law enforcement for 3 days, and a lot of people miss that this is unusual, that a group attacks the Capitol building, and mostly white people, and nobody comes out to talk to the people because they knew how deep it ran. How deep some of these people are connected in the military and in the corridors of power. After all, most of them were listening to Trump anyway. So these people mean business, and they are executing it. And for right now, the African American community, unfortunately, they don't seem to have any strategy to deal with anything like this. And the
Oh, they got
leaders of
strategies. Trust
what
me,
is
we
the
got strategies
strategy?
out here.
What
They
is the
just don't want to
strategy?
apply them. Like God, honestly, like this is America. But they don't get no fucks about. We do blood for blood out here.
I think
That is the personality down here. It is blood for blood out here. It is no strategy. You take 5 of mine, I'll take 15 of yours, and we gonna keep it
but
cooperative.
can you afford that? You can't.
Can you? Can we afford that?
Can you like taking 5 of you, you take 5 of them? You don't have that. Do you really have that capability to do that in America as black people? Can you really do
Mm,
Uh,
that?
Now, pull like if you was had a united kind of a united front type of thing, maybe, but they too disjointed out here for anything like of
No,
that.
that is just of that not fucking around coalition. Are you want? Is that what you're talking about?
Say that last part again.
Was it that the not fucking around coalition? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, they got groups of black people got their own little militias out here too. Like I mean, they
Those,
got white militias,
yeah,
they got black
they,
militias.
they can't really. If they shoot one person, they'll rate all of them, bro. You know that.
yeah,
Nah,
and I know.
If they
See, but what
if
are
they
the
sh-
odds that they can be able to take on the massive amount of militia in America? They said the amount of guns that are being bought in America mostly is in the hands of these white people there, and to compete with them at that level, I don't see any chance the African Americans have to compete, because even if you are armed, how many are you armed compared to them? They've been
oh no,
piling
no,
guns
no.
after guns after guns after guns for decades now.
The problem is not even that matter. The problem of let's be honest. If shit was to really pop off, the America would just turn left. when I really mean like if an African American just say, all right, we're gonna go crazy and instead we gonna just like fuck the country completely. It is this thing going full left. When I mean full left, I mean it's gonna just start getting so bloody and fucked up out here to the point that this thing can't even run. And at that point, this country gonna be a prime from an invasion by another country. Now, I understand that as an African American, that's if this shit was to go left, that's how it's gonna basically kind of go. At that point, because it'd be enough buildings destroyed, it would be enough with the infrastructure destroyed that nothing ain't gonna move. So that's what kind of keeps the peace from it going full left. But these skirmishes happen all the time.
Yeah,
Don't see.
this is what
Sorry,
I think.
Kifaru. Sorry. Don't underestimate that. I'll let you go immediately. See, don't underestimate the dangers of this, because this is how maybe the Soviet Union thought. It was okay. We are too big to fail, and all the rest. No, because you'll be shocked. And for one, I don't think any country will ever invade the US. Just like no country will invade the Soviet Union the way they were before, or Russia. What is going to happen is these groups, if they want their way, if that kind of anarchy occurs, they will see it as the opportunity to recreate the American dream. They would rather annex some part of Canada than join the part of California that is full of Hispanics and all the rest of it, or this in Texas. They may encourage them to come towards the north. I'm telling you, this will mean business. And if you look at how they are operating within the system too, it's not just about rhetoric here. Within the system, they are embedding their judges in there so that their length of control of the system lasts a lot longer than it would normally last. They elect young judges that will last 50, 60 years in the court. That's 2080 we are talking
Yeah,
about here.
basically. That's our problem. That's our actual problem. The problem is not necessarily putting man on no kind of a fence like physically. The problem is necessarily getting your people in like actual positions to do anything, because you can't. It's very 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 hard to get you a black lawyer, have him stay loyal necessarily, and just do what he's supposed to do. That's the issue, because you got too many necessarily things. You gotta have the money for it. There's some Africans who got money. The ones who got money, they either tricking off their money, just living their own life, or they're just, not necessarily into the community at all. So it's a variety of different things. That's the kind of issue. It's just that we don't have the structure, or I'm gonna say the political structure, or the to actually curtail this necessarily. That's the issue.
Yeah, I think you made a great point there. I think it's the political structure. I think it's getting more complex again for African American, because I know you all use this word, the African American, but itself, what I've noticed, African American, that term is just being so complex. It's just a bunch of all kind of people. You
Yeah,
you,
basically,
you
I
know
don't
what I
even
mean?
use the term because to me it's stupid, because basically any African who's basically set up shop in America is basically by default African American,
Yeah,
so it don't
okay.
really mean nothing.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about like immigrant and people who came here and had the American nationality. I'm talking about like the mixing, of Black Americans. I think in itself is getting to a point that there'll be no black thing.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
in
no.
Brazil.
They're trying to absorb us. No, trust me. No, trust me. Well, I am God. That is what they're trying to do. They are
But I
literally
think I
trying
think
to
you can't
absorb the
fight that.
population.
You think you can fight that? I think there's no way you can fight that, because I've seen terrible things. No, I've heard like Black American women say horrible things online. They say they wish their mom was married to a white man. It's like a culture of like people don't want to be who they are. So I think they're gonna mix. It's gonna be like Brazil to me in no time. So there'll
Oh
be
yeah,
no
they're
like
trying
this
to.
black
Yeah,
empowerment thing, because like for example, if you say Black America, okay, you're gonna consider someone whose mother is white and the other one Black American. That is a
no,
fact. Okay.
no. No. I'm gonna keep it with you a buck.
No, no. Let me ask you this. You're an African American. Okay.
Yes.
Let's assume you have a daughter with your black wife. Okay. She's an African American. Let's say your daughter get married to a white man. Will you not consider your grandson or granddaughter an African American?
No, that child is mixed at that point.
Yeah, but
That
now
child is
that's the
mixed.
real. Yes, it's mixed with what? Is what you say mixed? What is that
What
child?
it doesn't matter. Like for me, like this is how I literally do it. Like I said, in my eyes, if the two of the parents aren't the same from the same ethnic group or from the same race, then that child is just mixed. I don't really care what the child's mixed with. It can be mixed with white, mixed Asian, and mixed Hispanic, mixed whatever. But
Yeah,
you
but
know,
I get the point. That's true. But the general consensus does not consider they consider the child African American. They're gonna take the African. They're gonna add him to the African American population. That's what I mean.
culture.
But
This is the problem. Like when I say you got too many quote unquote, I'm gonna call I call them just integrationist Africans, African Americans. Like they just like they'll call anything African American. That's why I don't even use the term God honestly because it don't really mean too much. Because they you can be basically almost you got blue eyes, you know what I'm saying? Your hair slightly blonde, but as long as you got like a half a curl and you got like maybe some full lips, they'd be like, "Oh, I can see the black in you." At that point, it's no. You're mixed. At this point, you go ahead, do what you gonna do, have like a little mixed life and just live your life. I ain't got no problem with that. But the reality is, since they form this little thing where they basically say, "Oh, if you got one drop of black in you, you still black," and they try to push these people in this community because white people are very, very strict. If your kid necessarily is not 100% white, they push that baby out. Over here, like I tell you, they try to the women. Like you gotta understand this, the women, oh, they accept that child and say, "Oh, that child is black." The men over here do not accept that bullshit, or most men
Mm.
don't accept that bullshit because that is stupid. Like, oh, how
but
how this how this
I've
half
had
child
an
with
African.
somebody else a part of the
I've
group?
had
No,
an African American man debate me that what was this woman called the vice president? She's black American.
those are fools. Like you got to understand. Like you got like some
Dumbass.
people are still like you still got them. You still have dumbass
No,
African
he's
Americans.
he's not a dumbass man. He's someone that's well educated, and he says she's black.
You can be smart and what no you can be educated and or regurgitate necessarily some facts. That does not mean you're an intelligence. That's a completely different thing. But
Mm.
basically, right? So I can read to some sense a math book necessarily and go through the problem. But unless I understand that thing completely through and through, I'm not intelligent. I just regurgitated the information. But the reality is, if that child is mixed, if that child is not modeled by like two African American parents, that child is mixed. That's how I clarify it, and most men clarify like that. But you gotta understand, there's a whole bunch of women who would actually say, "Oh, that baby is still quote unquote, uh, African American." When they try to pull that child in necessarily. So that's where the issue is. You have most of the white DNA that came into the black community. It comes through black women. It's not do black men. It's not happening.
Yeah, but yeah.
Mm.
My point for saying that was this: like, let's say something happens, and they say, "Okay, we're the black people. We're gonna fight the white people." What are you gonna do with the mixed people in your society? What are you gonna tell someone that the mom is white, so we're gonna fight your white people? Because I have a friend, African American Anthony, and he said they had this problem one time when there were like a riot and the people were talking like shit about some white people. He started discussing that is mixed. He said, no, no, white people, that there was always this problem in the house. But that his cousin knows, he's convinced that he's black. You understand? But when they were saying like shit about white people, he's always said, no, we can live together. It's not all white people. So how can you really work? That's why I said the mixing of the African American community is really complex for you to like really sit and fight white supremacy because you've got so many strings attached now that they can't really let go that part of it. You see people who's got cousins that are pure whites, sisters that are white, grandmother that's white. So how can you really fight black? I think you've passed that point that the way that you need to do is to integrate. I don't know. That's just one opinion, and
You think they should integrate?
You
I
already
think
they're already integrated into the society. What they're trying to do is try to breed most of these black people out. That's the actual thing. They've been trying to do that for years. They couldn't do it for years, but basically they basically found a way to do that now because these chicks basically start going outright crazy. And when the chicks start going outright crazy, dudes start saying F this shit, basically. So that's what I
Mm.
said. That's when they started seeing that, they was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna start to throw my hands up. So they start marrying Mexican chicks.
It's very clever of them because what I tend to see, especially with the Anglo-Saxon aspect, a part of the European this thing is that they wait until the very last moment before they concede anything. It's not like the Spanish or the Portuguese in this is South America and Central America, where they by and large looked to mix with the locals. By and large, they did. It's not like they don't crop themselves off too. They do, but this is the Americans. They spend a long time keeping the black people in check, and as a matter of fact, that's why they had the one blood rule, one drop rule or something. So they had that in place to keep them in check. But now they see that the tide is turning, and maybe there are multipolar world is showing up, and Africa may be getting its act together. You know what? Oh, let's rush now and integrate them as quickly as possible, so that they don't go and start thinking maybe it's not a good idea to be here. So that kind of thinking, I just feel like it's one of those things that people should be careful about buying into, because these people don't understand the idea of integration. Especially the ones in America, that they don't do that, because they had a chance to do that with the Red India, they didn't. They had a chance to do that with Africans, they didn't. As a matter of fact, they are right next door to Africans, they didn't. They did their best to make sure they keep themselves away from us. I
Who
sometimes
is
I
that? What are you
the
talking about? I
Europeans.
didn't
I'm
get.
talking about the
Oh,
Anglo-Saxons, and the Anglo-Saxons, the French, and all the rest of them. They do their best to keep us away from them. And the question is, why do they really feel so strongly about it in the first place, that they have to keep us away from them? Because sometimes you feel like it's just beyond logic, really. Why are they being cruel when it could be, building a nation together with this same group of people that are very
It's
dynamic and
religion.
all the rest?
I keep you when I tell you it is a religion. Like I don't think you understand when I tell you white supremacy for these people is a religion. And you don't understand. People will fight and die for their religion. You're like literally like just like what's I forgot was that Puntana little Somali chick. You say something brutal or something off about was it Islam? Even though we know how it got there in their country, they still fight you to the death about that Islam to this day. To this day.
Yeah, and that is something I find very peculiar, because I always say to them that, it's one thing to, want to defend your faith, but you also have to know where to draw the line, because in reality, everybody that claims that they are defending their faith, they don't act in terms of religion when they are actually dealing with stuff. After all, Somalia has been at war for how many, years now, and it had nothing to do with religion, because they were all Muslims. They started fighting each other anyway. If you look at history, it's full of that similar case. People care about resources. Who is going to dominate the other? That's what people do. They don't care too much about religion. Is one thing to just, how it was it Karl Marx that described religion as the opiate of the masses. So it's just something people use to keep themselves morally in check, and have their kind of morality and ethics in place. But in terms of how societies behave, it's about greed. Okay, let's not put it greed. It's about resources and power, fear. If
Basically.
they if they fear that the other group is going to attack them, they will attack first. They don't care about religion. So it's just how people behave. That said, it still didn't answer the question though that I asked earlier on. What is African Americans doing when all this stuff is going on? The demographic change, is it swelling to extinction? Is that the plan? Because that
Nah,
is not going to be a plan.
how I see it, I'm gonna like see. I'm very I'm trying to say it. It's
just say it,
basically
man.
the community in itself is splitting in two. So that's how I see it. One group of African Americans basically, they keeping it, to themselves, and it's the other quote unquote. I just love the white man necessarily. I just wanted to see if this is gonna work for me, kind of thing. And that's basically how it's kind of splitting down the middle. It's splitting down the middle. It's kind of like the
Mm,
dude's kind of more like I don't really fuck with I see what's going on. I'm just gonna do me over here. Then there's the integrationists. I want to see what the system got for me, kind of people, and they going over in their direction. And that's kind of where it's splitting down in the middle as I see it currently.
mm. Look
So
at
So
so so it means it's just gonna keep on happening.
no, it's the community is splitting because as I see it
No, I
in my
mean, like, I
purview.
mean, the shootings. The white supremacy killing people is just gonna keep on happening because, from what I just heard, There's no plan. Everyone just want to
There's
have the
no
bread
plan.
today.
I don't see any plan. The African Americans are just sitting there like
What
sitting
about, oh
ducks.
yeah, all these civil rights people? This Chapman, this guy that is put perm on his hair. What's it called? Is it Chapman? What? This give some civil rights people. What are they saying about? Is it just
See,
civil right?
no,
It's just about
no one, honest to God, no one really gives a damn about this civil rights generation down here like that. To be honest, they're kind of we already know most of those people bought in or bought out. On God, honestly, the real thing is most of the people who are already kind of like on that are already armed to the teeth. You know what I mean? Like he said, up north, there's really no kind of defense up north because there is no weapons. I ask you, look up when the last time you seen a mass shooting in Georgia, Georgia, Florida, um, South Carolina, North Carolina. You'll never see it. You'll never see no mass shooting like that with no white dude coming down to
well,
Georgia.
it just never happened. Maybe it's
It
never
doesn't
happened.
happen because the people down here are so strapped to the teeth that it is known. It's known. Like down
Okay.
here where I live at, literally everybody got 4 or 5 pistols. Everybody got 4 or 5
Ah,
assault rifles.
okay.
You got
Okay.
4 or 5. Like what I mean, we got mini guns out here. It is a completely different ball game the farther you go down south. The farther you go down
Mm.
south, the more violent these black I ain't gonna say more violent, the more armed to the teeth, the more these black people are. So that's why he said like literally on his own manifesto, I went 10
Um,
hours. That's
no,
all. That's basically
you
almost
just
a
said that.
whole.
Hold on. You just said that when it was the last time we heard about mass shooting in Georgia. From what I gather, there is one that just happened in 8 days ago. 6 people were shot. I think three killed in Georgia. So you see
Georgia.
that, yeah,
No, he's
yeah.
talking about attacking black people. I think that's what we're more interested. Going to attack
Yeah,
black
because I've never
community.
seen like I've never heard no match, especially within like the last week or last month. I heard nothing about this. So that had to be the most hush hush event ever. I mean, we have shootings
There's
down
a
here,
lot of
but
mass shooting in America. I think because the numbers is in this in like 20 to 30. Some
No,
years it goes up to
I
40,000.
understand. Yeah,
That's a
but
lot of people.
what I'm concerned, my own concern is when white supremacy is targeting black communities. They can shoot
Mm,
everywhere. I don't. That's not my problem. Is just like how the black people protect themselves from white supremacist attack. Because
mm,
sometimes black people themselves they can spray gun and kill, but that is not. Yeah, you're not targeting people because of that demographic. My problem is how do you stop white supremacists from targeting black
mm,
people? Look what happened. There was a bill that was passed to protect the Chinese people. Just because some people's, I don't know what did what to Chinese. They didn't even shoot them, just attack them. I don't know. And some people say
mm,
that may not even be bad. Immediately there was a hate crime bill. But I've been killing these people, or black Americans, targeting them, killing them. And it's like, let's pray for them. Some of these people even come on TV say, we forgive them, we pray for them. So
mm.
it's just some kind of a weak.
Someone once said something earlier on today on one of these other channels. He said that if African countries had their act together, that like when Americans want to come and buy raw materials, like oil or whatever, then they can have a leverage and say, you know what, the way you are treating our people there, you need to stop it. Otherwise, I just discovered that there's a new tax on our oil prices, and so that you pay more for it. Otherwise, so you see, you can use your resources as a leverage to
Yeah.
halt that kind of behavior.
What
Because I really feel that there has to be a strategy here, and this so far I don't see it from the African Americans to stop these things.
Well, but that's the thing. What power have they got? Maybe they can just arm themselves, as Mark and Chase is saying. Everyone can get a gun, yes. And if those people know everyone has got some kind of automatic rifle, they might think twice. But the bigger power, as you said, Africa, like Martin Luther said this, he said, as long as that continent has not got his shit right, the black man, the face of the black man in the whole entire world will not be respected. And that is
Of
just
course
the
not.
fact.
It's
That
an
is just the
obvious.
fact.
You're not. We can't run away from our shadow. We can pretend as if we are not linked. We are all
Yeah.
linked, and it's clear that Africa is the linchpin that needs to sort this mess out. And I feel like the African Americans, if they lend their strength to Africa and Africa lends its strength back to the African American, this will stop. I tell you, it will stop so fast you will be shocked, because the Americans need a lot of resources from Africa, and they can do that if African Americans get that consciousness. Because this now, I think right now, according to Mac and Cheese, their focus is on trying to integrate many of them. They are
Yeah,
not
something.
seeing themselves. Yeah, they are trying to integrate. So that is a problem, because if they are not, they are going to meet. This is the trick that they are pulling on them. They are trying to lure them into, thinking that, what, integrate is all good, so that they don't turn around and look at Africa. Because if you look at the time when most people looked at Africa was when this George Floyd thing happened. A lot of Americans just got tired. Many of them were leaving, going to South America, Central America, Africa. So they were doing all those things. But I feel like now, everything has calmed down again. They want to go back and start thinking integration. Let's keep integrating, without thinking that these people, the way they operate is they will have a new settlement today. That settlement could last for 50 years. And then after that 50 years, they get stronger, they come for more.
I
They will
think I
come
think
for
it's
more.
I think it's a program. I think the Americans are doing that on purpose. Look at the top like the black people in America. Most
Oh,
of their
oh, oh,
spouses
sorry,
are
sorry,
white.
sorry. Hold on, sorry. Red Pill is here, so let's do our due diligence now.
Make sure you do it well too, Niger. Because if they
Musada.
show porn again, I'm
Yeah,
subscribing from your
exactly.
channel.
Yeah, yeah. It's too much now. Please show me yourself, and I really need to see you properly. This is too much. It's a show. Okay. I don't even know what I need to ask. Ask you a question. Ask you a question. It doesn't matter. I need to see your face or something.
If he speak, we can't hear. I don't know if you can hear him if he
No, you can't.
speak
You can't. You
because
can't. You can't speak this thing out. He can't speak to you. I can.
yeah.
I can't even hear him. I don't think I can hear him.
Well, you see
Um,
him like say turn your face left, right, up, down. You could
he has
just
not
do
put his
something.
camera on. Put your camera on so I will see Musanda. I need to see your face. I can't let you in, because if I
Yeah,
let you in, they go and I have to blow the screen again, the stream again. That's too much. That's three in a row.
no, you can't do
It's
that.
not.
If it's
It's
not,
not. It's not him.
then
It's not.
forget
I
about him.
don't know
Then
if it's you. He keeps trying to text me in tech chat. He says about nuclear. Okay, we are in a panel a little bit. Yeah, we're in a panel. It doesn't matter. These people are watching us too. I don't know how spam works.
yeah,
All
just
I care about is I have to see.
to
I have
Niger,
to have proof.
if anyone is hesitating to show your face, just move on and carry on. We don't even need to. That's just the
All right.
rules of your channel. You need to show your face, turn
Oh man.
right, left, up, down. Simple.
Mm.
It's not
Yeah,
gonna put you.
yeah,
No
he
one is
was on
gonna
the
see
panel
him.
earlier on, but you can't. These people can just show up again with. That's what they did with Iyasu's account. Iyasu's account was the first one they came back with.
To
So,
Niger, it's easy. I can take your picture and make a fake account and put it on the thing when I enter StreamYard and write to Niger there. That means nothing. It's easy. I can just copy any
mm,
any thumbnail from anyone and create get into a StreamYard with it. So
yeah,
that is
it's
not the
just mean
point.
spirited what people are doing out there. I don't know, man. I don't know. Jesus Christ, they should chill out. I'm just trying to have a conversation here. I've not even done anything. People have been on for
It-
years. I've not even heard that Dan has had this sort of issue
so
once.
Mark and Chase, what do you think integration is gonna? Do you think you can fight integration? Do you think it's gonna fail, or think there's a future for Black America?
Mac and cheese, you're muted.
I'm sorry. I had to go do something real quick. I'm sorry. I'm moving around the
Ah,
It's
house at
all
the
good.
same time.
okay,
It's
okay.
okay. Yeah, let's carry on with what we were talking about. So, Kifaru, I am a little bit, skeptical about. I think, okay, I will meet him. I'll meet him. It's okay. Let me mute him. So, about their plan, I personally, I don't see any plan, and there's a lot of change coming in America
Yeah,
that you
it's
see coming.
I would have loved if African American can come and because most of the time I'm looking from the outside, but what I see, most of the thing I see is media, and media can be really really manipulative,
Mm,
So when I look at the media, I'm thinking, well, African America is done. I just see like Brazil, because now when you look at the world, this black empowerment, black movement is
yeah.
mostly championed by
Yeah, I think okay, it's come back on again.
Yeah, it's mostly championed by African Americans. So, but you don't hear it in Brazil, but there's a big Afro descendant population in Brazil, but there's no black thing over there. It's only African American. I think it's so powerful that is these people don't really like it, and they're trying way to kill that black identity.
Yeah.
That black, we are black. They just want these people to be American. And if you see, they're using like a lot of mixed race people. That's why I'm going to say something and people will say, no, that's not true. If you look at the population of African American that moved to Africa, they're the ones that will blend. You see all them,
Mm.
the ones that you see on YouTube, even the one we hate them, the one we don't like them, even Akati, all those people, they know they are Africans. But the ones that are really like multi like art mixture. They don't really go there. I don't think they really like that we're African thing. They will tell you, oh, we are not African. Of course, what do you expect them to tell you? Someone says the mother is white or the granddad
Mm.
is white, and you tell him it's African. Of course, it's not African. You can't tell him you're African. Yeah, it's not African.
Yeah.
So I think that using that and it's really powerful. But what I'm saying, I think it's going to be really difficult for African Americans to fight it. The ones that will want to remain the way they are, they will need to leave because you you might be free, but you don't know what your daughter is going to get into. I was talking about this thing when I saw this woman. She's like black, and I saw her grandkids were all white. I said, "Damn!"
Mm.
I start like thinking. She had like five grandkids, and all of them were white.
Wow.
So that
Wow,
that's the
because
end.
they
That's the
married
end of
away.
that's the
Mm.
end of her black lineage. It is gone.
Mm.
You
That
know,
you
so
see that is you see okay, hold on. You see, let's say they do that. Let's say they have a kind of mix, 50-50, 40, 60, 25, 75. Let's say they have any variation of mix with African genes, maybe at a lower percentage. But what concerns me is that when this mix happens, the mix that is there, the ones that are mixed don't advocate for Africa in any way. Not really. They, because they want to join the Europeans, they become more like pan-European than pan-African, and that is the one that is, and especially in the case of the African Americans, and when they are buying into integration. If they are being, you're buying into integration with an eye on still keeping this thing being Pan African, I can see that as less damaging. But it's almost like they are taking on more people from our side. It's like voting. When somebody votes your opponent, this thing they votes for you. That's one vote the opponent has lost, and that's one you have gained. So it's two losses. So when these people join the European, become pan-European, it's double blow. So if I mean they
yeah,
are neutral or support Africa, that would have been good. Go ahead.
I don't know if they really want to be pan-European or pan-African. I think they just want to be Americans. Do you know that's what I think. I think they just want to be like, we are American. This is our country, and we have
Mm.
to carry the flag and be proud of it. And that's why that's what they think. That's what I think.
Kifaru, Dr. K is here, or K
No,
Polymat is here, but I'm not letting him in. K Polymat, you have to let me know who you are, and
yes,
you
that's
have to
it.
say something that only you know that I know.
No, he should. He does not like showing himself. He should show him. He can
Yeah,
be. He
I
can
can,
still
I
be
can,
this bomber account.
exactly. You have
He
to
can.
tell me something that you only
He needs to show
me know.
himself
Yeah.
to you. Don't say
Mm.
anything. They can. It can be someone that's been following Dr. K for long.
Yeah. Oh,
Dr. K has not
you
been
mean it's
active.
some of our people that might be doing this?
Yes, 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 yes.
Wow. I was thinking
Yes.
maybe some Russian this in fish spammers and stuff like that.
Yes.
Gee. Yeah. Dr. K, if you are going to give me a sign to let me know that you are what you say you are. But if not, I'll carry on with the discussion. Clearly, you have been, I guess you have not been hijacked. It's just some one that has messed up out with your account. So, yeah. As you know, that I put up the South African stuff
Mm-hmm.
and this thing here because I feel like some of the woes that we are experiencing in the other side other side of the Atlantic Ocean, on the continent, when you would think that we should be, like getting along, figuring ourselves out, even in a country where there are black majority population, black people are still being targeted more than the Europeans.
You see, you know, yeah, it's very unfortunate that I hear these things from South Africans. Do you know what I mean? Because when South Africa is doing this, it's a win for the European. It's not South Africa is winning. It's win for Europeans because there's so many South Africans that they still live, they're still struggling like any African country, you know.
Mm.
So I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but
Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to get Kezo to authenticate Kezo. Share, yeah.
Tunaja, don't take anyone for granted. Don't.
Yeah,
Kese does not like to
email.
show himself, but unfortunately,
Yeah,
he needs to go. He needs to.
yeah. He's one of the people that have my email. I remember when I was this thing, he had my email. So if he has a way of sharing that, then I would know that it's him. But if he doesn't, no way, no way. Too bad you are not Kezo. So yeah, this South African one always gets to me because it hurts more. It hurts more, especially when you know that. Uh, you can argue that the African Americans don't have they don't know us much. We don't like Nigerians didn't come exactly to come and assist them in anything, and if anything, they assisted Nigeria on quite a few occasions. But South Africans, some Nigerians took a pay cut to help with when they were going through stuff, and to see this type of stuff happen again on the continent where people are just being attacked. And to be fair, they've killed more Southern Africans than they have hurt Nigerians. But their dislike for Nigerians is quite pervasive in the countries. Hence why it seems like they're killing more Nigerians, but they are not really. They are
But
doing more
I
harm to
don't. Well,
Southern
I think.
Africans.
But to be honest, I think this was a past thing. Is I don't think it's happening again.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that was like past. I don't really think it's happening again in South Africa. But that stain has remained. But
yeah. The state. Are you sure? I think it wasn't because COVID-19 stopped it quite a bit, but I think there was a flare up not very long ago. Again, barely 3 years, there was a flare up when Air Peace had to send their airline to go and pick up Nigerians from South Africa, and Nigerians
really,
attacked shop. Yes,
ah,
you didn't know?
yeah, but okay, but I think the South Africans rejected.
No, no, he did. They didn't reject it. He went in, got Nigerians out. Uh-uh. Let me let me show you that South African. This thing is in South Africa. Let me
So
search it so you see what I mean.
was it because of
Peace.
COVID
No,
or
no,
was
no,
it
not
because
because of it, because of South Africans attacking
attacking
Nigeria.
Nigerians?
Yeah, yeah, xenophobia, how family members influence Nigerians. Xenophobia in South Africa, how family members influence Nigerians to flee or stay. So, if you go back in time, you can't believe that this stuff is still there. Let me see, Air Peace, because it's a clear this thing now. You see, 2019. So that is not that long ago. 2019, this stuff happened, and they actually went there to pick Nigerians and brought them back home. Yes, you can see the images now. For Air Peace bringing Nigerians back from this thing. As a matter of fact, they delayed them for a bit at the airport because of that's to leave because they are processing. They had some issues. They were not so keen on this thing. Having them this thing. I think, and let me just authenticate this guy now. I think he sent me an email. Let's see. Let me confirm his identity. Okay, I think it's probably you, and except you have managed to hack a Gmail account. If that is possible, God help us. We are all
Nah,
in
nah, it's
trouble.
me.
Exactly. So, because to hack Google, you have to have done something quite a few people have not been able to do. So
Kezo is hiding his Arab face from some
that's
years.
what you were after. Oh my god, this guy was using that case and this is shows his face and stuff like that. Show me your face. He's not Arab now. So yeah,
Kenzo, have those people pump bomb your channel? Because we're just talking about you. You like to keep your channel and go to sleep. It will just become a porn show when you sleep. Someone is just gonna
they will
one
delete
of
your
the
account.
guys will just need to come in and just when you're sleeping, he just put his thing on and that'll be all for you. So just be
Yeah.
careful before you fall asleep again.
How did Kenzo get away with it all this while? Then I just did 2 videos. Suddenly I'm getting bombed.
I don't know. I don't know.
You
Maybe it's
made some
Kenzo
editing.
doing it. Are you sure it's not Kenzo doing it?
Kenzo, are you the one doing it? Because you
No, no, come on.
you have been
No,
on all
no,
this
no.
while. You literally go to sleep and you get away with it. And I am awake and you're bombing me live. What is this? I've had to
uh,
delete 2 videos in a row.
You've been pissing off people.
What? I didn't.
You've been pissing off the wrong people tonight.
You are worse, man.
Hmm.
You for
The puppies
everything
that
I've
eat up.
done, you've done it tenfold. Calling people low IQ, dusties, all of them. What have you not said that I've not? What have I done? I would like to think that I was quite nice to people, and I'm being bombed all over the
Yeah.
place.
You're easy target.
Yeah, I guess I was easy tired. But okay though, would you have been able to deal with it? How could you have dealt with it? You would have fallen for it now, wouldn't you?
Of course, of course.
So I think
Everybody will
the
fall
best
for
way to
it.
deal with it, the best way to deal with it, I think, is that's a good question. StreamYard needs to have like another section where you can add someone in the show, but they're not in the show, so that you can at least authenticate their voice. That's what they need to do.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, their voice, because especially when you know somebody already, you just have them
Hmm.
speak, and you know that
Yeah,
they are there. Yeah, I wish they did
exactly.
that. I will look into it. I will look into it if they can do that, because I've just had to delete, my opening statement and all the nice, very important discussions that we had, and I deleted everything. I had to even delete it from YouTube completely because I don't want to take chances. Because they actually do ban people, Dr. K. You have to be
Hmm.
careful. They actually ban
That's
people
true.
for
Mm-hmm.
permanently. They won't open your account again. These people don't play around. So yeah, it's good thing we've done that anyway. So on the topic, you heard about
Wait,
what happened in the
Kifaru,
US. Yeah, go
Kifaru
ahead.
called me an Arab. Kifaru,
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
where,
Everybody's an Arab.
I'm just kidding.
where,
Don't
what
you
do you mean
understand?
Arab?
Only Arabs are scared to show their face when they come to black people's partners.
Oh my God, Kifaru. Oh my days. No, no, no. I'm not. I've been accused of being an Indian, an Arab. Kifaru, I'm just
Yeah,
an African.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Yeah, I'm African, just like you.
it's
The only
crazy.
yeah.
An
And
Arab.
this thing is not easy, This
So
YouTube thing is not that straightforward. Yeah, it can be. You see why I didn't do it for a long
I,
time.
yeah, I told you it's not easy. So, Kezo, we're talking about you saw the title. I'm happy that two Niger put. What did you put at the end? Reboot.
Yeah, reboot of the reboot,
Reboot
reboot of
of the
the
reboot.
of the reboot. What
So,
are we gonna do now?
yeah, we're talking about like this white supremacists and the agenda and killing people and what is our plan. Well, especially mostly like African Americans, but I was hoping some of them came. But there was Mac and Cheese. He was trying what I could get from him was that there is no plan, you know. So we just need to wait and just ready for the next one. Buy our
Hmm.
guns and ready.
Nigerians call that sit down look. Sit down and just look and see what happens. That for me, that's not a plan. They need to have a solid plan of
But
how
but
they are
but the
going to
thing
do it.
is, what option do they really have to fight white supremacy in their country?
They have options. Collaborate with Africans a bit
No, I'm
more,
just
and
asking. Let's say
maybe
Dr.
influence
K.
America not to mess with Africa as much as they are doing right now. Africa would do better and help them because Africa can use foreign policy. We've discussed that earlier on anyway. Let's let Dr. Clay do his thing. Dr.
Wait,
K.
wait. Yeah. Actually, wait. You have to get me back on track first.
Yeah, the idea was that we asked this thing, an African American that was on here earlier on about what their plan was, given how they keep getting attacked and the demographic change going on in the US. What their plan was for navigating, the country and how things are going. And personally, I'm not sure I don't think he knew. He actually said that he wasn't very clear on it. He basically said, some parts of America have gun and the other part doesn't have guns. That's his only explanation. So, there was no strategy, in other words. And you would think, given everything that is going on and the targeting of the community on and on and on, African American, the leaders especially, will have a plan for this, but they don't.
Right. That's a good question. I think it could be culture. For some reason, they say African Americans do a lot of crime, but if you look at how many African Americans actually own like self defense weapons, it's not that many. It's actually the other side that have way more. So I think one way would be like to reestablish things like Black Panther,
Mm,
the new Black Panther and stuff, and try to maybe make it less militant in a way, but still really like protect, make it more like a neighborhood watch sort of, but really, pro African American. Because at the end of the day, justice is a very strange thing. I mean, right now, look, if I'm honest to Nigeria, like I said, I think I've given up on even this whole thing in Africa at the moment, and I'm saying this out here. I went to the court today to try to get them to give me data that's important for my case for a fair trial,
mm,
like the phone records. We applied for the case on the 9th of May, and they said we send it to the head office, we should send it to a local one. So we sent the one to the local one on the 12th. Today we had a hearing. That prosecutor does some low level logic saying she didn't get it. And then the judge, I could see smirk on his face, like, he knows that this woman is lying, but still ruled with her. And I've only got 10 days before the core data gets destroyed. So my point here is justice is no such thing as justice. It's just us. So you really have to learn to protect yourselves at the end of the day, because you can't just cry for the system that protects other people and not you. And right now, for some reason, this government has a vendetta against me. Maybe it's because I've been calling Africans low IQ. Who knows? Someone caught wind of
yeah,
it.
if anybody catches it on the video and plays this in your country, you're gonna be in trouble, man. They're gonna make your life miserable. Um, yeah, oh my god, that I can feel the kind of this thing, frustration you must be feeling about these things.
Mm.
When I deal with Nigerians, I tell you, I deal with them almost every day. I call it a jelly situation, whereby you move forward one step forward, two step backward. It's like they
Yep.
frustrate you constantly, and
Yeah.
Guys, so yeah, you said about you need to protect yourself. How do you do that? Can you elaborate?
Right. Right. I think okay. So there's obviously two ways that you can do that. One way is during like let's say church services, there needs to be like an after church learning how to actually use armed forces, basically. I mean armed weapons. Because the reason why is because when you know how to do something, and you have that confidence, people are less likely to attack you because victims look a certain way. Like there is a way that victims look that people think that they can get away victimizing you. So if you get that confidence, you already kind of reduce significant amount of people coming for you. That's one thing. Another thing is then people, we need to kind of be walking together. We need to be going together with like legit. Okay, look, one thing we've done is we've forgotten our roles as African men. If you go to that Toga village, the men sleep outside and protect the children and women from the animals like lions and other stuff at night, right? So what needs to happen realistically, let's say Black Americans specifically, but they need to be working in groups. If it's a carry kind of county, they need to carry it. They need to understand the law. They need to be calm. They need to be trained just like the police are trained, so that if they do meet a police, they can clearly say, "Hey, we are armed." None of there's certain ways you can do that. Statistically, we improve your chances and of these situations. They just need to be trained and move in groups, because when you move, not in groups, and or the group is not trained, you're a sitting duck. Because when you're trained, people will be too afraid to actually try things on you, because they have to risk their own lives if they try something.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I believe honestly they need to come together, be trained, and then also work in groups. They need to legit realize that we are living in a tribal warfare. This is our tribe. We need to protect our tribe. I think this will also kind of help the men find purpose again if they're out there protecting their community.
Yeah, that purpose part is quite a big one. Because right now either our men are misdirecting their purpose, or they are not even being used at all. They just leave them to found flounder. I must say, we can say whatever we like about fellow African countries. Kenya, by and large, you will not say that they are completely leaving their men all over the place. They are not using them for in terms of defense, but by and large, in terms of civil life, they tend to be participating relatively well. Apart from what you said about the drinking issue, I don't know how serious that is. But
Oh, very serious, unfortunately.
Drinking.
Everyone is
yeah,
in Uganda and Kenya. Everyone is an alcoholic. And when I say
come
everyone,
on,
I'm talking about the Muslims too, not
what?
Catholics. Yeah,
that,
yeah,
that
yeah.
is crazy. Come on, man. You're just
Asking
saying.
No, I'm serious. Asking
You're gonna make
Muslims
your
too.
case more difficult, case of all
Don't
these
mind
things.
him. He keeps he keeps saying these things. He just coming up with like, oh, including the Muslims too. They are drugs. That's gonna help.
Honestly, like like over here, it's like alcohol. Also, the issue is the government makes strong alcohol cheaper. Beer is quite expensive. It's like $2 or something like that. Yeah, around, let's just say around $2. Maybe, yeah, around two. Yeah, yeah, around $2. Maybe a bit more, like $2.10. But yeah,
Mm,
that's how beer expensive in Nigeria. Beer is like less than $1. However, what's cheap here is strong alcohol, so like spirits. You can get literally like a 350 ml for like $2, or even like $1.70.
yeah.
350 milliliters, yeah. So you can legit get 750 milliliters for less than, legit, the cheapest one you can get is less than $5 40.
Mm,
Yep.
wow.
So you
That's a
see,
cheap drink.
yeah, yeah,
Why is the
government
drink
makes it.
so cheap?
All right, so it's because it's simple. Government wants you to go to work, so you don't complain about the taxes and the lack of jobs and everything. Because alcohol's cheap, you can drown yourself in alcohol.
Mm,
Yeah, okay, yeah,
Yeah,
okay. See, to Nigeria,
that's
okay.
why.
I don't really want to change the trajectory of the discussion. But have you made a comment about what happened to the Nigerian lady that was killed by these dusty Fulanis in the north of
oh
Nigeria?
no. Yeah, that's awful. They had to even put a curfew at in the state just to
Yeah,
contain the anger that was flowing there. And you see, this is a problem. Where I was speaking to Mo about this the other day, and I asked him, do you think Muslims need to, change some things to accommodate, the changes, the trends in the world? He was like, no, we don't need to change anything. And at that time, when I was asking him that question, I did know about the case, but it hasn't come to mind. Then he just somebody said something. Oh, I remember the case, and I said, "Do you even know that somebody was just killed yesterday? A student at a university
And
or
that's
some
the
kind of
thing, too.
college."
Sorry to cut you short. That
Yeah,
is the problem. Those people are university students. They're not
yeah.
like some people that are in the village that don't understand nothing.
Amajiri, no,
This
no.
should be university people, students. So if university students can act like that, then there is a
Mm,
problem in the, there's a problem somewhere in the religion. And it's like I saw this analysis from is it Adeola on YouTube,
mm,
and they were like, this the Muslim politician, they're kind of distant themselves from what is happening. Like no one wants to hold those guys responsible. I don't
yeah.
know what's going on in north of Nigeria. If that could have happened in the south, the police will go in, raid, and catch those boys. But for some reason, I don't know if Nigeria is two different country with two different laws. So I don't know. It was
I,
just
I
like,
think they caught the guys. I suspect there were two of them that they caught. Look at this. That the guy was showing the match that he used on the this thing. That with the anger. There was a video of him with the anger that he was showing this thing, looking to use the match to burn her up. These
man, this is
people.
disgusting, man.
These are university students.
didn't you
These are
see
students.
Kaizo?
There are these radical.
Yeah, yeah. This is disgusting, man. When I saw this, I was like,
What?
uh, yeah. So
You know,
Nigel, how can you? Yeah.
when I saw this thing, I almost said saying, okay, maybe the Biafra people need to separate from Nigeria. You understand? I start to have some kind of like secessionist kind of idea. Say maybe the Biafrans have got some
Mm,
reason that we need to separate from this country and have our own country because this is unacceptable. Who
mm.
does that?
It's the same thing. If you separate the Biafra people, Igbo people will still be in that country and they will still suffer the same fate because Igbo people will travel everywhere. That's the problem. Even in what they call it, United Arab Emirates, Dubai, they were attacked too. So
No, yeah,
in
it
Ghana, they
just
are
depends.
frustrated too.
It depends how you attack someone. But this God, this was better than an animal. Even an animal is not being killed like this.
Yeah, it's up, and she was taken and put in a security room to keep her safe, and they went in there, overpowered whoever was supposed to be protecting her, took her out, beat her to death, stoned her to death, then they burnt her. This is just
And
students,
it's Muslim as well. Their own Muslim
Muslim,
sister.
and that is what bothers me. When you ask the ones that should know better, you tell them maybe this is not the world where people can be this extreme about things. That maybe your people need to, tone things down a bit. You know what they will say instead? We don't need to change anything. Those people are crazy that are doing those things. That
Yeah.
is not an answer. You need to tackle them. You can't just say we don't need to change anything ourselves, but those people are listening, doing those. Those people are people that are listening to your faith too. You need to take responsibility and say we need to change them. We need to do something about them.
I don't know. I can't understand how religion in Nigeria is like more powerful than the state. The thing is, Nigeria is not the only country that have got Muslims. In my country, they've got like a well, maybe that's not much as Nigeria, but almost like 16 to 17% Muslim. But the state has power. You an imam, you do something stupid, you're going to jail. And if your community try to fight the police, they will gas them up, all of them. Like the
Mm.
military, they will send them there. You don't fight the military, you don't have power over the state. But it's like people in Nigeria have got power over the state. It's
Because
just
the
what I
state
don't
is weak.
understand.
The state is weak. I see Nigeria. You see that's the thing, and people don't understand. Even Nigerians don't understand this fact. They think the government control everything, and the government is scared, is overriding their life. Nigerian government don't control nothing. They barely control anything. The country, everybody is a rabble. They don't want to listen to the government when the government says something, and they don't see it. And that's the weirdest thing. How can you as a people have so much power over your government and you don't even see it? You think the government are tyrants controlling everything? Can you imagine now they will do these things and those people will barely, I don't even think they will be that punished about on these things. How many people have you seen tried for all the terrorism stuff that they are doing in Nigeria? Even when Kano, some of the things Nnamdi Kano said in on YouTube that I heard with my own ears, if he was in the UK and he said those things, he will be in one black site right now, or if they have mercy for him, they would have sentenced him to some prison time. But in Nigeria, oh, they're talking about let him go, it's okay, and the government may have to consider letting him go. And we think,
What did he say? What did that
oh my, he was talking about how they should go and fight on the streets in Nigeria, and whether there's blood to be shed, let so be it, and stuff like that. So,
but that's nothing. That's just cheap
but
talking.
he is advocating violence on the
Yeah, but
ground in a country that is so fragile.
you know, if you're
You see,
advocating for violence, but you yourself you've got no power, there's no way you can support that
but he
violence.
does
The
have
state
power, though. See, there are videos of Kano that is online where he emerges in front of a crowd of kind of militia, and they were chanting and chanting and chanting, and they were showing the militia training and doing stuff. And that militia is doing stuff in that region. They are causing problems in that region. And while he was doing these things, when all these videos were coming, the videos were coming out, he was in the UK here. And I was like, how is he in the UK doing all these things in Africa there? So we have to be mindful of some of the things we do in our own, for our own countries. Something we'll not do here in the West. If you tried it in the West, Julian Assange is still not free to today. He didn't even say they should kill anybody, and he's not free to today. He's still in prison. So why do we set different standard for our own governments than we set for this in Western countries? Snowden is still running from America. If America gets a hold of that guy, they will throw him inside a
No,
black a dungeon somewhere.
well, Snowden had top secret. That's different. That's like treason. He had actual documents and facts that he could use to cause problem. What has bloody Kano, what's it called? The Kano's got. He's just got his voice and just start chatting shit.
The top secret Snowden had is already made public. Did he kill anybody? And if okay, let's say it's just top secret that he had, but he wasn't advocating attacking anyone. He wasn't.
No, the issue is it's like it will allow other people to feel like they can get away with treason. That's the issue. It's more like it's a theoretical thing. That's why if they get a hold of him, he's going to a black site and they're going to interrogate him. What did you give to Russia? What did you give to China?
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I'm sure,
But the same thing applies for Kano too. That's why this is what I'm saying. Why do
What
we
top
always?
secret has Kano has?
He doesn't have to have a top secret. He just okay. What is he doing with those militia? Do you know what agreement he's had with other people around the world to sabotage the Nigerian state? You don't know
To,
what he's doing
to Nigeria, there's no way you can prove that Kano is the one that's got those militias. There's no way.
because
How
he
can you
was right
prove it?
there. They claim that they are serving him themselves.
He can say no, just like that. There's no,
You
there's
can't
no,
just
you
say,
can,
see, you come on, let's not pretend here.
no, 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 to Nigeria, I'm talking when it comes to court, the law. He can say no. I don't know these people. I'm
Can
not
you believe that
sponsoring them.
Hitler will be saying he doesn't know anything about Nazis? Come on, that's not how it works.
Wait, he,
If you are a
wait,
leader
talk.
of a movement, you take ownership of it. As a matter of fact, he
No,
did
but
try that taxes you are talking about. He did try it, and it was quickly dismissed. As a matter of fact, the lawyers almost got themselves in trouble. I think there was a technical issue that they wanted to catch because he was trying to say that he wasn't their leader, and that if that got out, it would have affected his reputation. So I think there was something that happened last year, late last year, about it, and they had to retract it quickly because if they had said that, it could have affected him. So you can't eat your cake and have it. You can't be the leader of this group that is telling people to stay at home every Monday or something like that, at home and advocating for Biafra and all the rest of it. If you want to advocate for Biafra, so to be fair to him, they said he tried to do it peacefully and he wasn't treated very well. So maybe that's why he became the way he became. But it's not an excuse to wish anarchy on your country from overseas and having people do things to cause anarchy. People are dying because of some of
yeah,
the things he did.
that's actually illegal. Knowingly saying things that might incite violence. That's against the law.
yes, yeah, of course, that's true. But the thing is, my point was, he can
Mm.
easily say, "Well, I'm not part of these people. I don't know. I don't know." It's
Yeah,
easier for him to,
Easily.
yeah.
It's not that easy to just say that because
Well,
you
if you don't have him online or somewhere like trying to pay his a legend, trying to say, "Oh, these are my people. I'm training them." If there's nothing of him online saying things like that or some documentation, you can't really call him to that. Do you know what I mean?
there are
You
so
might
many.
say,
That's the
"Okay,
problem. That there are so many of him online saying these things. That's why
What,
okay,
what,
Nigerian government banned this in Facebook, this in Twitter, isn't it? Because Nigerian government got crossed that just because of what they said, Twitter banned the Nigerian or suspended the Nigerian government account. But Kanu has been saying all kinds of crazy stuff on Twitter all this while, and
but,
Twitter even took acknowledged it and took the videos down.
but Nigeria government to ban Twitter, that was good move for Nigeria government."
They were like, because it's not fair. You allow the guy to be bashing the country and saying all kinds. They call like Boko Haram, Boko Hari or something. All kinds of derogatory terms they used to describe the government, the president, and Fulani people. That's hate speech, really, by any standard. Twitter let all those things stand for years. Then when the Nigerian government just threatened the South a little bit once, and boom, they banned his account. And then the Nigerian government was like, you know what, that's not fair. And if the Nigerian government were wrong, the Twitter wouldn't have taken those videos down. They took the videos of Kano this thing down. because they knew that it was glaring that they didn't deal with it. And it always it also implies that Twitter allowed this stuff to carry on. They must have seen the videos. They allowed it to carry on for a long time until now the government reacted the way they did.
Kenzo, I just want to
Yeah.
ask you something. Just want to take you back. Before we had fetish to get for artifacts of war, he brought up this manifesto of this white supremacist guy that had this killed these people. And this guy, according to this white people's manifesto, they have this ideology that their race is dying out and they're being replaced by maybe blacks or immigrants, and it's giving them this urge to commit genocide. Do you think that is a factor? Do you think that really makes them make in, like builds that fear in them for them to carry out this kind of act, or just something else in their mind, or just hate, or what?
I think it's mostly lack of purpose. Again, I think it's like people join this because I remember there's this black guy who went and joined KKK, and what kind of seems so obvious is most of these young men who join this are purposeless. Like just think about it, like a young man, just like African men, they don't know who they are. They don't have strong culture. They don't have a place in society, so they don't have the ability to get a good job, get a good wife. I think it's lack of purpose. So then what happens is they blame the problems on black people, telling that the black people are the reason why you're not getting what you deserve. So it's more like that's like the majority of people that join white supremacy groups. Then the leaders, I think they're just power hungry psychopaths who are manipulating these other young men in there. I don't really think they actually hate black people intrinsically. I think it's more of black people are the scapegoat. Black people are the people who they can say,
Hmm.
"Oh, this is the reason why
So,
we can't
oh,
enjoy life."
that's a big word there. So what do you mean by saying you don't really think they hate? Because I don't think they hate black
Yeah, because
people.
to hate is irrational, and as in to really hate someone for no good reason. I don't think many people have that. It's more fear and jealousy. They're jealous that hey, these people
Mm.
have come out of this. Even remember when the black people came out of slavery, they started competing with them for the same jobs as sharecroppers and stuff. They didn't like it. They start putting Jim Crow laws. If a black person is like seen, and vagrancy laws. If you don't have a job, you get put back into, plantation. These people are jealous, and every time black people did well, they got really, really angry. So what they like is when black people are not doing well, so that they can at least say, "You see, these guys are bad anyways." Then when you're doing really good, they say, they destroy your cities. So
Mm.
they want to control you in a place where you're subservient to them. You're not doing so well, and you're not doing so bad. They just want to keep you there. Like that's what I've noticed with them. They don't want you to do well.
Exactly. I think there's some truth there because you know how some people, when they observe someone, like somebody used to know that has not done very good for themselves. Maybe they just do a menial job and stuff like that. Then
Yeah.
suddenly this person just rises up. Maybe won a lottery, whatever, became successful, and suddenly they are looking at you eyeball to eyeball, talking to you, and you feel a little bit
Yeah.
funny. So
Hmm.
maybe there's some element of that. They don't want to see black people. Not
No,
like they don't want to, but if it rubs them off the wrong way when they see
hundred
these
percent.
people that they used to, look down on,
Yeah.
rising and doing so well for
And you
themselves.
see, society tells them, hey, white man, you are the epitome of society. You are, the person that has everything in their hands. You can be anything. So then, when they hear that, they've been told by society that their whole lives. Then they see, some random person they consider niggers doing way way better than them. It really does cause that psychological, distortion in their minds. They're like, wait, they can't make sense. They can't even resolve that. It's like I've been told all my life that I'm supreme, and this person who all my life I've been told is beneath me is now over me, and that kind of juxtaposition creates that conflict in their mind. So they rather just they blame you and say, "No, you stole this from me. You're only succeeding because you've done something wrong to get here. I've done things right, and you are stealing my opportunity." So that's what really
Wow.
happens.
What kind of mind gymnastics does that? You see, okay, the one that troubles me the most of them all is that you have 9/11 done by, the people that did it, and
Yeah.
all kinds of crazy stuff they've suffered from the hands of other groups. It's like
Hmm.
the moment they like, oh, let's go after this group that did this to us. The next thing they'll just turn back, look at black people again, like, I like you more. I like to deal with you more. It's like they can't let us go. When there are other people to go after, they don't go after them, and they come after us again. It's like, why do they prioritize us over the ones that are actually coming at them? We're not attacking them, are we?
Nope. That's the story. It's which is why at the end of the day, whenever you're dealing with the world, we're not to the point where we've elevated ourselves from tribal conflict. So ultimately, we need to understand that the rest of the world is still looking at us as a tribe, and if we don't come together as one tribe, it's an age-old situation. Like I said earlier, if let's say Ethiopia and the Somali sultanates came together and fought against the Italians, guess what? Neither country would have been colonized. You get what I mean? Just those two countries coming together. Now imagine if Benin Kingdom, Ghana Kingdom, and the Biafra, as well as the let's say the North, right? If they all fought against, they came together as tribal chiefs. They had meetings. They decided to make like a real military outpost and fight the Europeans. Even if they had superior weapons, they would have lost, because what would have happened is they would have been able to use the, let's say, inferior weapons. They would have been able to get the superior European weapons. They would have been able to figure out, okay, ask questions. How does this work? Again, I know they already knew a little bit about it at this point, but the point is they would have been able to try to get reverse engineer it and then find
Mm.
this gunpowder or something. It's just organization. And the issue with us is we don't see each other as one people, yet they see themselves as one people, and that's the advantage they have over us, unfortunately.
I,
Um,
I feel like if we want to get out of this, we have to evolve deliberately. Because I've tried to understand the psychology. I put it down to weakness, because if you don't,
so,
if you're weak, this is what comes down to you. That's what I try to put it down to. But I've seen things that are weak, or people that are weak, or animals that are weak, that nobody
yeah,
bothers to go after. But these people keep coming at us all the time, because I
yeah,
feel like they know that we are weak, and at the same time they know we are strong. It's a bit of a paradox. It's like they know that if when we rise, we are going to shine in such a way. It's a very weird thing, really, to be able to imagine. Because how can you be low, and at the same time people are fearing that you are going to be higher than them? There are people that are well ahead of you, because it's like black people are like right now the bottom of the totem pole. The Indians, the Arabs, the Chinese, and all of them seem to be ahead of us. Why do they fear us so much that they prioritize us? Even when the other groups attack them physically, they just go after them briefly and they come back again. You would think by now the narrative would be, oh, they went after some Arab people, shoot their mosques up, and we pray that this never happens again. This will be the story that you should be hearing. But no, no, no. They will leave that out and still come after black people again. That we on our own are not even doing that well, and they still come after us anyway. It just, for me, the rationale behind it, if I was a human being acting rationally, I wouldn't act like that. I would go after the people that are going after us, not go after the people that have not even gotten off the race tracks yet. So it's a bit of a weird one. I really find that troubling, why that happens, and this is why I started this topic today. And I felt like, when is this going to end? Are we going to keep asking for justice? Justice nobody ever gives us. No laws are even passed in America for what happened to George Floyd. None of that has happened till date. It will happen, and this guy, what are the odds this guy will he will spend long time in jail? And even if he does, he's going to be a hero. He's 18 years. He's going to be maybe in the 40s when he's out of prison. And they talked to him. They kept him. They made sure they kept him alive. They made sure they kept him alive. Let him go on to become a hero of the white supremacists, people that keep targeting this thing, black people. But then again, you can argue that maybe that is the jolt our people need. Like the Chinese official that thanked the Japanese, a Japanese official, that it was a good thing that the Chinese were invaded. Otherwise, they would never have woken up to the dangers, or how weak they were. So, because these people, what they are doing is that they are reminding black people, You are black. That's what they are reminding us of. Who knows? You just never know. I like to think that whatever any bad thing happens to us, we need to convert it to a good thing. And I think if we get good at doing that, there's nothing they can do to stop us. Whatever event occurs, we used to climb further. What I didn't like was with the stuff that happened with George Floyd, nothing happened. Nothing was done. And clearly, the result is still showing because they are still killing us.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about with power. We don't have, we don't really have the power, you know. So are we just gonna, how are we gonna do to get back that power?
That's the point I'm making. That when this is happening, we always have to capitalize and climb further. If because the way I try to do things in my life is that if somebody takes something from me and they start, let's say you take $5 from me, I'll find a way to get $10 the next time. I will not go for five. So that's if we take that kind of mentality that anytime they hit, we get stronger. We make a move and take grounds. And in reality, that is what we should be doing, because this thing where we just sit back and ask for them to do stuff for us and they don't even bother. They don't even bother pass a law. Asians got, man. It's like I'm living in a weird world, and I don't even know what leaders that they have in the African American community that are letting these things happen. They really have a lot of questions to answer. I'm saying this about African American, knowing full well that Nigerian leaders have, my God, a huge amount of questions to answer. Same with Cameroonian this thing government. We are all being messed up so badly that we are not realizing that we really need to start moving ourselves out of this situation that we are in. I just feel like we really need to start capitalizing on any bad event. Anything that happens bad to us, we turn into something positive. We really have to master that skill. After all, Rwanda did something similar. Look at the tragedy that happened in the 90s. Look at Rwanda today. You wouldn't even think anything like that happened just 30 years ago. So that's the kind of lessons I feel like we really need to be learning. What do you think, Kifaru?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, what I'm saying, I think you know, sometimes we think everyone needs to come on board, but I really believe in Africa we need like almost maybe 15% or 20% of the whole of that continent to be in charge. You know,
Yeah,
those are the people that need to be in charge of that continent, and I don't. We should not care if these people are dictators. Do you know? Do you know what I mean? I would not.
yeah,
I would not care if they come and remain forever. You think if I have someone like Xi Jinping, was is that his name?
yeah. King Jong Un,
No, no, not King Jong. Oh no, the Chinese one, Xi
uh,
Jinping.
Xi
That was
Jinping.
just,
Yeah.
yeah. Do you think if you have someone like that in Africa, do you think I'll ever want him to leave power? The Chinese people know this man is the right person, so they've suspended the election in China. It's just him in the
Mm.
Communist Party. Because why would you want someone else that you've got someone that you need? I think we should get to that point that where if we've got the right, we should get the right one, and we nurture him. And he's not worried about opposition, because I've noticed this opposition bullshit in Africa makes people become dictators, because you just have enemies. People are not ready to see your vision. They're just ready to attack you for just because you do something that they don't like, even if it's bullshit. I think we just need to get that maybe 15 or 18% of those people and keep them there forever so that they can transform this continent.
Keep them
That's
forever.
yes,
That's
yes.
okay. Maybe you have a point there. Maybe you have a point because I don't know. Because the way I look at it is that because Africa is so diverse, if you have 20%, then that 20% better be as diverse as the population too, that are running the countries. So if you can pull that off, fine. I don't have any problem with that. Um, I just see if you look at the way the way the events are shaping up, I don't know what I I don't see a clear cut line. It's almost like it's happening in a shroud. Because if I look at Nigeria today, there's a lot of good things that are happening. I feel like Nigeria is on a threshold that in the next 2 or 3 years, people will be surprised how different it is from now. The
True,
reason why,
Niger. I think you are
yeah,
so good. That note will not change.
hold on, let me give you the point I'm making here. The Dangote refinery is coming online. There are smaller refineries that Nigerian government is bringing online. Then there is also the Nigerian NNPC, which is the Nigerian Petroleum Company too, that is also looking to come online sometime next year. So these two alone, see, when Nigeria in the 70s had all these things functional, Nigeria was booming. Now it's not only the NNPC that is coming back on, the Dangote one is coming back on too. That, and if you check the list of projects that are being carried out in Nigeria, it's just the numbers are just crazy. From train lines, it's almost as if this. Just hear me out. It's almost as if the West themselves have considered the fact that Africa may need to industrialize. That's either Nigerians are forcing it on them somehow because maybe they already know these events are going to happen in the east because after all they are the ones looking for trouble. They already know, so they are already prepared because Nigeria has a kind of what do they call it? Rice. This thing, like they are building massively. We're talking about building too many factories, industries, different things are being built as we speak on the ground in Nigeria. So it's almost as if they know these countries need to go industrial. The only one that hasn't gone on that I think is highly strategic is still this plant. That's the one that hasn't come on yet. But there's a lot of moves that are going on, and I feel like in the next 2 years, people are going to be noticing it a lot more that whoa, what's going on here? This thing is these people are getting their acts together and stuff like that. Nigeria has problems. You look at America now. America, almost 30, 40,000 people die each year from gun violence. You know, Nigeria has its own too. Nigeria is almost like the US from that point of view. While Ghana is more like the UK where you have low this in kind of that kind of level of crime. The point I'm making is that in the case of Nigeria, it may not be as bad as we think when we look at it from 2 years' time. In the case of the US, I don't see any strategy. I don't understand why they hate us. And
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
go ahead.
yeah. This is a thing. I like to just say things from the bottom. From the root. The face. How the African American came to America. That identity of them. I know some of them are trying to reject it, but just that in itself has reduced they've made people not to respect them. You understand? That
Mm,
if you have a group of people that the white people in your head that these people came to America as slaves, just that in itself is a really big hindrance for the respect of the African American. I think most of these white supremacists, what they're saying, where we help you, you know, we took you from Africa, now you're better. I've even seen like Africans from African America saying, thank God, I thank God for slavery. I've seen
what?
some, yeah,
Yeah, I've had some say that actually. Yeah.
yeah, online. Say, yeah, thank God for slavery. If not, I'll be worshiping a train somewhere in Africa. Some of them do say that. And so, if you give these people all this kind of rhetoric, mindset to make them feel you're better now just because you're out of Africa, it gives them this courage, to treat you the way you've been treated because they know we'll do you a favor for being around us. And
Mm,
that mindset is really, really bad. So I don't know how they're going to fight it. That's why I say maybe integration, just mix up all your population. You just stop all the black people from getting married to black people and get them married white and mix yourself up.
mm,
Problem, So, but I think that's what's going to happen. They don't say no. They say it's a minor population, but I see what I see, from online YouTube space, Twitter spaces, this private chat room, what they're saying, it's like it's going towards that way. And
So, but this your president that you guys. Let me. I just want to change this in the this in, because you did talk about your country earlier on. And I never really you talked about how the Muslims are treated there and
Mhm.
stuff like that. So your president, as he is right now, is the one that has been there for a very long time.
Yeah, since I was born, that's the president that was in Cameroon.
I can't even imagine how that works.
Okay. See, he's a dictator. Central Africa is full of dictators. That's a breeding ground for dictators in Africa. You've got Paul Biya, Cameroon. You've got
mm,
Obiangema, Equatorial Guinea. You've got Sassou Nguesso, Congo,
mm,
Kinshasa. You've got Omar Bongo, Gabon.
mm,
The other ones that are not dictator is war over themselves. The Chad one, it's just war because they can. Yeah, the other one, Central Africa, is war. But the other
mm,
stable countries, they all have dictators. So we can say they're not doing good. But because of that, they're somehow
mm.
stable. So
Wow.
there's a centralized government in Cameroon. Like it's so centralized. The ruling party is the one controlling the country. So everyone is trying to be part of that ruling party. So, so
Wow. So
yes,
if everybody join the ruling party, okay, let's say they do that, but the president himself, is he doing well enough to be able to merit? Okay, he's a dictator, but you don't get a feeling that he's like going about and killing people all over the place. He seems
well,
to,
yeah,
you know,
the thing is that like the people that are in prison, people that oppose him, but he's like a really smart guy. He does not just go catch some random people. All the times, people can be some stupid opposition leader. They'll put them in prison. Then it's all presidential pardon, presidential pardon, presidential pardon. No, people that don't really have power. That he makes sure that you just been some kind of a little rough guy, not you don't have a backing from some kind of external force, you know,
mm,
you're not being backed out by external people, then you stay
yeah,
in prison for rest. But if you're just like a pressure guy, try to rally people, they might put you in prison, then they'll take they'll let you go,
uh,
But he does not go. But Cameroon is so centralized. The power is
wow,
so centralized that when I see like when I was watching this thing over in Nigeria, there's a code that they call them black acts. Okay,
mm.
you know about black acts.
No, no, black axe. Yes, I know about black
Yes, yeah.
axe.
These people have power, like they steal election, they keep people on the street, and police are scared of them. There's no gang in Cameroon, nothing that is above the police or the military. You may be doing your own thing among yourself, but you can't do that with the police or the paramilitary. They will gas
Mm.
you up. You know, it's like it's so centralized that for that
Mm.
reason it is safe.
So the tribes, when he's running the country, then how does he keep the tribes on side? Is he
Okay, okay, okay.
is he from a majority tribe himself?
No, no,
That's
no,
interesting.
no. He's Bulu. Bulu. The majority tribe in Cameroon is Bamileke. That have never been into power. Where no one has ever been because we just have two presidents. The first president was Amadu Ahijo. He's Awusa.
Mm.
He was
Wow.
Awusa. Yeah, that was the first president when Cameroon had its independence. The first president was Amadu Ahijo. He ruled for 26 years and he
Wow.
handed over the powers to Paul Biya.
How do they pull? You see, what I find is that when a minority leader gets into office in some of these African countries, you don't generally get a civil war more easily because people don't feel like he is being too tribal, or do they accuse him of being tribal? This your president.
Of course, they accuse him of being tribal. Most some government post government officials. Most of them they come from his region. They come
Mm,
from his region. Yeah, but this is the thing. At the end of each year, they're like there's the Cameroon budget. You can see how it's been divided from one region to another. You
mm.
understand? So people always there's always like the opposition, but he does not give the opposition the power to do anything. You
I see.
understand? So sometimes I think, well, maybe he's correct because if Cameroon, yeah, you can, it's multipartism's country, okay? You can make 2 million political party, but no one ever. He gets most of the time 80% of the vote, and that guy never campaigns, never. I've never seen Paul Biya campaign one time in my
Wow.
life, but he
And he's getting
wins.
the votes. Wow.
Yeah, he wins. But because of that centralized government, people are scared of the state. The state has full power. But
Wow.
what he does, in Cameroon, everything is being appointed. That's the centralized government. They appoint governors. We don't vote
They don't.
governors.
You don't vote governor. Oh my
No, no,
God.
no, 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 no. So what happens if you are from this region? The governor of your region comes from another region. That's how
Mm.
Cameroon works. So,
Ah,
yeah, so the governor from your region is not from your region, it's from another region. Your own governor from your region is going to another region.
that is a
So
bit clever though. You have to give him.
that is a bit clever. Then he has the people, the security that control him. So if he
Mm,
is the government representation in your region, so he is the governor of my region, is from a different town. My own person from my town is a governor in the French side. But
yeah.
he is the first president. Like he's the representative of the president from the, he has the due respect. You can't, he's like the power is so centralized around him. So that's
Wow.
because of that, it's so balanced. Like the last governor I had was from the north, he was an Hausa person.
I think some of the things he has done may actually end up being positive for your country. Like that mixing of
Oh
rulers from
yeah,
different regions.
that I think sometimes we kind of criticize him, but I think he's really smart. Okay, before the university I went was University of Boya. It was predominantly English speaking university. But now
Mm,
he has brought a French faculty of that university. Then he has taken the part of that English faculty and sent it to the French side. So now you come to my town, you have people speaking French and English in the same side. That's how Cameroon works. He's trying to like make everything to like make the country like become one, trying to mix people
yeah,
without it
homogeneous.
destroying
Yeah.
homogeneous. Like now
Mm,
there's we have only one agrarian faculty in the whole country, and he decided to send it to the north.
wow.
So
You
everyone
see,
that's going to do agriculture in Cameroon, you're going to the north.
why
Uh,
didn't we? You see, we hear that he's a dictator, but we don't always hear about some of
yeah,
all these
I think he's
strategies.
he's clever. So now you got people to Adamawa. Everyone is going to Adamawa. Now the Adamawa is coming and mix a mixed
Mm,
society. It's not only Muslim. You have everyone there, students studying agriculture, and the ones in the north that want to study medicine and engineering, they need to come to the south or to the west. So they're
mm,
just mixing the student everywhere. So you meet all Cameroonians, you meet them everywhere. So there's not really one region that is. You might be predominantly from that region, but guess your governor is not even from that region, but he is in charge.
You
So
have
your
Adamawa in your country
Of
too.
course, yes. You have
Ah.
Adamawa, yeah. The same. Those are the same people going up to Nigeria. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
we have
Fulani,
Adamawa in Nigeria too.
yes, the same. Yes, it's just the same line. The Damawa in Nigeria is the same as Damawa in Cameroon, because the
Ah,
Fulanis in Cameroon came from Nigeria during the war and they settled in Cameroon.
I
So
see.
they've just been there for, yeah. So because of that, there's a little bit of there's not that ethnic thing, because well, you have your chiefs, but your chiefs are just for you. The state is above them. The governor can
Mm,
send your chief to jail, and there's nothing you can do if it does not like respect the law of the country. There's no
mm.
one that's above the law of the country. So the only chief that have got power are the political ones, are the ones that are working with the political party, with the present party. But if you're
Wow.
just being a chief, and no, you can't be a chief against,
Hmm.
because the governor is the biggest person in your state. You might have your chief, whatever, but that governor is the representative of the president. He has the full
I can
right.
hear it in your voice that you are, to an extent, you like some things that your
Yes,
leader,
yes, 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 yes.
your friend has done.
That's why sometimes people don't really like this Ambazona thing, because for a long time Cameroon has been like quite peaceful. Even up to now, it's like peaceful. When I see some other things happening in court, like even like petit theft, burglary, you don't hear burglary, like
Mm,
kidnapping. That is like strange to Cameroon ears. How will you kidnap? The police will. They will. they would like, you can't do that. How can you just, it's impossible. So when I see this, like when I watch Nigeria, I see this like really organized code, and they're proud of it, talking online. They'll come to your house, the police, and take all of you out. There's nothing you can do
Ah,
about it.
is that how they
Yeah,
do it in your country?
it's really centralized government. It's like we have
Hmm.
police that have taxi people, that are kada people. There's so many things like in
Yeah.
Cameroon.
It's very funny that you said that because when I check their military posture, they seem quite low, and I guess they must be favored somehow. Do they like have a lot of like exports or something that is making you used to make a lot of money
So
in
that that
Cameroon?
that that, that military, you see, is not included the paramilitary. We have what they call gendarmerie.
Mm.
It's not included in there. I think they have almost like 12,000 paramilitary again from that number
Mm.
you see. Yeah,
Mm.
they call them gendarmerie. But Cameroon, like, what was your question?
Yeah. In terms of exports, do you guys have?
Okay,
Oh my God!
yes.
Hold on! Hold on! Hold on! Hold on!
Yeah,
Hold
we
on!
have. Yeah.
Hold on there! Hold on! Hold on! Military members, Cameroon has 200. Okay, am I seeing this right?
What?
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. That can't be right. Let me see. Just hold on. There was. I'm looking at the number of the military size of Cameroon, but it's unusually large for an
It's
African
it's
country.
it's like 39,000 altogether.
If it was a 9,000, then I wouldn't be too surprised. But I think I was getting it slightly okay, and then okay, that's very small. But I was getting a little bit shocked because I was seeing the 290 something military members in the army.
No, no,
Cameroon.
no, 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 no. Cameroon, we have 24, I think like 14 or what. Personnel. Then the paramilitary is like 12, the gendarmerie, but they don't usually put them inside.
Because
Yeah.
that is baby army. Because if you think about it, the
Hmm.
population is about how many million? I
25, 26,
26 million for that. If the population will eat the army alive, if they really wanted
But
to go
but but,
after
thi-
them.
but this, I know you are so eager about the military personnel. That's the thing. But to me, the population.
Ah, don't get me started. You want to say like, oh, it's not having to do with military personnel. Just let it go. Let's
Yeah,
just worry about
you are
education.
talking about export. We have oil. You know that Cameroon, we do
Mm,
have a refinery, but as it's small. They're still struggling to increase the barrels per day. It's not much, but I think they have almost, I think, 70 million a year. I don't know. It's not as compared to
mm.
Nigeria. Yeah, Sonara.
That's a bit surprising, given that you're just next door to Nigeria.
We have the other one at Bakassi that are trying to work it now. The Bakassi, so
Mm,
there's a project going on there too. But apart from that, Cameroon has got everything, bro. Like we have everything that every other country got. We have cotton, cocoa, we have aluminium, bauxite. We export to Japan. We have a
uh,
aluminium factory. Yeah, we have. I think it's only five in Africa. Cameroon is one of them.
for aluminium, yeah, Nigeria does have. You can't count how
Mm,
many mineral resources Nigeria is not
yeah.
this in exploiting because
Then we
for
have
us to go to
mostly
oil.
agriculture. Yeah, some goes, but we just have like a little of everything in Cameroon. But the main
Mm.
things is from the main export is oil and agriculture. Palm oil is a big one as well. Palm
Uh,
oil.
do you guys because I think the people in the south of Nigeria they eat this unripe plantain.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's the same. They know the bio people and the people like we call them from the Banyangi. They have the same name, Obi. They have the same kind of Obi and the
mm,
Camerooners that are called Obi, Osang.
they are the ones that eat those our plantains.
Yeah, they boil it, boiled
Yeah,
green
they boil it.
plantain.
Yeah, they listen.
Not that on green banana, not plantain.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yeah. We eat it. It's soft. I like it.
Yeah, it's quite good when they prepare it in the rivers area. They prepare when they boil it, they prepare with fish,
Yeah,
oil.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's very nice.
They have almost the same food. But I'm a little bit further inside towards
Mm.
the Douala. No.
Douala, okay.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Douala
there.
is is it the capital or which one? What's the
It's
capital?
the economic capital.
Ah, Douala.
But it's
Yeah,
the
that's a
most
nice name actually.
it's developed It's very more developed than the capital anyway. Douala is
Mm.
just like Lagos, rowdy,
Oh,
like
yeah.
rowdy, Okada everywhere. It's
It's
just
crazy,
like
We are next door to Cameroon. We barely know anything about Cameroon as Nigerians.
no, it's the language. If you see Ghana and Nigeria, you have like two countries in between, but it's almost Ghana and Nigeria. It's just because of the language. You understand? Because I think because
Language barrier
Cameroon is
is insidious. Language barrier is
yes,
like
it's a
is worse
problem.
than borders, man.
Yes,
That
language
thing is
barrier.
terrible.
That's true.
Mm.
Language barrier is yeah. Is what the history of Cameroon. We were supposed to join Nigeria, and they voted
Mm.
because of that. Those two clans they still have beef.
Uh,
Because yeah, when these things happen, these other ones are blaming. So we told you when this Amazonian thing happened, why did you not vote to join Nigeria? Why did you not? If your forefathers had voted to join Nigeria, would have not been into this mess. There's still something like that going on because the North voted to join Nigeria. There's a big chunk of Cameroon that was cut off and be part of
mm.
Nigeria
Wow.
during the 1971 plebiscite.
Yeah.
There's a big chunk of Cameroon that is now part of Nigeria. And these people, when you go to the north, they're the same.
Mm.
You don't know who's Nigeria, you don't know who's, they speak the same language, are the same people. So you don't even understand, except these ones now when they come, if they learn, they don't need to learn French because they just speak their local language. But if they speak French and they come, when you in the north, like not really north, like middle north, they have a lot of Chadians, people from
Yeah.
say Nigeria. It's like really, really mixed, but it's stable. Everyone is doing their thing. There's no like fighting and nothing. Just at the back of Cameroon, Central African Republic, it's war all the time, and the top of
Mm.
Chad is war all the time. But that Cameroon is never. You
So,
understand
so
how the same
yeah,
thing?
yeah. Because that, you see, I wanted to ask you a question about Cameroon again, regarding there was a time they said the Cameroon they had to vote to whether to join Nigeria or not,
Hmm.
and they chose to remain in this thing.
French
Do you know
Cameroon.
the particular reason why that part of
Okay,
Cameroon didn't want to join
okay.
Nigeria?
Let me explain. Before Cameroon was colonized by Germans.
Okay,
Cameroon was a German colony before the First World War. Cameroon was the way the Portuguese came, but they did nothing. But the Germans came, they took over the Portuguese, so it was German colony. So
okay.
when the Germans were defeated during the war, Cameroon became a trustee friendship between French and England. French did not come and take over Cameroon. They did not colonize Cameroon. Even the English, it was the Germans. So when they were partitioning it, so the English people, they were already in Nigeria. They say, okay, we will just take this little part of Cameroon, we'll give the rest to France. Okay, so there were two Cameroons. There was the English Cameroon, they call it the British Southern Cameroon, and there was the French Cameroon that was called La République du Cameroun.
Mm.
So what happened when Nigeria had its independence and French Cameroon had its independence? So this part of that I am part of this British Southern Cameroon, the
Mm.
British say, well, you people are so small, you can't have an independent as a country. You need to decide. Do you want to join Nigeria
Mm.
as Nigeria to be part of Nigeria, or you want to join French Cameroon? But these people say it was bad because they could have given them the third option to say, or do you want to remain as an independent country? But that third option was not there. So that's why most people are fighting for this ambassador that going to the United Nations with all these paperwork. So you made
Mm.
all this mess. So what happened? The French side, it was I think 1971 plebiscite. The North people, they didn't even, as it was due to the Muslim, there were more Muslims, so it was easy for them because it's close to mostly the Muslim side of Nigeria. So they voted
Mm.
and it chopped and became Nigeria. So this
Wow.
small side that I am
Mm.
now, the English Southern Cameroon, they were ruled together.
Mm.
They were in the Nigerian, what's it called? With Namzi Azikiwe, NCNC. They were part of the NCNC.
But why did they not? Because they had the option to join Nigeria, but why did they
No,
refuse?
No, they made a plebiscite. They had to vote. So there were two political parties. There was the NCNC and there were the other one. So when they voted, the one that said want to join Cameroon won.
Mm. I see.
That's why. That's what happened. So the ones that say, okay, we prefer to join Cameroon, they call him John Gufoncha
But
one.
but but there must have been a reason why they chose Cameroon over
Yes,
Nigeria.
yes, that's why, because I had my mom said that because the Nigerians that were in that
Hmm.
Cameroon, they were like really really that they were so rude in the market, like they didn't, yes,
Oh
they did.
God.
Yeah, no, that's what she said. She said, like, if you come to a Nigerian man's store and you didn't buy something, it's a, you come a problem. That if you see something, you touch it and you did not buy it, he will start yelling at you. You need to buy. They didn't treat the people well. So the people, that's what she saw. So because of that, most people said, you know what, we can't be with these
Mm.
Nigerians. They're so rude. So it's
Wow.
better. we I know people now are going to come from Nigerians. It's better we join the French Cameroon. So, but this is the thing. So when they joined Cameroon, French Cameroon, they joined French Cameroon as a unitary state. So it was two country in one. That was the agreement. Cameroon had two stars, just the same flag. So we had a unitary state, and we had
Mm.
our own prime minister, and French Cameroon had their own prime minister. So when they discovered oil in these
Yeah.
English sides, the French people say,
Okay.
well, we can't take control of that oil because that oil is not in your own country. So if you can make these people become one as a one country, then that country now becomes Cameroon. We can exploit the oil. So these people were blindly deceived. That's what they said, to
Mm.
become part of Cameroon, to cancel their autonomy and be
Yes.
part of one Cameroon. And
That's
so
it.
when they did that,
So hold on, but if they got deceived, that because I heard that they were supposed to be given, I think, some kind of autonomy inside the country or given some power, but because
okay, this is the
they
thing, yeah.
spawned England, because according to what they said, that because they turned their back on the offer that England gave them to join Nigeria, England just handed them over to the French, and that
No,
was
no,
it.
no. It was a plebiscite. It was a vote. They had to vote. It was not like
Mm.
they made the decision. It was a vote. The
It's a
vote
vote,
and
but when you turn against one, because the vote is basically French or the
oh,
English.
it
Uh,
was not French or English. It was Nigeria or Cameroon.
yeah, but from the
By
point
then,
of the English, but the point of the British, they don't care about that. They care. They think they care about Nigeria or Cameroon. They care about, are you joining our team or you are joining the other team. And when they chose to join the French team, then they were like, okay,
but
so be
look,
it. Now you go
look
and
at
join
it
them.
this way. Look at it this way. When Nigeria had independence, the British were in control of Southern Cameroon. They could have just made that country part of Cameroon, of Nigeria, but they did not.
Yeah,
They
they
did
could
not
have.
make it. Yes, they could have just said, okay, now because they were in control of that territory.
Mm,
So the governor of that territory was the same governor in Nigeria. I forgot their names. So they were that
you have a
the
point
southern.
there. I don't know
Yeah,
why they had to vote then,
they
if
had
you, if
to.
you already
Yes,
control it.
so yes, they had to vote. So it made it more complex for these people. But what these people, these Saudi Amazona people, are saying now, they're saying, well, if you, why didn't you give us the third option to be ourselves? You asked us
Yeah,
to join Nigeria or Cameroon. Where was the third option? You could have given us the opportunity to be an independent country. So
yeah,
that's
that
why they
option
are
wasn't
thinking
on the table now. But
it
I
was not
guess
on the
decision
table.
consequences now. Decisions have been made, and they are now part
Yeah, but
of.
it's not a big deal. So everything was going well. When corruption comes in a country, people start
Mm,
when they were like when my mom told me when they had this union, everyone was happy. There was money, everything was going on. Then gradually, the French people are corrupt, start corruption. And they had a lot of, what was it, some terms and conditions that it was stated that they had to follow. But gradually, they start to cancel all those terms and conditions. And before these people
mm,
know, they were like, we colonized again by French Cameroon, you know.
mm.
Yeah, so because they told me, yes, because one of the conditions was that the English Southern Cameroon had to maintain its own police. We would not have to have police from the French side. We had our own police and our own court system, but they start sending like the big commissioners from the French side to come and just gradually, then it just became a Cameroon. So
Mm.
what the people are saying now, the Ambazonian people, they say before we join you, you were like Republic de Cameroon. Now we've joined you, and you are still Republic de Cameroon. So where is the part of the Cameroon that joined you? It does not exist anymore. So
Mm,
that's their logic. So that's why these people that are doing this independent secessionists, that's their point. That we came with you, we came to be part of you with certain terms and conditions, but you're not respecting these terms and conditions again. So we don't want the union anymore. You go your way, I go my way. But after how many years? So it's
mm,
really it's difficult because it's not just the English part of Cameroon is not one ethnic group. It's spread all over the Cameroon. Some of those ethnic groups that stay in the French side or the north side. So you can't really separate them. So that's why it's going to make it difficult. If it was like some complete ethnic difference, they could have had some basis.
mm.
But now it's just language. But it doesn't matter because the part.
But how do we break this barrier problem? Because I think okay, let's say I don't think that at least anyway from my outlook on the way Africa is right now, that these Anglo part of the Cameroon should look to break up. They should pressure the states to make concessions towards them. I think people generally will support. If people feel that a group is being marginalized in the country, they will support the group to get what they want. And I feel, and also the issue of language. I think it's something that Africans need to confront because it's insidious and it's not beneficial to the continent where we have these language barriers, between countries. I think that we need to shift our focus towards one language in that region. So if somebody asked you, okay, what language would you choose? I talked
Swahili,
about how we need to start making things, bringing things.
Swahili,
To
Niger.
come on, Swahili is all the way in the
No, no,
east.
no, no,
Cameroon,
no.
Cameroon,
Swahili,
Bantu
Swahili is
country.
Bantu language to
Yeah,
Nigeria.
exactly.
It's
Yeah,
a
but it's
Bantu
got it's
language.
got more than 15% of Arab
Come on.
language in there.
No, we can throw the Arab word
I
and
thought
put them in new words. We can put the Arab word and put them in new words.
yeah, good luck
Swahili,
with
Exactly.
that.
see,
You're not going to
to,
be able to get it on that one.
Kezo, do you know? To Nigeria, you cannot play music. I could have sent you. Can you do make like a reaction thing on YouTube because I see
If he
people
plays
doing
music,
reaction.
it's
Uh,
fine. The issue is the video will never be monetized. And also to Niger, just be careful. One reason why my channel wasn't monetized is simple. It's because uh, it's okay. It's because of the topics we do, but also because I used to play music. So don't play the music. If I want to get it
Yeah.
monetized, I have to delete all my videos. I'm not gonna do that.
particular that particular.
Iyasu is here. Iyasu, you will need to, show your camera because I'm not taking any chances. Somebody came here with that name earlier on and
Yeah.
bombed us with porn. So we don't
Yes,
have any.
yes.
I'm not going
Yeah.
to fall for the
You need
another
to show
second
your
time.
face, turn right and left, your hands, not just
Iyasu, you need to show yourself.
tell him you're the only one seeing him. You should not be bothered.
Yeah, I'm the only one that can see you. No one else can see you. If you can do that, then you can come in because somebody used your profile and did us in earlier on. And we had to close this stream.
But I think African Union is trying
It
to
might be, it
adapt
might
some.
be, it might be that guy again. The guy that photo
Oh,
bombed us
that
because he's not
if
turning
it's
the
him,
camera on.
I think I know it's him. I think it's a Kenyan guy.
That is photo bombing us.
Yeah, he's what's his name
This your
again?
Kenyan people are dusty Kenyans. You know.
He's the American one. He's actually a Nilot. He's a dusty Nilot that hates Bantus and Kushites. Dusty ass Nilot, man. These
Yeah.
Nilots can't be trusted.
he's calling me you. He's busy saying I am a bomber. That is him. I can't tell. It's your profile. It's your name. It's the same thing. He's calling me Dusty. That doesn't mean anything to me. I have to be able to know
Yeah,
because this is a
it's in the
problem.
Probably
private chat.
I've had to
Just
close.
just just
This
knock
video
him
now is
out.
two hours. May have to close it if somebody bombs me again. Cannot take chances. They say I have to check this
Yeah.
thing.
Tonight,
Yeah,
it's
he's the
probably this
one.
guy called Balaste.
Is
He
it
hates.
him?
It's probably this guy. Let me send you. He's a big troll on YouTube. This guy.
Ah,
Oh no, it's Led Bomb. It's me. Yeah, it's Led USU. Never mind. It's him. It's him.
is him? You sure it's him?
Yeah. I'm 100%. It's
It's
him.
on you.
It's not that guy. I can
All
find
right. He has to say something quickly before I choke you
It's
out.
me, bro. It's me. It's me.
All right.
Oh yeah, you want to? I'm
I'm not
doing a
taking
show.
You
chances,
know,
man.
we were
I'm
counting
doing
how
To
one
many
with
Naija,
times.
Cell Review.
to Naija, did
Uh,
he show himself?
No,
I'm
he
doing
didn't
the
show
show in
himself.
like
He was busy
30
calling
minutes.
me
Why why
bum and
why
all
is
the
he why
rest.
why is he mixing your why is he
Lich,
mixing your channel?
Lich, the show I'm doing
Yeah,
in 30
What
minutes.
can I do now? Because
wait, what?
Case will vouch for him.
Yeah.
No, it's
I know.
me. Yo,
Yeah.
Keizo, to Niger, please ask Point Tide how to do this. She can do this thing where you put someone in the back, and you can just hear their voice to find out whether it's them or not.
Yeah, I will ask her. I will definitely ask her because I don't
Yeah,
have
ask
that
her how to
Oh,
do it.
superpower yet.
she
Dude,
knows
I'm
how to
literally
do
in
that.
the dark right
Gas them
now.
up. You will have to say something the first 2 seconds you show up. That's you really. When I let you in, you better let yourself. Let us everybody know who you are. All right.
Uh, Doing the show in
All right.
40
Say
minutes. Yeah.
something quickly.
Dude, are you okay, Keizo?
Gas them up. Say something.
No, I'm not. I'm not. Police came to me. They arrested me again. Put more false
Ga-
charges on me. I'm
Gas
done.
them up. I'm gonna bring you
Oh, I thought you were
online.
sick.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold
I'm
on.
sick also.
Let me guess. Gas them up online. I need to get him
To
online.
Naija, they're gonna bomb you again.
Can
You
you say
you
something,
you
Nobody's
guys?
promise.
bombing him.
Okay.
Guys, stop acting paranoid. Wait, Kaizo,
Yeah.
Kaizo, I
Yeah.
gotta ask you something. Listen, your last stream, your friend Nakmizi, he took, because he was recording your stream, he took like 10
All right.
minutes of our debate, posted it, and he's now claiming he cooked me, which, um, when he came
Hmm.
to my platform, he was very nice and humble, being a
Oh
sweet,
no,
good
this
gentleman.
is what it does. By
So
the way,
if you get a
this is what
chance, please, can
ask
you
him. Let it
edit?
warn me. This is what it does.
That's fine, but
Yeah,
can
yeah.
you edit your
I'll let it.
stream
I'll
when
let
you
it
get a chance
warn.
and post it? Because this guy is, it's so
Yeah,
sad.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
and, and I'm going to say this publicly, and I hate to say this, his behavior like that, and I hope he hears it, Nakmizi, and you think it's entertainment. All due respect, this is the kind of behavior that when Africans come to America and they experience that type of behavior from African Americans, this is why they tell their children, stay away from the so called quote unquote akata, because it's this kind of behavior. You understand? Nobody's sitting down there debating. I don't debate anybody. I just share ideas. You have this thing where you are in constant
Wait.
competition.
Did he put a video of like Fang
He,
half naked as well?
I don't know about that, but he posted, he took your content from your stream, and posted it. But at the end of the day, it's like, look, it's bad enough I have to contend with crazy Nigerians, but then you come around with this fake, my brother. Oh yeah, I like
Yeah, to to
Africans.
to, to Naija,
It's
I
ridiculous.
just want this your channel
Yeah,
to
but
be free of things
African.
like that.
Okay, people
I
warned
think
me
don't
before.
Yeah.
if
About him,
not
so be careful.
all your channel. If we just make all the YouTube channel where
Yeah,
people go and argue, at least you should keep your channel like clean. If we
and
want
also
to go argue, we can go
I'm
to
doing a show
channel
in 40
Kenzo's
minutes
channel.
on Thursday. So maybe
Yes.
you'll
Yo,
see me there.
Keizo, I can't promise that I'll stay awake. I might
Ah,
fall
okay.
asleep.
So do you want me to put it later?
Yeah, bro. Honestly, a bit later.
Mm,
Because I might fall asleep within a few hours now.
Yeah, Kaiser, you got to
yeah.
also think about time zones, man. Everybody's not in the same time zone.
I know, dog.
Right. Okay, let me
This
Yeah.
bum
see.
is in the same time zone as me. No
But yeah, Team
disrespect.
Niger. So you did a good show today. It's just unfortunately, but this is what I'm trying to tell you tonight. I'm sure this stuff was done. They targeted you purposely. There's a group. I have my suspects. I
The
can't say.
guys, no, Kenzo just spoke. The guys, a Kenyan Dustin Nilo. That's what he said. He knows he was
Yeah,
doing it. It's a
and so
Kenyan.
yeah, they're doing this stuff, and again, this is the behavior. So uh,
Mm.
yeah, it's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
United, I'm coming for
You
you.
know,
Just be
Why
careful
would they
because
come after me? I'm
because
not. Am I that rude? I'm not that
no, it's
rude.
not that you're
no,
rude. Look,
it's not
listen.
bad.
The truth of the matter is, when we
Dude,
were
you're a
on,
funny target.
when we were on
Trolls just troll.
Dynasty show, right? When I
Yeah.
talked about look, a lot of it is sexual tension. Once someone said something like, "Oh, long stroke and Tolu is touching the South African women," right away the guy said, "Why would our women want dirty immigrants and stuff like that?" Lozi or whatever his name is. You understand? Like my whole thing is, unfortunately, this is why I say,
Dude, gas them up. They're not here. Please don't
Please
gas them up.
let's just talk about
listen,
all those guys. Let's forget
listen,
about
look, whether they're there or not, I don't care because I'll say it to his face. He
I
knows
don't
that.
I
My
don't want
point
to
is
even
this.
talking about people and
No,
stuff.
I'm not talking about him. I'm
Yeah.
just showing you. I'm just showing you. Listen, I say that to their face when they're on the platform with me. We had a good. You can go and play back Dynasty's video. I'm saying the same thing I said. I'm not saying like, oh, that dirty guy. His mother's and uncle. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just showing to Niger that um, there's a certain irrational like hatred when it comes to Nigerians on the continent. And I've noticed that from a lot of Africans.
That's
And
true.
and the truth of the matter for me, this is what I've said. It's so sad and it's shameful because African culture is a culture that accommodates people, where we are able to acculturate people. What does that mean? That means if I'm a Nigerian and I move to South Africa, if you people did not abandon your traditional South African culture, then you would be able to accommodate. I should be able to move into your land, learn to speak Osa, learn to speak whatever languages, and become one of you within one generation. I should be able to marry a South African woman, and a South African should be able to come to Nigeria, learn to speak Yoruba, Hausa, whichever language, and within one generation become. We should be fluid like that. But no, everybody wants to be this silly notion, and then you complain about IMF. How can we fight IMF, World Bank, when we can't even accommodate each other? We're
Yeah, so
all
here's a question.
looking,
Here's a point. There's a big point here, though, of everything you're saying, guys. Usually people don't agree with you, but if I could say something about a lot of the South Africans, I do like South African Red Pill, but so I'm going to put him separate to this. But a lot of these South Africans, they're sort of the, the first economic or the second generation economic people who do well economically. What I've noticed is they tend to be very, they're not very intuitive. They don't know how to think beyond the box that they've been given, and they want to operate within that box and actually eat the crumbs. I've noticed this. Like it's how to explain it. They're just very. They're like a copycat of the white man. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what I've
there's
that's
a
noticed.
what I
big.
told them on Dynasty's show today. I said that, if you guys with the African
Guys,
Americans.
guys, let's not generalize. Not all of them are like that.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's great.
In fact,
Listen,
Josie
listen,
and
listen. Hold on,
Josie
brother, brother,
are
brother, brother.
no
Listen.
brother, but I'm
No,
from here.
wait.
You can't
No,
just
no, no, no,
generalize.
no. Listen. When the Horners are generalizing about West Africans, no disrespect to you, you don't stop them. So let me just continue. I'm not insulting anyone. Now, I said this on Dynasty Show. The South Africans who are defending that, the ones who come online and say what they say, a lot of times what they're doing, they don't want to admit, just like the African Americans. Like, for example, I said this example, you can play Dynasty Show. I'm not saying anything I didn't say. On Dynasty Show, what did I say? I said that African Americans love to brag. Oh, we are the most copied black people. Everybody wants to be us. Everybody want to be a nigga. Nobody want to be a nigga. Blah blah blah. I said, good. To a degree, you are right. But the only reason why you're right is because you are within, as my friend Jose Bronze likes to say. Jose Bronze says you are held within the clutch of America. So of course you have access to the resources of America. And so what the South African is doing, they are still within the clutch of the De Beers and the Oppenheimers and the Indian power structure that's there as well. So what they're basically saying, in my opinion, is, oh, we don't want you near our white daddy. That's what the African Americans are telling the African
who,
immigrants.
who,
Don't come to
who,
our
who,
white
who
daddy. And the
who
South
cares
Africans are saying the same thing.
about this thing? These people are just very insignificant. To Naja, I've put some link on the back on your back chat. Listen to what Nigerians think about South Africa. Can you just play that? It's a public. It's a like free open.
Okay, well, before you play that video, you see, none of you guys actually live in SA, but you talk about them. And
But
yeah,
I've
we all
experienced
generalize
SA
here. Okay,
people.
okay, bro.
I've experienced
But you
them
know, you experience
firsthand.
them in a very limited way. No, 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 brother.
Just the
We
same way
have a
you've
very
experienced African Americans, and you come on here and you say, "Oh, yeah, I like the African Americans," and you capture them. You say, "Yo, the African is buck broken," and all this stuff, brother. Come on, they're not gonna like you better. Trust me.
I've
Trust
seen
me,
more
they're not gonna
Africans
like
than.
you better.
Okay, bro. Okay,
They're
yes.
not
Please
gonna
let's
like you
avoid
better.
Okay,
this kind
gas
of
them up. We get it,
argument
bro.
back
We
and
get
forth
it.
on this trade.
We
It's
get
just
it.
gonna
We
be.
get it. But the people like Josie and Lozy
I like Josie.
aren't even, huh?
I like Josie.
Yeah, like Kezo said, these are people
These
that
are
grew up
just
in the same
two
community,
two South
especially
Africans that
especially
are always
Josie.
on this planet. Just
No, no,
two
no.
of them, the same people with the same
Yeah,
mindset.
okay,
Why so
especially
worried
Josie.
about them?
Josie would have been someone I went to school with. Like no
Yeah.
cap, Josie sounds like someone who
He's a
went to
cool
a
guy. Yeah.
yeah, but he sounds like
People
he
like
went to a
Raz. I don't know
majority
if you
white
met
school,
him.
bro.
But
And
fellow,
we love
nobody's
South
dissing South
Africans
Africans.
for.
Stop writing that garbage in the chat. I love South Africans. No one has
Stop
any
playing.
beef with South Africans.
I said,
You see, just
Josie,
No,
because
no,
just
someone is
watch
brother.
what
critical,
you
you
just
guys
No,
said.
just
brother.
act
Let's just be
sensitive.
honest. The most Pan-African party that is still semi-relevant in Africa is the EFF, which is a South African party. So let's not act like South Africans aren't the
Yes,
Yeah,
or
but
I think
nobody's
haven't
yeah,
talking about
more
the South
we should
Africans
Pan-Africanism.
not
on. I'm
we
not
should
talking
not
of the lay
use.
South African. I'm saying about the South African that come on these panels, these middle class, neoliberal. products of Western colonial
to
capitalist
to be
thinking.
honest, guys, them all, I've seen only two, three, only those same guys. Get another perspective from different South Africans. You can't take Josie and Dogsy and the other
No,
guy.
but I'm not
It's
talking
just
of
the
all
three
South
of them.
Africans, Kifaru. I'm only saying them. I'm talking about them. That's why I mentioned their
Okay,
names.
so don't
And
worry about
Lisaju,
them.
and the first thing
So
Lisaju said is don't say their names.
when we talk about them, we give them credit. That's the thing. I don't want to give them credit. When we even mention them, we start giving them credit, like what they say is important. Just cast them up. Forget about them. Don't mention them. That's what I'm really
Yeah,
trying to say.
and I think today I was listening to the panel on this in
Okay,
search for
guys, I
guru,
just wanted to make
and
one point.
Iyasu. Let me just say something.
Okay, sorry.
I must say that Iyasu came up. He's growing on me. Iyasu is a little bit crazy when he cusses all over the place, but he seems to. He doesn't care what you think. He will tell you what he thinks. Because he was having a go at the South Africans just as much as he was having a go at the other side
No, I was
today
fact
on that
checking
panel.
both you guys. I was fact checking
Yeah,
both
yeah,
sides.
and I will appreciate you keep doing that in a balanced way, and because that's a valuable thing to do, and I really appreciate that you did that today.
Yeah, well, this
Yeah,
is what I
because
think. I
both of
think,
you
I
guys.
think, I think Nigerians are really, really like nice people, but I don't think why they're not fighting back. Nigerians, like, I think they're the most nicest people in Africa. That's for what I've seen.
Okay, brother.
Nigerians never sit down and talk ill about some other African countries. I've never heard them saying things like that. But it's like it's a common norm for most African countries to sit like make a, a thing about talking about Nigerians. I don't understand. Even
Yeah,
if you
so
have
Roger,
like
can you explain why? Why is that the case? What is this obsession with
I don't
always
know.
talking about Nigerians?
I
What
don't know.
have we
So,
done to them?
so
You are 1 in 5 of Africans, so I think most people are more likely to talk about you because you are 20% of Africa anyway.
But again, what have we done to them?
Dude, it's
to
not that you
Nigeria,
have
can you
done
play that? Can
anything.
you
It's
play
just
that
if
thing
people
so
are
that you
talking
just see
about
what
Africans, there's a
Nigerians think?
20% chance they're going to talk about you anyway
No, we're talking
because
about
you
the
are the most
negative
dominant
comments.
African.
Okay, when people discuss Africans, yeah, okay, Tunaja, you're playing video. Okay, go ahead.
Go beautiful ladies, man. Beautiful ladies. Thick asses. I mean,
Hey,
beautiful
that's
ladies.
facts. That's facts.
That's fact.
Just listen. They say only good things.
South Africans. I do not think anything about them at
You don't like the way Nigerians here make it over there. It's like they're only about Nigerian.
Yo, can someone translate pigeon for
Writing
us?
off their family.
Exactly, yes.
I,
You guys know I
let's
love
That's
you.
see.
English. They're not speaking pigeon.
Like seriously, I'm hearing this
No,
for the
one of the
first time.
guys was though.
It's gonna start properly.
Hi
You know,
guys, and
wait,
welcome
what are we
back
watching?
to my YouTube
Oh,
channel.
let's get on with it. I
Today,
don't have time to be
dropping back
introducing
one
how.
more time. Please kindly
Roger, why are we
To
watching
Niger,
this?
play it at
what
times
do you think
250 or
about
something.
South Africans?
South African. Well, they go beautiful ladies, man. Beautiful ladies.
He
Thick
has to wants
asses.
to
I
go to
mean,
sleep. He's tired.
beautiful ladies, man. Beautiful ladies. Very. I mean, South Africa is a very, very good country, though. I mean, they've got they've got the resources you want. What else can I say about them? Their citizens are lovely people.
Okay.
I mean,
See, the
everything
only beautiful things.
women. Wow, mad, mad.
Why is he emphasizing on the women? Like seriously?
Because I mean, I've seen a lot of them on IG, and I'm like, yo, I must visit this place, man. I must get my wife in this country. Man. Seriously.
That's Nigerian. It's all of them say only beautiful things
Women
about South
aside,
Africa.
That is the deep-rooted issue of
and
their beef with us.
everything is fire. Everything is fire. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, nice one. What do you think about South Africans?
I don't know, but I've heard few things about them.
Okay.
They're,
Go ahead, go ahead. Yeah?
they're lazy.
What?
Hey,
Wow,
that
why do you
just
think
broke.
so?
That's what I've
Really
heard. I
broke.
don't know. I've heard.
Okay, based on hearsay. Yeah. Okay, what else do you think about them?
Nothing. It's about what I've heard. I just heard they're lazy. They don't like working. They always prefer their women doing the hustle for them and all that. That's what I know about them.
Like this is the second time I'm hearing this women hustle thing. Like seriously, I should go. And what else?
I've never had that before,
Okay, thank you very
actually.
much.
It's
Yeah,
women
I've
hustle.
never heard that.
Yo,
I never
sounds
heard
like
that.
you're just debunking.
South Africans. I do not think anything about them at Nigerians.
That's odd. I thought, where did Kifaru get this video? Because I've not seen this out. Nigerians know about
You're
South
not even good
Africans
at
a
knowing anything
lot.
about them.
Nah, I don't.
Kifaru is
don't
being
really know anything
mischievous,
about
man. He
Africans.
got
No, To Nigeria,
Listen,
this guy
listen,
is
just
hustling
listen.
every day. You think
It's
say he
great.
get time to worry about any South
So
Africa?
what do you think about South Africans?
South Africans. Um, I would say South Africans. Well, they also tried, and it's compared to our country, Nigeria.
Why do you think so?
Ah, okay. Yeah, South Africa. I know it's not a very large, not a very big country compared to our country, Nigeria. But the thing there is that South Africans, the despite they're not as big as
Yeah,
our
she's
as,
fighting
as
the
our country,
English
Nigeria,
language, bro.
they are still
Yeah.
um I would say they're like the way they do are still kind of better than we in our
She's
country.
just saying they're developed.
I'm just trying to ask what you
Yeah,
think
she's
about.
Yeah.
struggling to get the right words.
Mm.
So what you think about them is that they do better than us.
Thanks for
Thank you
translating.
very much.
The way they do is better than us.
So I want to
She
know,
was fighting
what
the
do you
English
think
language,
about
brother.
South Africans?
South Africans, they are
Sounds like
hardworking.
Africa.
Okay.
They are most of them are maybe black or black. They are black in the countries, so they have. I
These
don't.
quiz are better because it's random people.
Do you know any of their food?
South Africa. Yes, I do not know their food, but it's Ghana. I know maybe Ghana points. That's what I said. But I don't know South Africa.
So you don't know much about South Africa.
Yes, yes.
What city is this
What
one
do you
even?
think
It's
about
somewhere.
South Africans? South
I
Africans.
don't even know what city this
Well,
is.
those people are cool,
Yeah, that doesn't look like Lagos. So.
It doesn't look like
but they
Lagos
are
to
not
me.
fair.
They are not.
Fair. They
That's
are
not
not fair. What
Lagos.
kind of fair? That they were fighting Nigerians
Why is the head moving like
sometimes past.
grain?
Okay, and you?
Oh, what I feel about them is that most ladies there, they do, how would I put
It
it?
might be Abuja.
They work more than their
Damn,
men.
that's a
Yeah, it
dirty
might
ass
be.
wig, man.
Whereby it is the lady that,
This
how
cannot
will
be
I even put it?
Abuja. It's
As of
possible.
the ladies are like the breadwinner of their family.
Exactly,
Why but the
yeah.
trees?
Do you
Hazel,
guys know I had no idea?
out of 10,
Yeah,
how
the
dusty
trees
is
don't
that
look like.
wig,
Yeah,
man?
you're right.
I should go
Hazel,
back to
how
my.
dusty is that wig out of 10?
What do you think about
No,
that?
that wig is not nice at all. I always complain about why they even bother with it.
Okay, South Africa.
Why do honors guys always complain about West African women wear wig? Man, your women don't wear wig. Good for you. Allow these women that let the West African men complain. Why always come and complain about West African women's wig? We know it's not good, but let it be an in-house thing.
I don't know why they complain about women. Period. I mean, no disrespect. Any man that's complaining about women, that's kind of gay. Like women, that's it.
Dude, you literally complain about women. I can pull up a stream when you
Not about what they wear.
almost passed
Not
out.
about what they wear.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But at the end of the day, see, this is not even the one I was thinking, the video I was thinking. But this is not bad. It's not like really like say bad things like kill people.
So play a video of what South Africans think about Nigerians.
Good.
And let's see
That's
the
what. That
difference.
okay. Exactly. That's what you're gonna understand. That's you're gonna see. Yeah. So if you can see,
Okay,
just look
this
for
one
random
is
ones.
this one.
Endurance.
This one,
I hope you enjoyed
I don't
this
know what
system. I
that
want to
lady
ask
was
you.
doing. This one is
So
more
what's your
of
name?
a
My
proper
name is Luton
English
Hassan
video.
Williams. Oh, what's your name?
I don't know
Harry.
where
I'm Simon.
Kifaru got that video
My
from.
name is Samuel.
It was
Samuel.
just random.
Huh?
It
So
was
what's your
just
name?
random,
No,
to be honest.
keep
Dick.
to Niger. Let's
You guys
just watch
welcome
the
back to my
opposite.
channel.
We
Welcome to
already know
Alright.
what
the Kenji
Nigerians
Sudan
think.
the street again. I'm here to ask Nigerians what they know or think about South Africans. So if you are new to my channel, don't forget to subscribe, like, drop your comments and opinion about this video in the comment box below.
I'll make
Without
it
wasting your
quick.
time, let's get into the video. Mad as in how I know.
They're like curvy, they're shapy, like just the way I like them.
Oh my god, there are women again. Oh my god, this is not good.
That is the source
What's
of the
wrong with that,
beef.
man?
I get you okay.
Yeah,
Nigerian men and women, Jesus
yeah,
Christ, chill
they're
out.
free capitals.
Would you like to
Let
visit South
them,
Africa
let
soon?
them.
Yeah, like it's in the plan.
But the South
But
African women like the
just go around.
Nigerian men as
Around.
much.
Yeah,
So
get to know
it's good.
places, get to see places.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind marrying somebody from there too, just to keep the relationship between Nigeria and South Africa.
To marry in South Africa.
Okay.
If possible, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah,
Thank you for giving us a time.
no problem. Anytime.
When you're in South Africa, what do you know or think about South Africa?
First of all, what comes to my mind is about their style. I'm a reggae fan. I do read some things, precisely Lucky Dube and his band. And so, yeah. In South Africa, based on what I read, even though not that deep, they are the kind of people that have value in their culture.
Okay.
And then in their music style, I do love it, and they are doing it with passion and as if with passion, and then
Oh, for their culture, they mix culture and music. Yeah, yeah. What about their like lifestyle? They developed their level of development and everything.
when you talk about development, I don't know which aspect you're talking about precisely.
Electricity.
Well, it's one of the development that every country needed, of which I'm very sure they they are, let me say, somehow they are perfecting on that.
Perfecting on that in terms of all those things, they are doing well.
Yes,
In our country.
very well, more than Nigeria.
And what do you think?
In terms of electricity, you can't say Nigeria is advancing. Let me bring it in Bauchi area. So I will Bauchi as a case study, and I will use it as a sample to Nigeria as a whole. So they are far better than us in terms of electricity.
For giving us a time. If you're South Africa, what do you think or know about South Africa?
Nothing much, but I love South Africa. Yes, I love South Africa. It's a nice country at that. But some little things that make me don't like them, like not the recent, the previous xenophobia that's occurring in South Africa. But that doesn't mean we should condemn them for that. It's a nice country.
Wow.
I love their music also. Their wildlife again. I love that. Yes, they have electricity, something like that. I've heard of that. But it's better than Nigeria, just a bit.
Why is it better than Nigeria?
Their steady electricity is better than Nigeria's now.
Yeah, apart from electricity, which they did better? Or let me say, what are they like? What do they use to like be ahead of?
In terms of tourism.
Tourism?
Yes.
You value tourism more
than Nigeria. Sure.
You love to visit South Africa someday.
Sure, for sure, yeah.
Everybody in Nigeria are saying, sure, don't you visit South Africa? Why?
In terms of like I said for the tourism, work, even I just work there now. But that, and they also have this in terms of creativity. Yes, sure.
Forgive me,
You're welcome.
So, if you hear South Africa, what comes into your mind? What do you think about South Africa?
Yeah, all I can say is that I know South Africa is better than Nigeria.
Nigeria?
Yeah, based on everything, like their lives and the way they are living and everything. Because they're in Nigeria, Northeast and a lot of things, we are going through a lot. But South Africa, I think, is very, very okay based on their life, the way they live their life and everything. Based on everything they have is great.
Better than everything.
The only thing I don't like about them is sometime back that they used to kill Nigerians and all that.
They used to like attack Nigerians.
I've watched that so many times. They used to kill people like that thing. Pains me like serious. It's so bad about it. That's the only thing I hate about them. But even not that, everything based on their music and everything, we just like it here because music, we play it, we dance with it and everything. So
South African song, South African musician. We have seen one of your fans in Nigeria, like
on that, very, very good. So I used to listen to their songs and everything.
You wish to like visit Pretoria or Johannesburg or
wish to because really I just like traveling, especially out of the country, especially this out in Nigeria. It's not even safe out there. Like everything is not nice. But out there, if you see people like the way they live in their life, very nice. They are living in peace and happy and all that. So everybody deserves that. But here in Nigeria, we're not good.
You're going to get them.
No, I don't know, sir. But seriously, I don't like it here. But I like that place better than Nigeria. I really wish I could be there. Like,
you wish to travel to South Africa. Somewhere when you hear South Africa, what do you think or know about South Africa?
I don't really actually know much about South Africa. Okay, but the little I know there are South Africa is they have wildlife. They are beautiful people, both black and white. And I think the white people they kind of have more power than the blacks. More power, like in politics, in everything.
Yeah, I played a different video of how they think about Nigerians now.
Nigeria, play another video now. We
all know now how they think anyway. I just wanted to see what they...
Just play, let's see what they think. You see, but if you see the Nigerians always say good about other
Oh yeah, none of them. Only xenophobia is the only bad thing they have to say. Most of them like...
South Africa, they accept foreigners. And
you were saying?
Let's get a video of South Africans talking
Yeah,
about
see what South
Okay,
Africa
let's do
said.
that. Yeah.
this one now.
Yeah,
No,
let's
but
do that.
Shiwaju, like I said, man,
What's
listen,
South Africa?
we can't keep calling out women. Oh, they're wigs. Like, dude, it's something I noticed, man. Like, and I'm not saying you personally. It's just like, again, the guys who call on this platform is like, oh yeah, West African women, they wear their wigs. Listen, brother,
Dude, I only commented on one wig.
dude, you guys called Fang, and I've gone at Fang before, right? But then they
Oh,
called her
this
a
is a long
hyena,
video.
a baboon, and all
That
this stuff.
wasn't me.
I didn't
I
say it
think
was you.
that's the thing Honors do a lot about women.
Yeah, and it's like, look, man.
It wasn't even a Horner
It's
calling
like
her.
this.
Hold on, but wait, brother. Listen, wait, no, that's not true. A lot of them. But here's the thing.
Oh my
At the end
God!
of the, as
Yesterday
men,
there was
but wait, as men, hold on,
other
wait.
that were
Listen,
calling her that.
let's not get caught up on Fang. As men, you should just like women. Period.
Who was calling
Hello,
her?
guys. Welcome back to this episode of Kusema Africa on White Coat Center. My name is Bayo,
These
and
guys they
this
talk so much than
is
videos.
Hi.
I hope they don't flag me for this one. I don't know how
This
open
ones
these videos
they're
are.
talking so much that I'm showing people. That's
I
why.
am
Ah.
yeah. I hope you caught that. This is Rohula, and I'm Nigerian. She's South African, and for many of you who saw the previous video that we did about what Nigerians think of South Africans, this is a follow-up to that video where we now went to ask South Africans what they thought or what they think about Nigerians. And by the way, this are uncuffed and like people who we asked these questions, they didn't know what question was coming, and we just asked them spontaneously and they were supposed to give us an honest answer. So let's see the first one.
Coming from the south of Johannesburg, one thing I always associate Nigerians with is havoc, especially in the south of Johannesburg, but also associating with a lot of entrepreneur skills, good fighters. I mean, considering my understanding of Nigeria and how overpopulated it is, one has to have a very loud voice in order to be heard. So we also apply the same strategy even when it comes to South Africa. But in most unfortunate circumstances in the south of Johannesburg, they reap a lot of havoc. Unfortunately.
Okay, this was a bad one to start with. It seems. Well, I wouldn't know. But okay, so what do you think? Do you think it's accurate?
I don't think havoc would be like totally accurate. From my standing, I would think loud.
Okay.
From my opinion, I find that a lot of Nigerians are loud.
In terms of when they
In
communicate.
terms of when they communicate. And I'm glad that you brought up the fact that they strong entrepreneurship skills. I think if we are to put together entrepreneur and havoc, it would perhaps be a matter of, first of all, I'm in a foreign country. I need to fight to keep my business going. So perhaps that's where the havoc comes in.
I think the havoc he's referring to is actually more like the general perception of how Nigerians in South Africa are deemed to be the ones involved in drugs and crime and things like that.
Perhaps it does relate to that, but
do you think that that's a fair categorization?
perhaps in south of Johannesburg, like you said, they're probably involved in a lot of havoc and all of that, but you do have people who are not.
So yeah, I mean, I think this, like you said, the major issue here is that whatever you see is what you believe to be the predominant narrative. If every time Nigerians appear on South African TV, the only thing you hear about is how a Nigerian was arrested for drugs.
And you don't think that
I wanted a straight interview, not this one like giving their own. It's all right.
You were saying?
I said I thought it was a straight interview, but this one we're trying to.
Yeah, don't mind it. They spend a long time yammering on about themselves.
A lot of potential for like.
Yeah, I will be cutting through the analysis and just listen to what the people are actually saying.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think Nigerian music is very big in South Africa, and it's been like that for a while, since the days of like Mode 9 and Neo C and Ikechiku, and then like right now with the youngsters like Wizkid and Davido and MI and Ice Prince. So we like.
Can you remove these musicians before they flag me?
We like that quite a lot, and I think generally from what I've seen, regardless of what the media tends to say, South Africans and Nigerians do get along quite well.
All right, looks like this guy should be Minister of Foreign Affairs for
He
South
should,
Africa.
he
Like
should.
he has this beautiful idea of how Nigerians and South Africa should work together.
These people
I
are so
love
cringy,
that.
man.
So
Oh my
digging
God.
in quickly. He talked about the oil. Definitely, that's a big thing in Nigeria. So if you think of Nigeria and they think of oil,
Keep this one talking about head.
Mamanda, Americana blue.
Yeah, these are color. Yes, say what color today will say.
Yeah, you see, these are the colors.
One dance. So music.
Yeah.
Okay.
Immigration.
What about immigration?
We have a lot of Nigerians in our country, a lot of Nigerian immigrants in our country.
Yeah, these are colored people say that immigration thing.
The country itself, I don't think I have a specific opinion of it.
I just know it's an African nation, and that's about it.
Nigeria is the most developed country in Africa, more or less, has the highest economy. And I know they're building this new city called the Atlantic City on the shore of Lagos.
All right. Anybody else wants to add anything? You look like Rihanna, by the way. Anybody told you that? Anybody told you you look like Rihanna?
No, not black.
Doesn't she look like Rihanna though?
Oh, it's in your eyes.
Are you real? Oh, okay. But yeah. So drugs was the first thing they talked about.
Yeah.
I think we already tackled that. But do you want to say anything else about that?
I feel like it's an issue. I would think.
And then they're building a city on it.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and it's beautiful. It's
That's that's- okay. There are also good people. Like I've lived with, I've had a Nigerian bad roommate, and she was a very nice person. Even more than the South Africans are. So the black part is just the things here, yeah. But then when you get to know the person, yeah, you see that the people
Who
understand
said it looks like a Habasha?
that they work hard. Yeah.
so again the drugs comes up,
Yeah.
the scams, and then she said something interesting about how that even though these are issues we think about and we hear about, that hasn't been a personal experience of hers. This is not to like defend. This video is not about defending Nigeria or anything. It's just about us taking a step back and saying the things we know about this country or the people from this country, are they accurate?
Well, I think it also goes to back to the fact that it's trying to get to know people to share with me.
Yeah, and then the final one.
And I've also heard in some of my classes that their economy is like better than ours.
Okay.
But there's also like a lot of Nigerian people in South Africa that would like um, do bad stuff.
Yeah.
That I've heard, but it's not a generalization.
Mm-hmm.
And that there are also people that would be human trafficking Nigerians. So yes, that would be my take. Okay. Honest, not generalization,
Yeah, of course,
anything,
of course.
but obviously that they are good people and then they are also bad.
Well, I feel like once they're trying to talk about it, this same issue of Nigerians being perceived as bad people. I honestly am just tired. I'm just tired.
I don't
We're
know.
not bad.
So Nigel, just okay,
And
we
you
can
know
stop the
bad
video
people.
now.
Every South African out there, I just want to encourage you to look at it
Hold
from
on,
the
I'm turning
perspective
it
of the
off.
fact that if every time
I think this is needs to happen. I think this conversation, I think I'm probably going to have it someday about, because there's something of a myth going on on the continent, the way they treat Nigerians that needs to be confronted. So
So
yeah, I
Nigel,
will
so
stop
Nigel,
it.
can I just
Yeah,
give you my experience? I
yeah,
just
go
want to say
ahead.
one thing before I leave. Uh, in my okay, the problem why people think Nigerians are mostly doing crime is because not because other immigrant groups don't commit crime. It's because other immigrant groups commit crime against other immigrant groups. If that makes any sense. So
Yeah.
like let's say Ethiopians, it's not that they don't commit crime, but they usually do it against other Ethiopians or against Somalis or so on. They don't commit crime amongst them, like to the South African population, because they're afraid that they might get kicked out. I'll give you this explanation right now. I don't even live in SA. I live in a country close to SA in Eswatini. Back when I was going to high school, I was lucky enough and privileged enough to go to a very elitist high school where like the top percent of the population would be able to go. During the years I was there, I can remember two high official parents from the people that I was going to school with getting kidnapped by a Nigerian mafia or Nigerian gang, and both of them were hijacked, and they had to. One of them actually was kidnapped for almost 2 months, and they had to pay a certain amount of money to get him released. And the other ones, I think they released him after a week, but money was paid in both times. And yeah, this creates a lot of perception about Nigerians because you guys don't just do like petty crimes. You guys, I mean, it's almost a respect kind of way. You guys are almost like the Italian mafia back in the days in the US kind of level,
Yeah.
that kind of level. So I think that also creates a certain level of perception. Even fake passports, fake licenses. In the SA, I can go get a fake license right now
Hey
from a
God. Oh,
Nigerian dude.
Yeah, it's that if that is you, you need to confirm who you are, because I've been photobombed this thing today badly. So you need to say something that only I would know about you. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Yasu. Say you can say it on the chat, on the private chat, that, or you show your camera. That way, I will be able to know that you are a human being.
Who was it?
That one of these in panelists that normally comes on, or I'll
Yes.
give you 5 seconds to say something when you come. If you don't say something within 5 seconds, I'll kick you out again. Okay, that,
No, no,
get
no. Tell
ready.
him to write something. No, no, no. Tell him to write something only you two would
Tunaja,
know.
Tunaja, you are very still vulnerable. They will still do
Okay,
these things to
right.
you. You are
Write
chat
something
GPT.
only I would know. That write something only I would know on the private chat. Yeah, I didn't see him on this one. Yeah. Oh, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it at all. Wow. You need to do better than that. What's
Yeah,
he
bro.
too?
Don't let him in.
Yeah, yeah, that's not that.
Yeah, so let's
Um,
just carry on the conversation. That was what I was going to say. And it does create a lot of. I would give it to you guys. You guys are brave, man. You guys can go to any country and do whatever you want in a good way and in a bad way. But yeah,
mm,
I would say that's the thing. Like most Ethiopians are scared shitless of the cops, especially if they're illegal. So even if they do commit crimes, it's against other Ethiopians and others. So yeah, that's what I would say.
mm. I think that the perception people have of African Nigerians, yeah, there's some of them that is somewhat, you can say it's a little bit earned, but I think that there is something going on beneath that. It's not fully the case, because if you look at some of they talk about drugs. I don't know where Nigerians get all the drugs from. We don't grow drugs, where they manage to get them into the country without the people knowing. And if you look at South African crime rate, is so high that you don't. It's
No, no,
like,
no. That's an excuse. That's an excuse. When they blame illegals for the crime rate and so on,
mm,
that's a flat out excuse. I will say that myself. You know, I always fact check. I'm a
mm,
balanced person. The crime rate
yeah,
in South Africa is just as much a problem of the locals as it is the foreigners, and
yeah,
that is literally caused because of the mass inequality within that country. It's not really that's white
yeah.
people's
That's
problem.
true.
That's the problem that apartheid and the lack of redistribution of income of wealth and policies that has caused this high crime rate. It's not really a moral failing of the black population, but no, that is part of South Africa. It's not something that was brought by illegals or even migrants.
Yeah, that I agree with you on that, and I think I take your point. The way you normally fact check these things, I think I will probably do a slightly different show about this, because I think the Nigerian image, we really need to, unpack, the ones that is earned and the one that is not earned, because some of them I don't believe that is actually earned. So, but it's okay. It's very interesting, because even Ghana, that really don't like Nigerians that much, because we have a lot of Nigerians in Ghana. If you ask them about Nigerians, they say something slightly different from what you hear in South Africa.
Yeah,
Yo,
And
Tunaja,
to
I think
Niger.
I asked him the question. His answer, I think, is correct. Look at it.
No,
Look
no,
at
no,
what
no,
he
no,
said.
bro. Don't let him in. Don't let him in.
No,
Look
look
at his
at it.
answer.
Look at
He
his
says, "I
response.
just woke up. Darth is from Senegambia." Why didn't he say I'm from Senegambia?
exactly.
No, bro. Don't let him in. Don't let him in. To Niger. I'm just
No,
saying.
I think it's him. I think it's him. I think it's him. I
I
feel
think it's
it.
him. I give you
Yes.
2 seconds to say something,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
moment you get in, you say something. Okay. All
Just
right.
ready your finger on the.
Say something.
Hello, Tanaja, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Tunaja,
sorry.
because the
What's
secret.
going on? The level of security in this place.
It's Russian
Bro,
roulette today. It's
Is it?
yeah. I've
I
been
want to ask
suffering.
something. I want to ask
Yeah.
something.
Go ahead.
Do you get to see any credentials or details behind the scene, or get to know the person? Does it give you that power this time?
No, it
no,
doesn't.
no,
At
no,
least
bro.
no,
You
I
don't
don't know how
realize
to
what has
use it
happened to
yet.
this dude's stream for like, it happened almost 3 times to him.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm
People,
aware this stuff are happening and all that kind of stuff. So all you get to know is Daft. You don't get to see any other credentials, Tanaja.
No, you don't. You don't see anything. I think maybe if you can,
Yo,
I don't know
I'm
how to
sorry,
do
but
that yet.
you know what? StreamYard feels like 2007 YouTube, man. Honestly, it's very underdeveloped.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, because obviously, I use my other email as well, which shows my real name and all that kind of stuff. So I'm kind of conscious of that. You
I
understand
think the
me?
best thing is for people to show their put on their camera. But a lot of people don't want to do that, which I understand.
No, Tuniger,
People got careers to
Tuniger.
maintain, bro.
No, bro.
Yeah.
There's a way. You can ask Puntai Princess how to do it. So pretty much while someone is in the back room, there's a way for them to activate their audio, and you can ask them before you even put them on screen. So you
Okay.
kind of move everyone back into the back room, and then you ask that one person to speak, so you can hear their voice.
But don't you think if you have a panel of like 8 people and you're gonna take out everyone again just to put one person, then bring
No,
them all
it
back?
only takes 1 second to put everyone out and put them back in. It's not that big a
Okay.
deal.
Hey, Tunaja, I just want to address something in it. You see, with Naknizi, there's only one way to deal with Naknizi. You understand? He's a low life, so you have to be a low life like that. So the stuff that I said to him to get as dirty as he's gonna get. You understand what I mean? It's not that I fully mean it towards African Americans, but it's when you're dealing with Naknizi, that's how you have to deal with him. He's a low life, what do you call it? A 50-year-old plus, halfway his life, and he's looking to make a name for himself on YouTube. And he has no significant achievement at all, apart from sleeping with that fan tribe. That goes to show how much of a low life he is. You understand what I mean?
I get where you're coming from. That because obviously, this Nak is just causing havoc, everywhere like that. But you have to be careful what you say to him. You are the one that said it to me. I think you were saying it on the Swahili Nation, where you said you say something and they will take it and go and play it somewhere else.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's what they do. I mean, anyways, man, I do not really care at all at the end of the day. But I don't think much of Nakmizi. I think it's a low life as well, and it's true. He's probably slept with Frank Tribe, a desperate woman. You understand? He took a mentally ill woman and he slept with her. He took opportunities. That's how low of a person he is. And how can he compare himself to you? You understand what I mean? So, anyways, man, Nakmizi is just he's just a wrong one. And with this Dr. K's on his empire of bitches, you know what I mean? I don't. I'm comfortable knowing Dr. Kizo is a bitch and all that kind of stuff. So I'm comfortable with that. With him and Mo and all that stuff. So
did he block you from his channel?
yeah, leave him to block me from his channel. I'm not interested in communicating with him. What I realize is the guy, he's a bit. What do you put it? Like this. He thinks his ideas are like a golden and all that stuff. You understand what I mean? He comes up with great ideas and says, da 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 da. I got this idea. And then when you start questioning his ideas, getting deep down to it, he doesn't like them. You understand what I mean? Or everybody else eats up his ideas. They drink it up. They say, oh, that's a brilliant idea. That's a brilliant idea. So they don't ask any questions. You understand what I mean? Many times me and Dr. Kido clashed many times on different issues, especially the issue that he said dictatorship will be the best way Africa to go. And I told him, okay, how are you going to achieve it from here to there? From then on, he said that I'm kind of like, what do you call it? He said I'm kind of like self-defeatist or something. Anyways, never mind. I'm not a fucking self-defeatist. I'm a fucking high achiever. You understand what I mean? I'm at the top owners in this country. You understand what I mean? I'm owning at the top area as well with what I'm doing and all that kind of stuff. I'm a guy with ambition. You understand what I mean? So that shit's just bullshit. You understand what I mean? So this Dr. Keizo, I mean, I think he just likes people to just say yes to him, and all that kind of stuff. And
Well,
he's got a bunch of
you were, I don't know whether you saw the panel. I wasn't there.
no. Tonight, you're fair. You condemned what I said, which is rightly correct as well. You condemned because what I said was very low, obviously. But I needed to get that low to deal with Daknizi. You understand what I mean? So, but
that was an easy one, but I don't know whether you saw when you left the panel and I was talking to Dr. K, because I didn't fancy the way he was describing.
But I know. That's what I don't. His opinion is irrelevant. What the thing about him is, there's a few people he calls everybody stupid or something like that. Even Brian Chitlinson Great, he actually went off on him and called him stupid as well. But you will see, it's always people that always question him on his ideas. But other people that don't really press him on his ideas, they just eat it up. People like Mr. Nice and H Block, they just like on his dick all the time and all that stuff. And those people are not the most brilliant, to be honest. You understand? That's why I told them only idiots.
But
I told them only
to be
idiots
fair
think
to
they're
him, I
brilliant.
don't know whether he has called me stupid. He has tried. Yeah, he has said
He's tried
things
a bit.
about me.
He's tried a
Yeah,
bit. He's tried a bit.
yeah,
You know,
yeah. You were saying? Go ahead.
yeah, he's tried a bit. He's called Brian stupid. He's called anybody stupid. As long as you eat his shit up, then he thinks that you understand me. So I don't look forward. I don't look positively to that as well. So
What I don't appreciate, and I told him on his panel, was that you bring the best minds on, and it's almost like you look to tear the best minds down and get the ones that are not the brilliant ones to rise. And I'm not sure that is the proper
Tonight,
thing. I told him that.
Dr. Kizo has had it for me for a while because we've clashed on different panels, from Gina's panel to African Millennials panel to his panel as well. We've clashed on many panels as well because I question his ideas.
I'll leave you guys, so I need to rest.
Yeah, I think I will do a shorter one today. Maybe 3 hours we will stop so
Yeah,
that
yeah. I'm just
it's weekdays, for crying out loud.
Yeah. So because of that clash, Dr. Kezo has always stayed on my case as well and all that stuff. So he's just he finally got his thing where he can gather all the goons, Nakmizi, Mo, all his people, and he think they can have a go at intimidating me or something like that. You understand me?
Yeah, no, they can't intimidate you now. Come on.
At the end of the day, I am comfortable with the position of knowing where he is and all that stuff, and I don't think
Nakmizi one is really bothers me a little bit because it seems to be anywhere anybody's having a go as West Africans or the Bantu. Anybody that is having a go at the Bantu people, especially West Africans, is always there to back them up. It's like you got the West African blood in you, and you are the first to. It's like self-hating, isn't it?
Nakmizi is a house nigger to Niger, like Brandon said yesterday. He's a house nigger. Look at him. He's with a white wife. I mean, he's with a white wife in the Netherlands. You understand what I mean? He's a hypocrite. Like he said, he's complaining about Africans running away, and he ran away to the Netherlands. He's a house nigger. I hate to repeat the words I use, but I think he has that residual house nigger kind of.
No. Yeah, if it's just to him, it's a different thing, but not to.
I'll control. But I think he's a loser. 50-year-old man. Tonight, I can bet you, I'm half his age and I've achieved more than him.
Yeah, I guess so.
I've achieved more in life. I can bet you that I've achieved more in life than him.
If that guy at his age is so keen on scoring points, it tells you why you probably have achieved more than he has, because he's so keen on scoring points that he misses the point of engaging with people. He talks about cooking people. Like, I'm going to cook you.
He's not cooked anybody. He's never cooked anybody. You understand me? I've watched all debates and all that stuff, and I listen to the debates. I'm not listening to the personal attacks he's going on about with anybody, and I listen to actually what's happening. His points are baseless, and he resorts to personal attacks. You understand me? He's been cooked by Brandon. He's been cooked by anybody, but he just has this fucking loud voice, and he thinks he's something and all that stuff.
You know what I describe him? I said it's like the kind of person that will lose a limb and call it a flesh wound. Like, you know what? I just cooked him, and he's the one that is bleeding all over the place. So I think Nak is not something you should be worried about. And I really think that I would rather that used to pay attention and ask those incisive questions.
Look, tonight, when I ask questions, right, it's like I'm asking questions to get people to lead people to my own conclusion.
Yeah,
you understand me? To lead people to conclude what I understand. You understand me? If they have a better idea, then I will definitely be quiet about it.
Think about it. Yes, yeah.
But if they don't have a better idea, I'll question you on that. And that's the problem with this Dr. Bitch-ass Kezo. Sorry, Tanaja. I know you don't co-sign that, but I say myself, you don't have to co-sign it. It's just I personally think Dr. Kezo is a bitch that can't take any criticism. And he's a narcissist.
He's not here now. He's not here. So I think maybe we should even talk too much about him, because technically, if he's not here, he's not very fair for us to,
Yeah. Well, I was
about
not there last time when he started maligning me on the chat after I left. You know what I mean? He
Yeah,
started
yeah.
maligning me and all that kind of stuff. But anyways,
Chitlin Grit is in the background.
yeah.
You have to say something in the next 2 seconds the moment I get you in. Otherwise, I'll kick you out because I've been having some troubles today. Okay, Chitlin Grits 0. Oh no, 210. Say something.
Hello.
All right, great. Yeah, I've been having some funny business today. You're welcome.
Oh, how you guys doing? I mean, I finished my little dog walking duties with my dog, but my lady
Good
was
one.
pretty much kicking me to walk the dog while I was on the chat in what's her name? Puntai Princess chat.
Yeah, dogs
Yeah,
and their walks, don't they? They need their walks. Have you
yeah,
got
they
like
do.
a big one or a small one?
I have me a pit bull.
Oh my God.
Yeah. He's good. He's a
That
good
was
dude.
scary.
He's good. He's friendly. He's kind of like he's very hyper.
Hyper on top of it. Okay.
Yeah, very hyper. You'll like him. You'll like him. He will probably just jump on you and lick you all over your face.
Yeah, pit bulls. I always worry that the moment they turn on you, man, all hell breaks loose.
No. I mean, he's friendly. He's always look like he's smiling.
Nice.
Yeah,
So,
you'll like him. You'll like him. You'll like him. You'll like him. I mean, you'll probably like say, Brian, can I keep him?
Yeah, right. I do like my dogs. Though. I like dogs, and yeah, you just never know with these things.
Yeah, one animal I'm trying to get used to now is cats. You know, I had kind of like I used to have a fear of them.
Yeah,
you know, because I got scratched by a cat when I was a kid.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
The thing about cats, I like them. When you live in a city, they are low maintenance, isn't it?
They are.
They just come in, go out, do their own thing. You don't have to clean up after them too much like dogs. But dogs, my God, man, dogs, they do really make one feel nice.
They do. They make your whole day. If you're like like if you're in a crappy mood.
Yeah.
You got that one dude. He just come up to you, be like, and you know what I heard? They do sense when something's wrong with you.
Yeah. That have you had a dog before?
Yeah, I've had a dog in Africa and all that stuff. I know about dogs, yeah. All that.
I have a question to this guy over here, Darth Vader, man. What happened to you, man? You become kind of like straight level headed. Now you're like fighting
I think he wants to get down and dirty these days.
Yeah, you got really. I mean, I got that way for a minute, but I'm like, you went like overboard.
Okay. Chitlins and grits. When you're dealing with Nakmizi, you have to have your guns up and play. You can't be pulling punches. So what I said about Nakmizi is not a reference to all African Americans and all that stuff. So
I know that. I know what you meant. I know.
You understand me? And on that day specifically, Dr. Kezo was trying to set me up with all his goons and all that stuff. You know, I knew as they were coming in, it was more enemies. And you had that little bitch Mo, sense an opportunity because Nakmizi is on it. Let me jump in and we go gang up on this guy.
Right.
You understand? But I've been in situations where I faced 20 people, but I never backed down and all that stuff. That's why with me, like, this is just YouTube. It doesn't reflect in your real life as well.
Right.
It's just YouTube and all that stuff. To prove something to me, you have to be able to beat me. And I don't think Dr. Kezo is strong enough to stand with me like that. So, but anyway,
I
that's just
was really
besides the
surprised
point.
to hear that coming from you. I was like, wow.
No, me, I fight. Me, I fight. What proves something to me is to result in physical violence. But this is just YouTube. It's not gonna get like that. So
right, exactly. Because these people live like thousands of miles away from you, bro.
Yeah. Anyways, all I gotta say is people should be allowed to question and all that stuff. One person can't just be worshipped as the most brilliant guy on the whole thing as well, you know. But anyways, I know it's the only people that consider someone brilliant entirely is the people that are lazy thinkers themselves. You understand me? Even you, Chitling, I was telling you the other day, I heard Dr. Keju call you stupid or docile or something like that. I couldn't believe it and all that stuff. I say, wow.
But you recovered quickly. What did I say to him? I know I had to fight back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I can't remember what you said back or something, but you kind of took a breath for a bit. So hold on a second, and then you recovered later. You kind of let it go. and all that stuff. But it's just one of those words he throws around just like that. Somebody stupid or docile or something like that.
No, what I don't like when he uses pretty much saying that, the whole IQ thing, that really gets on my nerves.
Yeah, tonight you quacks on him about it. I quacks on him about it. Everyone quacks on him. I'm sure even Rokoya will quacks on him about it. But he just keeps going about that and all that stuff. But I know where
but
that
as
comes
we
from.
were saying though, that let's try to wait until he get online. Then it's only fair. I would rather talk to him when he's here, isn't it?
All right, fine. All I'm
only
gonna
fair
say tonight, your channel. I'm gonna try to respect your channel. You understand what I mean? I'm not gonna try to bring in any.
Yeah, because it's not
too
going to
much
be good.
beef or
Like
something.
when he tried to say certain things that wasn't nice about you, even when I was on his channel, I called him out on it that he shouldn't do that.
That's true.
So
That's true.
I'm not going to sit here and call him out on my own channel. That would be
Don't take it as you. But listen to this. I'm saying this right now because it will be the only platform I can almost get to say my opinion. You understand what I mean? I'm saying
Not
this to
about
let him
him.
know. I'm saying this to let him know because he's gonna hear.
Not about him. Come
Oh
on.
no, and I'm just saying he's gonna hear this and all that stuff, and he's probably gonna want to make a bitch ass video and be a bitch as well. So let
Come
him
on,
do
man.
that as
Come
well.
on, Dad. Come
Because
on. Let that go. Let that
listen,
go.
listen.
Let
The
that go.
other day, I didn't even say nothing much. All I said is that I'm not sure about Dr. K. I don't trust him, and he wanted to make a video about me. So that's why I went into the thing. I said, all right, then tell me what video you're gonna make and all that stuff. So I gathered all these fucking coons. I mean, all these goons to kind of
He's
gang
gonna
up on
come
me.
online. He's gonna come online, and then maybe someday you meet him on this channel
Yeah,
and you
I'll
talk.
meet him. Yeah,
I don't. Yeah. You're gonna meet him, so you have your chance to
Yeah,
talk to
I'll
him.
meet him.
Because I'm
All
not
I
gonna
can say,
sit there and he
all,
says
all I
something
can,
bad about you too. So
all I can say is I'm comfortable with the position that he's a bitch and all that stuff. I kind of realized
can
that
we
for a
leave
while.
that? Come on, man.
Okay,
Come on,
I'll
man.
stop.
Don't
I'll
do
stop.
that.
I'll stop. I'll stop.
To be perfectly honest with you, today I had a pretty good discussion with Not Easy, actually. It concerned African American community, of course. It started with Kamala Harris, and then I said, okay, then it went broader than other individuals in the civil rights movement. It had a lot to do with, and it was a good conversation. It had me really think too. We know that Kamala Harris is, she's Jamaican and also Indian. I think her father was probably multiracial, whatever. And some people were pretty much in disagreement as far as, she's a teller, she don't look black, blah, blah, blah. And I said, there's plenty of people in the community that look like that. I mean, we just can't ignore that factor. Nazi Neezy, and then I showed a video of the gentleman from Virginia because I think Virginia or Maryland, they use Virginia and Maryland as far as if you look at them genetically, some black people, or I'm not saying all black people there, but a good sum of black people who live in that area usually have a high admixture rate. Then besides the Louisiana Creoles in New Orleans, but the people around that region might score like 60% European and 40% African, that type of thing.
Wow. Okay.
And he feel, and he think it's a mistake that that they should have their own category. They should not be within people who are predominantly black, or instead of people who are like nominally black and stuff like that. And I took the position as far as, because this is kind of like, it became all intertwined now. Like some of these people married in with supposedly predominantly black people, that it's hard to say, especially in certain families, not all families, but in certain families, especially out here in LA, in regards to, because we have a lot of people from New Orleans who moved to LA, Louisiana Creoles and all that. Where do it stop? You know what I'm saying? If you have one person who might look ambiguous and another person who looks black, and another person who also look black, are we going to separate families?
True. The trick is, I don't know, because that's a very tricky thing, because in the American context, I can get where Nakmizi is coming from. In the American context, one drop rule, isn't it? So, but we are talking about more than 40 drop rules. Yeah. So those ones is hard. Those ones are typical black people in the American context. But in the South African context, you know it yourself. They will categorize some of those people as mixed.
Yeah, color people.
Yeah, colored people. Yeah, they call them.
It's funny because I was watching this YouTube video. I mean, this girl, she did her DNA and all that type of stuff. I could probably post it. She didn't even know her. She don't, because some of these people who are highly mixed, they don't even know of any white ancestor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't. But it's hard. You see, you see, let me explain this because I think I've had a Haitian lady say something about the kind of nuances between the mixed population that they have and the African population that that let's put it that way, they are not that mixed African population. It's as if the mixed ones want their fathers and their the French fathers to recognize them and approve their, while the other black ones was just want to topple them and get them out of the country. So it led to
the Haitian Revolution.
Failure. It led to even with all their progress, it also led to the failure of the revolution itself.
And you know the weird thing about that, Niger, when those people left the country, you know where they went to?
No,
they went to New Orleans.
You see, that's interesting.
They went to New Orleans. I mean, historically, I mean, even though a lot of Creoles that mixed people, I mean, for some weird reason, some of them trying to disconnect from Haiti. I'm like saying your French is almost based on that shit because some people still do speak French there, especially in places like New Iberia.
To Niger, let me tell you what I really think, because I thought about this a couple of days. Why the hate towards West Africans, specifically towards Nigerians, because they are the most loudest. I think, according to African peoples or Black Americans, they have a reason for having a problem with Africans. Obviously, you understand? They have a reason. There's some kind of social interaction and the history of slavery and all that stuff. So they may have some contempt or resentment for
my comeback on that one is, the thing is, I get tired of this narrative, bro.
Yeah.
You sold
that they know
us
from West Africa.
You sold us. And, and me and Two Naja was going back and forth on it. I said a good percent of the slaves came from Central Africa, but that's just besides the point. It seemed like that always be ignored. It's always pointing at Nigeria as far as Nigeria's a bad guy.
I think it's because Nigeria are very loud and all that stuff. So whenever everybody hears Nigeria exemplifies most ills in the African country. But tonight, I think the reason is according to black people's priority list. You know what I mean? It's women. Nigerians are taking over. The Nigerians are winning over the women of every other country and all that stuff. And according to black people's priorities and black men, that's gonna annoy them the hell the fuck out. Somali guys.
I wouldn't say Nigerian dudes is winning. It's funny. I didn't know nothing about Creoles until a Nigerian dude pointed that out to me when I moved to LA. I swear to God. I only thought associated with New Orleans with voodoo. I'm not gonna lie to you about that. Voodoo and jazz music. That's it. Until I met a Nigerian in the gym. He was like, "Hey man, this is your first time in LA," and and all that. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm new in town and all that stuff in LA." Man, you want to go to I think it was a Zydeco part. I said, "What the fuck is Zydeco?" He's like, "Yeah, I gotta take you," and then he's introduced me to this community, which I didn't know nothing about until I came to Los Angeles, and I'm from New York.
But what? Okay, I have quite a few questions to ask because I think sometimes I feel like some African Americans, they find it easier to get on with East Africans.
No,
because they have some resentment towards West Africans that because of the history and the Central Africans, because they tend to find it easy. Because I find that like Brits now seems to find it easier to be with get on with Dr. K and the others. There.
I get along with you,
No, that's just the panels. That's just the show. You know what I mean?
How about Nakmizi? Nakmizi, every time he comes on, he takes their side. No matter what
Nakmizi is a low life to Niger. He's a low life. He fucked Frank Try. He's a low life, and he finds.
Oh my God! Why
I ain't gonna say that about him, but I get an argument with Case all the time, Niger. I get an argument with him all the time.
Yeah, you do. You do. But I can't remember whether you have actually taken like when a West African or somebody saying something that you are on their side. I can't remember that. If anything, you are busy saying, "Oh no, it's not. We are not only from West Africa. We are from. We are not only from West Africa." That's what you are spending most of your time doing.
You know what the thing is, man, is like when I seen my DNA, and it was majority of the Central African region.
Yeah.
You know, for me, I used to ignore it. To be honest with you, I used to be a total West African advocate, and then I didn't want nothing to do with Central Africa. The Congo wars, the wars in Angola. You know, who wanna be associated with that?
I think it's just a case that he's paying respects to where he really comes from, to Niger and all that stuff. So I think I reach him when he hears that people are saying West Africa alone, and he knows that's not the case. So that can be frustrating as well.
Right, and then you had a whole in my family, right? You have a whole single gentleman who fought the Stono Rebellion, who was from Central Africa, from the Congo and Angola region. And my family pretty much carried that name Kano, until we named a dog named Kano. And so I didn't know it until I started doing, the census records, and people started telling me my family. And then I looked at my DNA. It has significance for me.
I see. Somebody's about to come in, and I don't know who he is. Today it's Russian roulette. So let's see. Hello, NGTO. I can you have a camera? Let me just see. Wave or give me a thumbs up so that I know it's you. I've been porn spammed today, or whatever they call it.
Oh man, that's crazy, bro. People are nuts.
I've had to delete a few streams. So can you, flag me with the camera or something to let me know that?
Or the voice.
Or the voice. Say something. Hello, can you say something? I can't hear anything. I'm not gonna let you in if you don't give me something to go with here, because this is I've had to delete 2 streams and I can't do a third reboot. Okay, you'll have to wait then. When you have the time, you let me know, because we have to carry on. I can't let you on. Sorry.
Yeah, but no, I have nothing but respect for West Africa. I used to be very West. I didn't know nothing about growing up Central Africa or the Congo kingdoms and stuff like that. I knew about the Mali Empire. I knew about the Yorubas, especially with Cubans and all that type of stuff. They're really into that. I knew about the Hausa kingdoms and the Caliphates there, and the Ashanti kingdoms and all that, and the ancient Ghana and the ancient Songhai. I have those roots, those areas as well too in Mali, but nothing about Central Africa, which is the majority. And when I see that in my DNA, and plus I used to avoid, I'm like, man, that's me and my friends used to say that's one of the worst areas of Africa.
Wow, there's no worse area. Africa. There's no
I'm
worse
just
area.
saying, when you hear about the Congo wars and eating up pygmies and who want to be associated with that?
Kenzo probably made some of that. That guy says all kinds of stuff. Have you seen any documentation of?
Yeah, I see his dumb ass.
Don't mind him. He says all kinds of nasty things.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, who want to be associated with that?
I get your chickens and grits. I get
right.
But one other point I wanted to make, though,
even when I make for some weird reason, when I mention Madagascar, people just get upset.
Yeah, okay. The other day you came on. Let me just see. The other day you came on, you were really furious, and that's the only time I've actually seen you furious, because I think they were having a conversation about South Africans or something like that, and you're like, "Why are they talking about South Africans like that?" I'm like, "What? You don't even know what the South Africans did, and he was having a go at us for even daring to say anything about South Africa." So that I worry that African Americans, they take the side of all other Africans before they remember that we actually share blood with them. And
at this point, I don't mind what anybody want to associate themselves with. Like, it's your own way of looking at things. You understand what I mean? So, if Chickens and Goose has traced back his history to being Congo, which is represented, which is all right. You understand? But
But
those
it's
who
not
are
South
in
Africa.
denial, those
It's
who want
not
to,
South Africa.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
that's my point.
yeah.
He said he has the same history. He actually came on. You remember you said cheat, Grace. You said we have the same experience as South Africa, something like that. You said something similar. That's why you felt a little bit miffed because before with the way we were describing some of the South Africans.
Yeah. With South Africans, man, I do, really do a soft spot to you because they kind of almost experience, even though I didn't experience it personally, but I got I was born afterwards, the backdrop of segregation. Due to segregation, people, my mom's side of the family had to move up north, to avoid quote unquote racism. But I think they moved up north a lot later than most African Americans. My mom moved up north around the 1960s and early 70s. So, with South Africans, I'll have a differently, due to their experiences of apartheid, which was no different than segregation, and then going through the whole issue of affirmative action and, all types of isms when it comes down to that bullshit of, European dominance. I kind of like almost sympathize with them in their struggle.
Yeah, I guess I can understand that, and especially when there was no South African on the panel that were bad mouthing them. I get, you have a right to come on. It's just that because when I see consistently, Nak is not helping because he goes on every single time anybody says anything against West Africans, he will say that Kali Enigma does the same thing. They always are against this in West Africans or
but
just anybody linked to this in their heritage. Really,
it seems like it's always Nigerians for some weird reason. I don't know why,
no, it's almost as if it's only Nigerians that had slaves. They make it look like that.
It does seem like that as well.
But then again, sometimes people get mad at me when I push back. I say, that some of the people who became slaves were slave traders themselves, right? And nobody want to hear that.
Maybe we should tell them to pay reparations for themselves as well. They should start paying reparations for themselves.
I'm just saying. I was, I told them, and they like, oh, none of my family. I'm like saying, you just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they hate when you say that. That kind of stuff. To be fair, if I was them, I would be cross too if you said that to me, because I've been talking about being a slave. You're telling me my people were enslaved people too.
I mean, there's evidence as far as certain Africans. I'm gonna point out one ethnic group, certain Fulani, Muslims or what have you. They even said when they were going to the coast, they were selling slaves, and they got as far as other group pretty much seen them doing that. And then they wound up having, fighting and stuff like that. One person, who was trying to sell slaves to the Europeans, wound up being sold himself.
Brandon himself has got a lot of Fulani in him now. There's a lot of Fulani out there.
There's a lot of them that look like that tonight. If you look at Marcus Houston, P. Diddy, and all that kind of stuff, even Kanye West to an extent, they have something that looks Fulani to them.
But hold on, yeah, I just saw some video today. Actually, sorry, I'm just saying the topic a little bit. Is it true that breakdancing, a kind of that breakdancing thing, came from Africa?
I have a feeling that's a good question, man. Because when I
there's
think
a video online,
because like capoeira, right?
Capoeira,
the Brazilian martial arts.
Yeah.
And and to me, in some respects, that remind me of breakdancing. People gonna shoot me for it. A little bit. It remind me of breakdancing.
You see, these Western people, they hid that video. They released it recently. I don't even know whether it's a deep fake or something, but it's supposed to be a reputable house, Huntley something. They released an archive video that they have of people in Kaduna doing dance that seem like breakdown. All those things, they spin their head, and I'm like, but how is it we don't know about it today? Haven't you seen that video?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Fulanis. They tend to dance like that. They tend to dance with a lot of exaggerated leg movement, flip. They tend to do a lot of flip. What do you call it? Somersaults and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's Fulanis.
This one, they were spinning. The guy was spinning his head on the ground, doing all those things that they do in breakdancing. It's unbelievable, the similarities. And
I wouldn't doubt it.
I
never saw that one coming. I
think it's just an African sensibility. I think it's an African sensibility and a way of expression to Niger. I think no matter where Black people, Africans are, they will find ways to express themselves in that way. I don't know if it's maybe you're right. Maybe breakdancing came from that.
I
But
mean, because if you look at it, like New Orleans, and when people try to deny the Central African roots, I think why in New Orleans we don't call it the Yoruba Square, why we don't call it the Igbo Square, why we don't call it the Seer Square, why we don't call it. I mean, there were some Fulanis there, Fulani Square. Why we don't call it the Ashanti Square or Calabar Square? No, it's called the Congo Square,
Yeah.
and that's a famous
No,
park
because
in New Orleans.
Congolese also made it there now. I
uh,
see.
uh, let, let me say,
Nobody's
let me
arguing
say,
the other way around. Yeah, go
uh,
ahead.
Chitlins and grits. One thing I can tell you about Congolese, yeah, their music is very beautiful. I love some of their music. It's some of the best music as well. It's the most quintessential African music as well. It covers the whole entire continent. So Congolese people, that's something I can say. They have the best music in the continent, in my
Right.
opinion.
Right.
That's what I mean.
So
So
it's just you see they used to do that. They used to perform all different Africans
yeah.
in New Orleans when they had a break because the French was a little bit more lenient than the Americans for a lot of reasons. But they used to gather in a square and they all performed their traditions with each region of Africa where they came from.
Okay, I want to let the lady in. She says a lady. I'll give you this thing. So this is gonna get funny quickly. If it happens, I'm gonna shut this thing down. Really. All right, you got 5 seconds to say something as quickly as possible, please. Hello, welcome.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Can you
Yes,
hear
hear me?
you.
yes. Yeah, we hear
Yeah,
you.
we
Go
can
Okay.
ahead.
hear you. Yeah, we're welcome.
Um,
Sorry about that. We are just
that's
doing my
okay.
due diligence.
So I wanted to get on the panel. Thank you again for thank you again for to Niger for letting me come on the show. And you guys were mentioning earlier how we West African always get attacked mostly by the Southern African country or South Africa. Um,
Wow.
Today I was just on Dynasys live with the South African situation with the FBA and the ADOS. It seems like I don't know what it is. South Africans feel that they're not part of Africa because of the development that's going on over there. They feel that their country, and don't get me wrong, yes, their country is very developed. However, there was a guy on the panel earlier on Dynasty that said that if they remove the taxpayers, the white taxpayers, the Indians and everything, their situation in their country will be just like what's going on in West Africa, East Africa, Central Africa. So I think it's because of what's going on over there, the development and everything, that's making them feel that they shouldn't be part of Africa. To them, they think that all the West Africa, all the African people go into their country, they feel that they can't feed everyone. We're not asking you to feed us. We're just here for different kind of lifestyle, just like how the Asians, the Mexicans, they all migrated to America. And what I'm trying to say is that with Nakmizi, today he shared a video on his story about how he's receiving death threats from a Kenyan lady. So a lot of
that's what
people,
that's what happens when he sleeps with those kind of people. I mean, he deserves it. He's the one that went and took opportunities. Anyway,
Dad, let it go,
okay,
please.
okay, 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 okay.
so and it's just people need to understand that on this YouTube channel, we're all here to discuss and talk. But I just feel like there are some people who, like the FBA, ADOS, they take it to a whole nother level and try to attack a lot of the Western African people because, especially us Nigerians, it seems like we're always the talk of the town. I don't know
I
why.
don't, to be honest with you, I think it's only one person that's really have his gender is not entirety of because I'm ADOS. ADOS. I mean, I'm saying this. It's like saying that if a Nigerian person says something kind of like negative towards ADOS, I'm not going to blame the whole Nigerian. I mean, Nigerian so many different groups anyway, from Igbos to Calabars, Yorubas, whatnot. I'm not going to blame all those people from what one person represent. I mean, what one person represent, he represent himself and not the entirety of the group.
Exactly. Because today, I'm sure you guys heard about the situation that happened in northern Nigeria about the girl that was hurt, that was, murdered.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was the thing that every ADOS and a lot of Black Americans are talking about. But the situation with the mass shooting that happened in Buffalo, New York was not a talk of the town. And I'm just like, it's
That's
like they
interesting.
prefer that to happen than to worry about what's going on in Nigeria. Nigeria or Nigerians, we don't come to other countries and start hurting or shooting or doing a lot of the stuff that they said. The reason why these people are talking is because of what Donald Trump said. He specifically called us out as Nigerian people. At first, he said Africa. Then he specifically called Nigerians out, saying that we're the one taking up all the jobs, or the one doing this, doing that. Okay, I mean, I understand that. But now it seems like everybody, including other African countries, even some West African countries as well, also have issues with us.
Sad, isn't it? Yeah, I
I
think
mean,
this
you know,
this
one
is a
question.
big
It sound
topic.
like, do you live in the United States or you live somewhere else or Canada?
So I'm currently in the United States right now, but I go back and forth to Nigeria
Now,
because I
do
have
you
my both my.
experience? Okay, do
What is
you
that?
experience this stuff? Do you? I mean, what part do you live at? East Coast, Midwest, West Coast? You don't have to tell
So
me the
when
state.
when I moved to the United States, I started in Albany, New York. That was
Oh,
around
okay, up north.
2010, and then I moved my way down to Chicago, and now I live in Minnesota because of what me and my family went through the hands of Black Americans. That's why we migrated to the widest of the widest state in America.
Okay, what happened? What happened to you? Exactly what happened to you in Chicago?
Okay, so in Chicago and New York, because it's me, my sisters, my brother, my grandmother,
Now,
my
let me tell
mom,
you about New
dad.
York, though. I'm gonna tell you about New York.
So,
New York.
so
Let's straighten it out because I remember Natanese talked about it, and one thing I do notice about New York, you know, New York, half of the black population are descendants of immigrants, right?
I do know that, but I think what's going on is that they forgot that they're part of the United States for some reason. That's the same situation with what's going on with South Africa. When someone always get the attention all the time, they forget that they're part of still of this particular group, and that's
Mm-hmm.
why
Yeah.
when stuff happens in America, it always starts in New York. Do you notice that? Either New York or California. New York and Californians are those two people who feel that they should be their own separate country.
I mean, California is a very. I mean, because in California, because New York has, you know, to be honest with you, when I came to California, I kind of reconnected to my ADOS due to the fact that the majority of the blacks here are ADOS, whereas in New York, you might have an African American, and then this person is Caribbean, or they family been Caribbeans for many, many generations, and they wind up being African Americans all of a sudden. You know, that type of thing. In LA, we do have Caribbeans and Africans. Actually, you don't. I didn't even know that one of my friends was telling me there was a lot of Nigerians that live in Hawthorne, California. You know, I was really shocked
Yeah.
when he told me that. And and this is the black area, but no one have no issue with them. Or a few Nigerians who I met who live in Baldwin Hills, which is a rich black middle class area, obviously, no issues.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say is that a lot of predominant black area for some reason have issues with. I'm not saying you specifically, but I'm just saying I'm not also saying all Black Americans.
Yeah,
I'm just saying there are just certain group in this
I,
particular
I think
state. You
I
know what I
think
mean?
it's just I think it's just like exposure that Nigerians have. Like if you look at let's say Francophone Africa, some of the most hated or the most talked negatively talked about peoples will be probably Congolese people if you go to France. Because Congolese are many in France and especially they dominate popular culture. They dominate popular culture in France. And sometimes some Senegalese people, but Congolese take it. So it's that kind of you are the one in the spotlight, so everything negative or positive about you is always celebrated. It's not, they always say some positive things they celebrate Nigeria, some negative things they celebrate Nigeria. So that's the dynamics that's because you guys are the ones in the spotlight and you're much more. And that's why this is happening. These negative things are about to come. But people tend to forget about the positive contributions Nigerians make as well. They just like to remember the negative. I've had to come off that. I've had to come off that to come up with that situation. Of course, obviously, you have to be cautious and all that stuff. But I have to come. I've had to come up with that and say, you know what, these Nigerians, they look like me. Anywhere I go, anybody else could easily assume that I'm Nigerian and all that stuff. So whenever they say Nigerian, I know they also referring to West Africans. So I don't separate Nigerians from West Africans. I
Okay,
just think
so what I
Nigeria is
gather
just
from the, go ahead, sir.
I just think Nigeria is just on the spotlight, and I don't know. they representing themselves to the best they can. If it was any other country, they will have that same situation happen. Anyways,
I mean, from here, from an LA perspective, I mean, I never hear any African American or not an easy. He don't like mixed race people or at mixed African American Creoles or what have you. He don't he considered them to be part of their own group now. Ever had any type of particular smoke for any particular Africa? I mean, we do have smokes for other immigrant groups. Like Central Americans and that type of thing. You hear people probably might be complaining about, and people saying they supported the whole immigration thing. But in regards to Nigerians and other Africans, I be honest with you, the people who I talk to here in LA, they kind of welcome it. If they feel, because they feel that a lot of you guys are educated, they kind of welcome it.
They welcome Nigerians.
I mean, Africans in general. I mean, because as far as the ones who come here are usually educated.
Yeah, that's quite true, because to make it to the US is not that easy. For me, I think this conversation about Nigeria, we have to do it based on facts, and I think there's a little bit of feelings into it, and because Nigerians are numerous, and I think I will do a bit of research on it and probably have a proper conversation about it. But one thing I know for sure, the scam, this thing that Nigerians have a big reputation for, I don't think it's earned. It's like Usain Bolt. They say Usain Bolt is a 100-meter champion, but when he's not, Nigeria is not making a lot of income from scams.
no.
So if we're doing most of the scams, especially I'll look at it in numbers of scams, and at the same time the amount gotten from it. If Nigerians don't get the two basic metrics of that you can use to associate some an entity to anything, if they don't have those, then why do they have the reputation? And I know
I
for
wanted
sure
to
Nigerians don't
answer
have the
that.
money to make up for it. We don't make money from that much money from scams.
I wanted
Um,
to answer that to
yeah,
Nigeria.
go ahead. Yeah.
So that scamming situation with Nigerians that they say. So I think was it 2 years ago where there was a white man pretending to be Nigerian and scamming people.
Oh wow.
There's that too. There's a
Hmm.
lot of people where when they get caught or they're scamming, even the Indians themselves as well, they would claim that they're Nigerians, but it's so
Why
easy
did
to
they do
blame
that though?
us.
That's really
It's
odd. Why
because
did they do that?
one thing about us Nigerians is that we need a trademark on for something where they can trace it back to the actual people who's doing it. We don't have something like that to protect us. That is what I'm saying, that with the government in Nigeria, they need to figure something out about that, because too many people can say that they're Nigerians when they're not. Even like
Hmm.
there was this guy, was it was it I want to say Nevada or so, Arizona. He was a Ghanaian guy pretending to be a Nigerian.
Yeah, they do that a lot. But the question is, why would they do that though?
Because there's already
Because it's
an
easy to blame
established
us. I mean, we're
reputation.
already known for it.
Yeah, but the police is not exactly going to have mercy on you when they think you are Nigerian. Why would you choose? Why would you choose
No,
a
no, it's
Nigerian?
it's actually true, because like that guy, when there was another one too in Ghana where um he got caught, and then they thought he was Nigerian to the point that they were beating the hell out of him, and then he
Oh
confessed
wow.
that he's actually Ghanaian, and then that's when they
Oh,
actually took him in.
now
It's
he's a
really
Ghanaian.
like
Now,
it's
where did that happen
insane
at? What country did that
how,
happen at?
like,
Oh my
I
god,
was
that was
watching a
funny.
show with Steve Harvey's Court, like that show Steve Harvey that has now that he's a judge in a court and everything. This white
Hmm.
man said that he was online looking for girlfriend on Hinge or whatever, and he came across this Nigerian woman, and automatically in his mind, oh, scammer, oh, she's a fraud. Until they met in person and that's when he realized that he himself is also playing a part in thinking that every single Nigerian is a scammer, because now they've
Mm.
been married for the past 10 years. So
Oh wow.
it's really hard for us Nigerians to go in places. That's why you see us work twice as hard than more a lot of people, because we want them to know that we're not scamming you. Just because we're Nigerians doesn't mean we're scamming you. There's over 200 million of us. and the people who are scamming are not even up to 1%.
We definitely not. And Nigerians hate them too. That's the thing. Nigerians don't like all those scammers that are causing problems because they mess with Nigerian lives up.
Exactly.
So and that's what many of them don't understand. Like in the case of Ghana, when they were doing that, they were accusing Nigerians of all kinds of stuff. I said, then why don't you work with the Nigerian police? Because that's what they do in Europe. They cooperate with each other to help flush out criminals. But I think that one is going to be one interesting conversation actually,
I
because
think
I think
it will
Nigeria
be
should
good.
push him back.
Now, one
Yeah,
question I
I
have
hope
to
you
get
should
back
bring
to.
Nigerians for that.
What happened to you in Chicago? That's what I want to know.
So with me, what happened in Chicago was that I go when I first came to we migrated, we stayed for a little bit because of our visa and everything in New York, and then we worked our way towards Chicago. So and when I first came, I had to take ELL and ESL. That is English second language
That's the
and
second
English
language, right?
language learner. Right. So that's why my English is actually good today because I had to take those classes
So didn't you
growing
already
up.
know how to speak English?
And this
For
was
the
around
most.
2011, 12, where we speak British English. So there's
Yeah.
certain things where like when we say like certain English, we're like, wait, what? What is that? So that's what they required a lot of African immigrants actually to take around that time to really it was a pressure. So and in school, um, this was around like I was when I came and the Black Americans were when they found out that I was or if I came from Africa, they didn't want to talk to me. They treated me like I have some kind of a disease that I was going to spread to them, and they thought that I was stuck up. And I was like, I'm not stuck up. I just can't speak English very well.
Mm-hmm.
So I was hoping for
I mean,
them to come and talk
did
to
people
me.
try to bully you or anything like that? That's what I'm
Well,
trying to get at.
that's how they thought that I was just stuck up, and I thought that was better. I was like, I'm not better than nobody. I can't even speak English. And the same thing with my sisters, all of us. And the big issue that kind of made us kind of retract and move to the widest of the state was my brother. Men and men across the board, they tend to get along quicker compared to women.
Right.
So my brother was able to go downstairs, because we lived in an apartment there. They were able to play basketball with the Black Americans there, everything. But all due to a game that they were playing, I guess my brother, I don't know, won the game, whatever, drew to a basketball court. This guy came with a gun, ready to
Oh
shoot
yeah.
my brother because of a
Yeah.
game.
So an individual.
So, and if it
Mm.
wasn't for my mother, because my mother was watching the game through her bedroom window. If she didn't
Mhm.
scream, my brother would have had a bullet through his head because of a basketball
Well,
game. It got to the point where
That's
they followed us to our apartment door. They would put stuff in our apartment door, like some kind of a poison, just so so we were like, you know what? We moved to Minnesota, and we're not gonna judge every Black American because of what this people did.
Mhm.
But I'm
I mean,
saying that
it sound like you lived in the hood.
Chickling the I know you
I mean,
understand that
that's what
very
we
well.
had to because they look like us.
I
You
mean,
know
you
what I mean?
have Black middle
They
class
look like
areas.
us.
You heard what I said? You have upper
Oh, I
class
know
Black
that.
areas. Why didn't you move there?
We just came to America. We didn't know our way around. So we go
Okay.
to where they want us to go. That's how it works with immigrants. We go where we can go
Right,
until we
right.
can
I mean,
venture
because
out into.
even me, I would not live in the hood.
So
I think
I'm just
sometimes
saying.
when you move to a country, they assign you the area. Especially if you go there, maybe as some kind of visa
Mhm.
program or asylum or whatever. They send you to areas where they tend to like I don't know how to describe it. They put people in certain
Right,
regions.
they do. They do. They put them in the worst areas
Yeah,
Yeah.
for some weird reason.
In the UK it happens when immigrants come, they get
Yeah,
sent to the
yeah.
north. They get sent to the north.
Yeah, I'm just like
Yeah.
saying this. I mean, because you live in a Black middle class area, they're really, really strict on behavior, and you also keep the neighborhood look good because they want their property to sell very well.
Mm. I think I'll blend in.
I
In those communities, you would probably blend in.
Oh my
And they also have their community meetings and stuff like that, and making sure that everybody's on the same page, with the HOAs and all that. Yeah.
See, African Americans, you see, I think that it's a shame, because in a way, it's almost like similar stuff that is going on with Nigerians is happening to African Americans too. The decent part of the African American community is hardly seen anymore.
Yes.
The simple middle class people that do their thing, raise their children, go to farm parties, live their life. You hardly see that, but there is massive on the ground there, and it's really interesting that people don't get to see that. Anytime you see them on the news, it's either music, sports, or shooting or stuff like that.
Right. Even African Americans who live in those.
You do realize the negative impression of black people perpetrated. That's the East Asian countries see is probably representative of African Americans. You understand?
Yeah.
So whenever any black person goes to Asia, they are looked at as thieves or thugs or something, because that hood culture of America has been pushed forward on the television towards the Chinese. That's what they know about black Americans. You're either aggressive thieves or something. For Africa, they just represent poverty and all that kind of stuff.
Sports.
Or sports. So it's what gets pushed out in the airwaves as well.
There is some good sides to it though. Like I've seen cases where, like, let me just say this: in Asia, where you see that when an African American says, "Okay, I'm an African American," the treatment they get is slightly different, and they give them slightly definitely better than this in Africans. And as a matter of fact, because they associate them with movies, Black Panther,
So there's a good and bad.
Yeah, there's a good and bad aspect to it there. So, but I think it would be nice to see the good sides too, because sometimes you do get to see, like these sitcoms. It's only in sitcoms you tend to see those sort of things. And recently, I think they did the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and they tried to turn it to something.
Oh, it's totally different.
That's
totally
again,
different.
yeah. So
It's totally
you don't
different.
get to see that other side.
I mean, they had that reality show. I think it came out years ago, Baldwin Hills, which I don't live too far from it, which is definitely a predominantly black area, and most of the houses there are pretty much between the bottom part of the hill, $700,000. When you get the upper level of the hill, is about $1 million homes. And they did have like a reality show of the kids who grew up, spoiled kids who grew up in Baldwin Hills.
Wow, that would be funny to see, because
No,
you rarely see that kind of.
Yeah, it was a reality show that came out years ago. Yeah, Baldwin Hills. I think it came on like BET or something like that.
Anyways, tonight,
to be fair, we are living a good life. Some of them that were living. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I gotta get off. I mean, one thing I gotta say is, I know some people before they say something,
your mic is shaking.
Can you hear me tonight? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah,
I can hear you now.
I'm just saying that I'm gonna get off. I mean, one thing I gotta say is, I hear sometimes in this channel, before somebody says something, they have to fly out their credentials entirely to everybody before they say some stupid stuff. You know what I mean? They fly out their credentials, say, I'm this, I'm that, I'm doing this, I'm that. And then they say some stupid stuff and they get questioned on it. You know what I mean? I think there should be a way where people understand, separate the person's credentials with what he's saying in time and all that stuff, and criticize what he's saying in time. So, I don't see you doing that tonight, telling us about what you do in life and your achievements and all before you say something. You rarely do that. You know what I mean? And even Chitlins and Grits doesn't talk about his achievements or careers in life. So, but I don't even talk about that and all that. But there's so many people. Some of them have not even completed a degree. You understand? They stepped into university, but they feel like just because they got into university, they have the right to educate everybody else. But that's besides
somebody that you need to come back, man. I need
man.
That
I
is
see
still
the
very.
different side of dark, man.
That's anger runs deep. When he gets
No. It's all right. I'm just saying, like, like some people before they say, they give us a whole soliloquy of the history they know, and they just start making historic quotes, but they're not saying nothing. So it's kind of like it's like if I start talking about maybe Maybe if I start talking about my achievements or something like that, maybe then I will be heard or so. Never mind it. Anyway, I couldn't care less.
One thing I have to admit I like about West Africans is noting these weird, crazy categories of Niloites, Kushite, Bantu. I never heard it from no Nigerian, no person from Sierra Leone, no person from Mali, but always in the East Side.
Yeah, with that they are this in categorization. And who knows? Maybe because of the proximity to the Arab world, they buy into the sort of things. Man, Africa, we have a lot to unpack. Let's.
All I can say tonight, West Africans are functional people. There's a reason why Nigerians are not here that much defending themselves. It's because they're busy out there earning a lot of money. They're earning more money than Somalians. So they're earning more money, having more women than Somalians. So they can't say nothing about it.
Yeah, bringing the women into it again.
That's all.
Right.
Anyway, that's all.
Right.
Hey, Brian, catch you on the flip side.
All right, no problem, brother. You take care.
Yeah, I think we'll round this up for at most 4 hours because today I've been traumatized with this porn nonsense that they were doing.
That
And
is crazy. What's going on with people with that, man?
I don't know. I just had 2 videos. It's not like I've been around long.
What's McCall had that? What's her name? Puntai Princess had that too. I'm like, people are out of their minds.
Yeah, they're just trolling people, trying to deter because it's very nasty. You see, because YouTube really frowns on that. At that, they will delete your account if you do that on this. So that's a way of damaging people, really. I don't know what Punta Princess has done to earn that. And to be fair, Punta Princess does piss some people off. But how many people do I piss off? I like to think that I don't go about.
It's just kind of like if you don't agree with somebody's opinions, just log off. I mean, I would not, even though let's say I don't agree with some of your opinions, I will not do that. To me, it's almost like I don't know what to call it.
They make a lot of effort. They will get the logo or the avatar of some other person and put the name there so that you try to let them on. And once you let them on, then boom, they release the porn and this and that will be a big violation for YouTube. So you have to delete the video. Right. So yeah, I did that twice, and I just like okay, I have to start checking. I have to say, most of the guys were very helpful. They were like, okay, this is what you need to do. You need to check. And I will do a bit more research on how to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Right. YouTube need to ban those people who do that.
Oh, yeah. All you can do is block them from your channel. They will go somewhere else. They will just release another Google account and they're back on you again.
Right. I'm going to ask the Nigerian lady something else. Now, do you live in America now, or you live in Minnesota or that state?
She's muted. You're muted. Hello. I think her account is she can't because she had 2 accounts here a moment ago.
Right.
I'm not sure she's even this in there. Yeah. So for my this intake anyway, I was saying earlier on that African Americans tend to take the prefer the East Africans. Okay, she's back on, but I don't. Okay, let me put her back on. You have a 2-second account, just to say something quickly.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Now you still live in Minnesota, or you live?
So yes, I do live in the United States now. So, but I mean, again, I don't have issues with African Americans. Like a lot of my friends are African Americans here. So what I'm just saying is that a lot of us, go through these traumas, but we don't like to generalize because we all know that not everybody is this. I mean, now we have just like the situation that happened with Toby Openselli and the Congolese guy that happened in Columbus that was killed by the cops, and the Toby guy that was killed by his girlfriend.
Hold on. Congolese guy was killed by the cops. What happened?
Yeah, I think it was last month.
Nobody's talking about that on TV.
Well, you didn't know about that. I heard about it. Wrestled the guy to the ground and shot him in the back of the head.
Are you serious? What?
Yeah, they were squabbling. It's only us that get squabble with the cop and it gets shot in the head.
What city did it happen in? Or town?
Wasn't it Columbus or something like that?
Columbus, Ohio.
Around that area. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look that up today.
Yeah.
Wow. And the guy that shot 10 people walked free.
Yeah.
He walked
Yep.
free.
No, he didn't walk free. He got
Yep.
arrested. They had to beg him to come out. Beg him come out.
Right, right,
You know,
right.
you remember during the time of Obama when this black guy attacked some white cops and white people, and he was in the car park
Yeah, the Somalian guy.
hiding.
Yep.
Yeah, they sent in a robot to go and detonate a bomb where he was,
Mm.
just to make sure they kill him. But this guy that killed 10 people here,
Oh yeah,
they
in
were
Buffalo.
begging, come on, surrender, please. We'll make some coffee. You'll be all right.
Right,
And he's
right.
gonna be. He might be a hero now because look at that Rittenhouse. What he did, he killed 2 people, and now he's a hero. At least he in some case he walks free. This guy probably is not going to walk free, but he will be celebrated.
But one
Like it or
thing we
not.
need to understand is that this, the mass shooting that's happening, it first happened 2006 with the guy that drove to Texas and was mass shooting the Mexicans there in
In El Paso.
Paso,
It was El
Texas.
Paso, right? Yeah, yeah.
Yep. And then Kyle Rittenhouse followed and drove from where he was all the way to Wisconsin during Dante Wright situation, right? And started shooting people there. And then this guy, it's not going to stop. It's going to keep coming. And now
it's
that Kyle
weird.
Rittenhouse got away with it, and that.
No, go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead. You finish your thought.
So, and there was another one too before the Texas guy. There was this white dude that went to the black dominated church and was
Yeah, I remember
killing
that.
everybody
Yeah.
in the church. Remember that guy? Where on
Yeah.
his way when he got arrested, they took him to McDonald's because he was hungry.
Mm.
This man
It's,
got
it,
fed on
go
his
ahead.
way to being arrested. So it's not going to stop. It's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening. So
the weird
yeah,
thing
that's what I
about
have
it
to say.
though, no, the weird thing about it, it's been a whole lot of shootings all week. One in Buffalo, another one in Wisconsin. It was another one that happened not too far from where I live at, in the mall, or it's kind of like one of those outdoor malls in downtown LA. I mean, only one person got killed, but everybody, if you see it, everybody was just like running all over the place. And another one at an Asian church recently. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Tensions now. Tensions around this, and the food prices are going to be going up soon anyway. And but did you know that with all this stuff going on right now, they said that there's going to be food shortage, and America has got food for about 5 months, and
Well,
China has got
it's going to
China
be
has got
all
food for a year and
cannibalism
a
going to be
half.
happening to people.
It's gonna. I see. Me, I'm not finding this funny. All these leaders, they need to stop this nasty fights. Who needs all these fights that you're fighting right now? Who?
Right.
No. Who wins? Nobody wins other than poor people that don't have food to eat. I personally, I would say plague on both of their houses. Putin and Biden, they should sort themselves out. Let people get on with their lives.
I totally agree.
So that is that anyway. On because I'm really curious about these African American these attacks that keeps happening. That's part of the topic too. Why is it that no matter what happens in America, I've asked all the other panelists, why is it that no matter what happens in America, 9/11 by the other groups, terrorist attack constantly by the other groups, barely African Americans do these things to them. But why is it that they will always like, yeah, I don't mind Osama. Let me go back to my African Americans and let's keep torturing them. Why is that they just focus on you guys constantly to feel like to make them feel strong somehow, or like this guy now literally see you guys as a threat? Why?
Yeah, because they don't want us to do what they done to us.
But you've not done anything. That's
no. What I'm saying is what they done to us. They have a feeling since we have a whole lot of built-in resentment, we might do to them.
Wow, talk about guilty conscience or projection. That you have not done anything. African Americans.
No, what I'm saying is they feel that we're going to try to turn the tables one day.
Wow, that feelings. Wow.
I mean, because think about it, the white population. I mean, the United States is pretty much diverse. I mean, it's funny because I was walking down the street. I was going to not the street like a mall. It was like God, what's that place? The Grove, where I live at. And because I was listening to that guy, that kid. He was talking about replacement.
Yeah.
it was in relations to that type of thing. And I was looking at everybody, and I said, at the Grove, I've seen a lot of Mexicans, a lot of Asians, blacks, admixed blacks, Persians, Middle Easterners, but very few white people or Europeans. And if you look at downtown LA, it's pretty much the same thing. And then now how the way the demographics is, and this is including white Hispanics, okay, white Hispanics. The white population in the United States is about 57, 55% now.
Yeah, wow, that's quite low now.
Right. It's not like 80% or 90% anymore.
But is that not what I thought I thought this in the voting this thing, when I saw it, it was showing them to be about 30% or so.
I'm not sure,
The white
but I mean, I'm
population.
looking at the numbers, and Hawaii pretty much is a Asian Pacific Island state. I don't know why we got Hawaii as a country, but you know what I mean, where white people only like 30%. So it's kind of like the demographics of America is changing.
Yep. But so you said they fear that you're going to take you guys are going to take revenge, which, to be fair, there's no real evidence for it. But however, this demographic change that is happening, do the black community have any strategy for it?
You know what I mean? Some black people even pretty much complain about probably the demographic changes. To be perfectly honest, I mean some. Others, it really depends. I don't think there's any type of real strategy as far as, I mean, because everyone is pretty much tribal. Like for example, if you come here in the United States to Niger and you interact with African Americans, they won't have issues with you generally. But if it was a Mexican person, people are going to side eye them, or an Asian, or even I guess in the East Coast. I mean, because in the West Coast we heard about them. Dominicans who are pretty much almost like Creoles. Even Creoles will pretty much side-eye Dominicans. Because they technically speaking, they're the same group, genetically speaking.
I see.
You know what I mean? So with you, they won't have issues with, but with the other groups, it will definitely be an issue.
Okay, but look at this now. This demographic is happening. The Hispanics and some of them are even Native Americans moving in numbers. So my concern is that, okay, the African Americans, let's say they've even made up their mind that, okay, we are going to, integrate with the general white population. But when things hit the fan, some of these white people are thinking of breaking the country up. And if they go ahead and try to do something like that, and there's all kinds of chaos, I would have thought that the African American community would have their own strategy. They can't just sit by.
I mean, you have individuals. I mean, I have to say it, black militia groups, like you have white militia groups. I mean, that you have the the kind of like Natsaneezy. Natsaneezy is pretty much radical. He wanted kind of like, for African Americans, you have to be over 80% or something to consider to be African American. All you Creoles, admixed blacks, you're out. That's his thing. You know what I mean?
That's not going to work out. Yeah, it's going to lock out a lot of people, and it's going to be, and those people will be stuck in the middle.
Right.
And most of those people actually live within the black community too.
They do. I mean, if you go to Crenshaw, like a lot of Creole restaurants are owned by admixed people for many generations. Not, I mean, what I consider mixed is, and most African Americans consider mixed if you have a different race parent in your house. Yeah. Now, by definition, you consider it mixed. Not people who are multi-generational mixed. We consider it different. But Natsaneezy have a different opinion about that. And I disagree with it, but that's his opinion. But I'm like saying, if you kind of try to change people's minds about that, you're going to get a whole lot of pushback.
Yeah. I think I just feel like maybe at least it's not. Maybe you guys have a secret plan that nobody knows about. But I feel like you guys should be, because I see the others preparing. I see them preparing. Trump, one of the things he did was lay the groundworks for their power to remain as long as possible.
I think what Trump did and which promoted within African Americans and stuff like that. He presented some type of weird nationalism. I mean, prior to trying Donald Trump, I never heard of no ADOS movement, being expressed like that until Donald Trump came aboard with, America First and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And, and the white militia groups. And then, and then that girl, Yvette, whatever name, Carter, what have you. And then ADOS. And then, never even heard of that. I mean, if you talk to the average African American and ask them what ADOS is, they will not tell you that at all.
They don't know now, but these things grow. Maybe this is what they did in South Africa too, that it grew and grew and grew. Because it's conditioning. This is how the conditioning starts. But to be fair, America has not been known to, go out and just start attacking immigrants. So I don't see that. I don't see that happening.
I mean, I've seen that happen mainly with white people doing that to, Central Americans and stuff like that in Long Island a few times.
Oh, they did that, eh? Whoa.
Oh yeah, they have. Several times. Some Central Americans were actually captive as slaves. You know what I mean? And certain, because they came here as cheap labor, and some people decided to try to enslave them. You know what I mean? That's been documented. Yeah.
That's what happens when you go inside a country. You are not sure what the roots are. You can get enslaved quickly.
Right. And because a lot of those Central Americans, I showed you in a video a long time, who you seen walking around in LA. A lot of them are pretty much maids and working in the farms.
Yeah.
Working
those
in
guys, man. Those guys, man. That video, you were the one that showed me that link, didn't you?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that link is another worldly this thing. Something else is going on there. It's just unbelievable what I saw. See,
but
in
they
my mind anyway.
Though. I mean, you see them selling hot dogs and fruits
and
flowers.
If you don't see people face to face, you can't relate fully to them. I just see them as a video and see the numbers. They are staggering.
Right. So that's what I see every day. And when that's the reality I showed you.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like the African American community, they should be communicating amongst themselves a bit more, because I don't think it's going to happen like next year, but I give it 20 years, it's going to be more obvious. And you have to ask yourself this: has there been any nation in history where a majority group becomes a minority group peacefully? If that nation exists, I would like to know it, because the secret, however they did it, needs to happen. You can employ it in the American context, because it's not happened before that I know of. I've checked, and America is about to experience something that I've never seen in history, at least in the documents that I've looked into.
Right.
And nobody's preparing really, apart from them. I can tell you right now, if you think the pan-Europeans, and that's something you guys need to also understand. The state of America is pan-European. I think Black Americans don't seem to understand that, and many Africans don't know that. When it's actually obvious, that's why they have NATO. That's why they protect Europe. That's why they protect Australia.
I totally agree with that assumption, because think about it like this. And in this part of the world, in the Western, is the young lady still here? You should have jumped in and talk. She won't.
I think she's gone out. She's got two profiles somehow.
Right. In this part of the world, you notice that there's no really Pan-American or Americas. I mean, besides, I guess, what they call NAFTA or what have you, but that's not much. Besides United States, in reality, in Canada. We even have a train network that goes to Canada. One in the West Coast between Seattle and Vancouver, BC, and another one in the East Coast. There's no train network going to Mexico.
Not at all. Why would they go
Not
to
at
Mexico?
all. We have a huge border.
Why would you go to Mexico? What do you think? This is a joke business. This is.
Yeah, well, I'm saying, if we're talking about integrating this part of the world, what would the United States see? The South is a bunch of dusty mixed people.
These people don't play around. They see, it's people that don't. That's why I like the Chinese. They are great students of history. People don't study history and see how they behave. They always are like this. That you always think everything is okay. But if you don't look at the how they are actually structured, the way they are living, you're not gonna know. Look at okay now. We live in America every day. The way they treat Canada is completely different from the way they treat Mexico. Somehow it's become normalized. Like it's normal for that to be so
It is
different.
normal. It is normal.
Exactly. But it's a form of discrimination. It's clear, showing you in the face that these people are choosing their fellow Europeans versus the one that don't look very much like them.
Yep.
That's how they defend the United Kingdom, France, or Australia. They do it. So
Right.
the question now is, if you are from you're African American, you want to also have this. You want to also make a case for the state to be Pan African too, not only Pan African American. And this is South Americans and Central Americans that come into America to want to also make a case for America to be Pan South American and Pan Central American, not only Pan European, because
Exactly.
America right now has been
We need
Pan
to be.
European all this while.
I mean, because why do we have Haiti and it was caused by the United States? You know, you could probably do a show on that. You know, be in a situation what it is.
Yeah.
We have to ask ourselves these questions. And if they within our hemisphere and our orbit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Small
You
country
know,
relatively, and
yeah,
because
I mean,
African Americans
they have a
definitely have the
population of
power.
what, close to 11 million people.
That's quite a big one.
Yeah,
Not
it
as
is. It is. It's bigger than certain African nations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the
That's
whole
quite
island would include the Dominican Republic. It's over 21 million.
wow. That's solid.
Yeah,
That's solid numbers.
yeah.
And that those are this in people of African, so at least African descent link. So,
Right.
man,
Actually, you know that Nigerian is have a trade now with the Dominican Republic now, right? You know that?
I didn't know about Dominican. I know I think Jamaican, and Satcom or CARICOM. They had some kind of.
No, they do. Nigeria do. I'll give you the YouTube video. You can look at it. I was shocked. I was like, what? Nigeria and the Dominican Republic?
Yeah, is it Dominican Republic? Is not that one next to Haiti?
Yeah. It's they pride themselves as being a mulatto nation.
Oh my God! But they are very mean to Haitians.
Yeah, I know. But Nigerian, here's the link. Nigerians trading with them now.
Oh God!
This is back in 2000. This is last year, actually. Here's the link.
Oh God! Nigerians, they always do all these things that just a little bit weird.
It says Nigerian government partners the Dominican Republic to promote trade and investment. This
Okay,
is back
let me
in
see
September
whether Nigerian
23rd.
government. I need to check whether Nigerian government partner with Haiti first, because if they don't partner with Haiti and they're doing with Dominican Republic, I'm not going to like it. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that. I was like, "What is the Dominican Republic? That came out of nowhere." Yeah, I have the link in the private chat. You can look at it later on if you want.
Yeah, let me just check. I'm just checking the links right now. Then great and check this in, because no, it's not fun. This is okay. Innocent dying. Oh, that's not nothing. I want to see whether Nigerian government have a relationship with Haiti. Okay, Africans reach out in solidarity. Oh my God, this is disgusting. The senior level international partner meeting on Haiti. Okay, third senior level international partner meeting on Haiti. But
That's pretty good.
I don't see Nigeria in there though. Hosted by France. No, that doesn't count. Oh my God. I can't believe this.
Yeah, but they invested with the Dominican Republic though.
Oh God. Nigeria, and sometimes they do some kind of off-code stuff that is just, I don't understand them sometimes. You mean
I guess one thing only thing I will give the Dominican credit for. It's a tourist place. It is. It's a tourist place. And that's about it.
This will probably hate Nigerians. The way they hate Haitians.
I know. But you know what the Dominican Republic people like?
Yeah.
Is money.
I guess so. The fact that they were willing to decide that they are going to do business with Nigerians. Oh man, I need to. I will study this link. Yeah.
If you see those rich Nigerians, the girls is gonna flock.
Oh, Nigeria and Dominican Republic has similar cultures. Are you nuts? Whoever I say that stuff, they are crazy. I will check this link, man. This is seriously off-code stuff. Nigerians, they do this weird stuff sometimes that is like, why? It is right next door. I'm not even sure some of these Nigerians how Dominican Republic people treat Haitians like dirt. You know,
Yeah, they do.
oh man. So it's all right anyway.
That's why a lot of African Americans side-eye Dominicans.
Yeah, they should because I've seen hatred in this world, but I've never seen black people hate black people so badly. And the way they treat, oh my God, man, that thing moves me like crazy, man. The way they treated those Haitians that day, and the Haitians were just like taking it, like just taking it. They just were just mean. And this is the modern world. They were being video. They didn't care.
Right.
They just being mean to them.
Right.
And I was like, how
you
can
remember
they
what
be
happened
like
to Marwa? You remember what happened to Marwa?
Mawa?
The Kenyan guy.
Yeah. That one, it happened to him too. And
Yeah.
his is even like, they try to do it a little. They actually roughed him up.
Yeah, they did. And the thing is, he speaks Spanish perfectly, and they ignored him.
It doesn't matter.
No, what I'm saying is,
darker to a certain level.
Right. But I'm saying he spoke Spanish. They were ignoring, like he was trying to like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wow.
The guy was afraid for himself. Now he was afraid for a while that he wasn't going to make it out of that place.
Yeah.
Man, those guys, man, they need to chill out. Their hatred that they display openly is really no. They need to change their ways. And Nigeria doing business with them is just off code. I don't think they should have done that. They could easily have gone to Haiti and had some kind of deal with Haiti. Then
Right.
go to
And
Jamaica.
improve their tourist infrastructure.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes. What is wrong with Nigerians? Sometimes they do stupid things. Exactly. Nigerians can help them, and they don't even need anything for Haiti. Just help Haiti, because Nigeria helps a lot of countries in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
We help a lot of countries in Africa, so they need to figure out a way to do. I really think Haiti really needs a lot of the black community to come because they are
together.
really going through hell. Yeah, they're going through hell.
I mean, because a lot of Haitians, to be honest with you, do very well in the United States. I'm being honest on that. A lot of them do very, very well in the States, and I think it's going to take probably the Haitian community here too, as well. To
that too. What are they doing?
They are legislating with Biden and others, because actually the woman who is now speaker, who do the press briefings.
Mm-hmm.
She's Haitian.
Oh, the new one. I think I've seen her face. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. She does have that Asian color.
She's Haitian. She's actually a lesbian. I was surprised about that. She's dating.
God.
She's dating a Creole woman who is Suzanne Malveaux. You ever heard of who she is? Suzanne Malveaux.
I've heard the Malveaux name before. I don't know about the Suzanne.
She's a Creole woman from New Orleans, and
they have to really take the joy out of everything. They gave us Supreme Court judge that is married to a white woman, white man, and now they gave us Kamala Harris. Oh God! Then this one again. Why can't they just give us simple, normal human being anymore? What is going on out there right now?
I mean, Kamala Harris. I don't like Kamala Harris, not because of her racial thing. Because like I said, you have African Americans who look like that. What I didn't like about her is in regards to when she was in California, and a lot of people got put to jail from Trump charges for many years. And she was, one of my friends was arguing, well, she was doing her job, but how the way it went down, I said a lot of brothers and and other groups went to jail because of her.
Yeah, man, I'm getting tired of all these people. See, it's one. I'm sounding like a really, really old man sometimes. With all these people, they just keep bringing as if there's no normal human beings in this world anymore. Okay, let me not call them normal human beings. Your conventional human beings. The other people are also normal, but they are choosing only from that pool too often now that it looks like they are the one dominating the population of the world. What is wrong with just finding a normal black lady that just is normal, married to a black African American guy? What's wrong with that? Why does that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. You're right.
That's getting scarce now. It's really scarce. You can't just find a black woman married to a black man being in a high office anymore. Yeah. It's like it has to be like either he's white or he's gay or he's something.
Yeah, this is them together right here. Here's a picture right over here. Them together. Oh. I was really surprised. I didn't even know Suzanne Malveaux was lesbian. I did not know that. She's in CNN. I don't know if you've seen her before. She used to
definitely I've seen her before.
Yeah. Yeah, she's Creole from New Orleans, and they're married, I guess.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, the wife looks familiar too. She's like an actress or something, or presenter or something like that. She
Which
looks
one is
familiar
that?
to
No,
me.
no, she's a reporter.
The wife too.
You talking about the admix girl lady?
Yeah. No,
No,
the white girl.
no, she's
Is that
black.
admixed?
Yeah,
What?
she's admixed. She's black.
Hey God, we're in trouble.
No, she's admixed. She's from New
Okay.
Orleans, so I'm saying that's what we call a Creole person.
Ah, that's the Creole, and she's okay. Wow, America. There's a lot for us to learn from America. The girl is man. The lady is pretty. I have to give it that one to her. And but what you know why I can't believe I'm saying this, man. She looks a bit younger than the lady that she's married to. Am
Who's
I
that?
accurate there? Okay, it looks like I'm seeing the wrong thing. You said this lady is standing with another mixed girl.
I mean, put up the picture. Put up the picture. I'm just curious.
Okay, yeah, because I'm looking at let me put that. Let me pull that up. Yeah,
All right.
actually. Yeah, because what is this all about?
Yeah, they're partners, or I think they married. They even have a baby. Actually,
I can't oh God, now you see that too. All these things, I'm questioning society quite a bit these days.
Yeah, that's it.
The lady looks a lot older than her.
Which one is that?
The dark one looks a lot younger.
Oh, she is. She's about 10 years apart.
I see. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. And
because Susan Melville, I think she's like, I think she's like almost close to. She's 50.
Yeah, she definitely looks like she looks it. Even if she's
actually Susan Melville, she's 55 years old.
Wow. And the press secretary,
I think she is. Let me look at her age right now. She was not born. Actually, she's not too far. She looks good for her age. Me and her are almost close to the same age. She's 47.
Wow. She really looks good for her age.
Yeah, she does.
That's that Haitian this thing now.
Yeah.
I really can't believe this, man. I really can't believe it's so tragic, man. I feel I'm envious.
They're partners.
Good for them. good for them. They can't let us have our own fun anymore. Every time there's one thing or the other going on this day. I can't keep up. I think I can keep up. But it's all right. I don't have anything against them personally. I wish them all the best. It's just that I would like to see African American conventional family now and again get proper stuff. We are beginning to sound like white people complain that the system is being racist against them. This is how now we are. They are discriminating against normal. Then I should stop using that word normal. It's going to get me in trouble because it's not accurate too.
But you know what? I think with them too, maybe it's that Haitian connection. Like I said, the Louisiana Creoles, a lot of them do. Their ancestors come from Haiti a long time ago.
Yeah. But the darker lady is quite pretty actually. She is.
I mean, they both is cute. The
other one I'm not so sure. Maybe because of her age right now. Maybe when she was younger, she was a lot prettier. But the dark one is all there, there. Can you imagine if that lady was around 20 something? How she would look? She would just be like something else. So it's all good. You guys do your thing in America. I just hope that I hate seeing bad stuff happen to African American. It's not even like we have a choice. It's visceral.
Right.
If you see bad
especially with the shootings and stuff like that, and it's that's just it's lighting the fire. I don't know who's trying to light that fire, but it's lighting fire. I mean, gun ownership is going to go up.
Yeah, because everybody wants to feel like they have to defend themselves now.
Right, right. I mean, I have a bunch of my friends who are African Americans who have guns.
So wow, okay, they are choosing to start owning their own firearms.
Oh yeah, a lot of them been owning guns for a long time.
See, that's good. But they will not take it out with the inside a car.
I know, like some of my friends, they like to go shooting. And like a couple of my
Okay.
friends like to hunt.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
At least that's getting busy and
Yeah.
getting familiar with these things, because somehow they've it's like the other groups just arm themselves, and African Americans are not allowed to do the same thing.
No. It's a bunch of, I know a lot of African American guys who got guns, and they have gun
Ooh,
groups.
that's good.
Yeah. I
That's
mean,
good.
especially in
Everybody should
LA,
learn.
it's a lot of that.
Mm.
A lot of guys got guns.
I don't know. You see, the thing why guys don't have problem with women and women doing stuff. If this was two guys now, I probably we feel a little bit different about it. But let me
I
just
mean,
leave that. That's it.
one of the I guess Biden staff, he considered himself the champion of diversity. I know his secretary of transportation, a white guy, he's married to another man.
Hey, it's almost like, you see, the thing now is that it's almost like it's like they are. I don't know whether they are announcing them deliberately or they are just somehow many now. Or people were hiding it before. I don't understand it.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, we got I think he also have a transgender in the office too.
Everybody wants to race ahead from some. The whole thing is a bit all over the place. I don't know why they are rushing these things. Like, oh, you have to have transgender. And now the American people are pushing back because this is why they want to go and get rid of abortion now.
Yeah, man, that's just kind of like, wow. I don't know what's going to happen. Right now the Supreme Court, they on the security watch. The states, because I know California is a lot more liberal state. Like I tell people, like United States is like a multiple. We are a federal union, but we kind of like have our own multiple different countries in a way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to see after June if they do that, how the way the country's going to look.
Oh no, the country will be fine, all right. You see, there was a time I thought it was unthinkable for that to happen, but I think the country will be fine right now. I think, you see, if you ask me, I think the argument is on the side of people that want to preserve this thing that are pro-life. There was a time I used to think the opposite, and I think there's a level of ignorance about my position then, because how can a consenting adult take action like this that creates life, the most advanced creation that we know in the universe, like which human beings are? Then you don't even consider it serious enough to be responsible. I feel like if you want to drive a car, you are responsible. Why would you just go and sleep with somebody? Then when something happens, then you feel like, let me just take a drug, and that will be the end of it.
Right,
and we know that some of these things actually follow the individuals. Right. I'm one of those people that used to think that it was okay, it's your body, do whatever you like with it. Well, it's not that simple,
It's not. It's not as simple. It's kind of like I'm like all over the place when it comes down to the issue, because I try it right now. It's like I try to me and my lady. I ignore it. I don't even try to.
I tried to do that a long time ago. I always try to avoid the topic because it's very tricky.
Right. I stick with SpaceX. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk's craziness.
That's easier to manage.
And
did he say he was backing off the Twitter purchase? Not that you mentioned Elon Musk. I think he was saying something that he was backing off the Twitter purchase. That he put it on hold or something.
Oh wow! He was getting a whole lot of pushback from people.
What is their problem? He was going to restore Trump's account and all the rest of it. Is that what they are?
I don't think there's anything wrong with restoring Trump's account. I mean, I don't have anything really heavily against Trump. I mean, I really ignored him.
Yeah.
I mean, I never really, had anything type of fire against Trump. I mean, besides, hell, he was talking about the whole reparations thing. I was like, during his time. So with him and Ice, you remember Ice Cube?
Yeah.
Contract with Black America or whatever. I was like, okay.
Yeah, they were trying to do something. See, Trump. I don't see, when he first came in, I was one of those moralistic people that were busy saying, "Oh, how can he just be talking about people like that? How should he?" I was doing all those things, but I think in hindsight, I begin to feel as if I was a little bit naive about the entire episode, because think about it, Trump is doing what he's meant to do, protect his own people.
Right.
And it's up to our own people to protect our own people. You can't expect another woman's husband to come and save us. You know,
Right.
it's
Right.
just not right, really.
No,
So,
I had no issue really with Trump. I didn't have no issue with him creating that border.
mm,
Like saying, I'm like saying, a lot of people don't have the solution with the immigration thing.
mm,
As far as what to do and what not to do, and Kamala Harris, screwing up when it comes to that immigration border thing. She's
oh
funny.
man, now that lady, I don't know. The only thing she's right now gonna be good for is if something happens to Trump, then she might just be able to keep the
I
country
told
going.
people like if Biden dies suddenly, she's gonna be
Mm.
president.
Yeah, you can hate her all you want. She's
Right,
gonna be calling the shot now, and
right. She might be president. I'm not gonna say she's gonna make it the second term. She most likely
yeah,
won't, but she will be
not
president of the
likely.
United States. Yeah, I mean, because she's very unlikable. A lot of people don't like her.
Yeah. And who knows? That might be the reason why the white people like her. You'll be surprised because she might do things that they like. After all, she used to hold a position that she was there for quite a while because she was putting people in prison and all the rest.
Right, right.
So,
I mean, besides her Delta sisters, her
mhm.
sisters she went to college with. Let me show you her sisters. I mean, some of them were cute, you know, but I heard they were, me and Matsunizi, they said, the Delta sisters had to look a certain way in her group.
Mm.
You know,
It's one of those things that you see, why did they do this? Biden wanted to choose vice president, and Kamala Harris is the one he
well, he thought
chose.
he was going to get, the whole black vote thing and the whole black female vote.
Ugh.
You know,
They always want to
so
hedge their bets. Just choose a black woman. It's not that hard. There are many of them there. Ideally, use a guide. Don't choose the one that if you didn't check closely, you might mistake her for white a bit. You know,
these are
you
her
choose an
Delta.
obviously black person. That's
No,
what you
this,
do.
this is her Delta sisters, brother. I'm gonna show you. This is her group back in college.
Let's see.
Her group. Yeah, I'll post it to you. It's just like, it's African American school, HBU, that stuff, and sometimes it's very cliquish.
Yeah.
Going to those schools and being in the right clubs and all that type of stuff.
Yeah, that thing. Okay, maybe this is a good time to ask. That thing that African Americans were like, they were like OBGYN and all those things. What does that mean? And they will like, they will be saying something like they will be like, it has something to do with university or college that they call it college that they
Yeah, it had a
attended.
lot to do with those like those the Greek, because I
Yeah,
never
yeah.
I didn't go to I didn't go to like a like HBU school, but I have relatives who went.
Mm.
And it's all that Greek fest. That's her college group.
Wow,
Can't
she
even
was
spot
black in
where
her.
she's at.
Let me see. Let me see if I can track her.
Can't find her.
You want me to show? Oh, I'm gonna track her. I think this one is too obvious. It's too obvious. It can't be her. Can it possibly be her? No, it can't. Let me see. Oh my God, she's really missing in action there.
Yeah, I'm saying
Is
she
she
blends in
there?
the group.
Oh my God, how can she possibly be here?
She's there.
That's not her. Could this be her? Wow, this is the only person I think that can be her here. This is the only person that can be her. This, maybe this. I don't know, man. You tell me which one is she? Ah, is that her there?
Which one is that?
The one on the bottom. This is right.
I think no, that's not her. That's somebody else.
Then did I get it right with my first suggestion? I can't see her there.
They say she's in back in row 4.
Row 4.
Yeah.
On the left side or on the right side?
She's in the back. Back row 4 on the left.
On the left, okay. Back row 4. That's her here.
Right.
Is this her?
On the left. Which one?
The green my mouse is on it. The green shirt. No, definitely not this one.
No.
Okay, is this your left?
I'm trying to, our left, I guess.
Okay. Green. She's wearing green.
Row for, I think. Damn, I don't even know.
You're not even sure. If you know the
I think.
color
Oh, I
she's
think she's
wearing,
all the way in
no.
the. She's on the top left.
Top left.
Yeah,
Here,
I think she had the shades on. Maybe.
shades. Top left,
Yeah.
shades. Then it could be this one here. The fact that we are finding it hard to find her here. She did blend him quite well. I have to give that to her. I have to give that to her. She blended in quite well. One can hardly track her. So she basically grew up black, and in a way, I
Right, those are her
guess
friends. I mean, you can see it right there. Go down, like in the middle. That one with the 4 girls.
this one here.
Yeah, I mean, no, she's the one to the.
That's her here, all right. This is her here. I can see that. I can see her eyes here clearly, and that smile coming out.
She's the one in the right. In the right.
Yeah, that's her there. That's her here too, and here again.
Right.
And yeah, now that you get her out of that, I think that's her here too.
Yeah.
See that smile. And I guess she grew up black. I think that's something some people don't understand, because of her lifestyle now. She actually grew up black, and she talked about her history. So you have to give that to her. She is black.
Only thing I don't like about her is she don't acknowledge her father.
Yeah, for whatever reason. Sometimes it's not because she's in like hating. It might be because she just has some funny relationship.
Think about it, because she never mentioned her father in her speech.
Yeah.
She mentioned her mom, but never her dad. And
I
her
think
dad is still alive.
It's a family issue. Wow, that's really bad. Then it must be really bad. Whatever is keeping them apart is really bad.
She did not mention her father at all in her speech. With as far as the victory speech, she mentioned the mom, but not the dad.
It's funny though that the media they don't make a big deal out of that.
Well, he cursed her out because when she said about, you remember when she said about Jamaica and when she was on the Breakfast Club and talking about smoking weed? Oh, he screamed her out on that.
Oh, wow, that's good.
Because because her father is an economist, and if you read about his dossier and what he did a lot of stuff as far as in business and education all over the world.
Mm-hmm. Wow, and she doesn't acknowledge him at all. Wow, that's quite something.
And the weird thing about it, she looks like him.
Tell me about it. And you see, and maybe the poor guy didn't even like that she's married to a white guy and all the rest of it.
Right. If you Google Kamala Harris' father, she looks exactly like him. I'm show you.
Father.
Yeah, she looks exactly like him, man.
Yep. That's them. Oh my. That's them, all right. He too looks a little bit, off. This is like almost like Somali kind of.
Well, he's white, ancestor as well, and a black ancestor, obviously. Yeah.
Tough people, man. Nice talking, nice talking.
He looks a lot like Kamala. Looks a lot like him.
Yeah, they do look alike. You can see that now. That's why they put them side by side. Like, you can't run away from this.
You can't run away from it. No,
you're stuck with me. You're stuck with me, man. It is what it is.
It is what it is, man.
You have to embrace your family now. I see. I think whatever is keeping them apart has to be really big, because there's no way, man. I've seen families squash all kinds of disputes because the success has arrived and people are doing well now. But the fact that these guys are still not like in that much of a good time, it's a bad sign. And I'm a little bit surprised nobody has made a big deal out of it, because you would think that somebody would like, what? Why are you not talking about your dad a bit more? And let's go and talk. Look at Prince Harry's this is a wife, or Meghan. You see how you see how they went after the dad. They have to know everything, man. You can't just keep quiet. They will be interviewing.
Her dad is a drunk, right?
Yeah, he's a drunk, and he's got quite a lot of men. That family, they do have issues, At least
You
they
ain't lying,
explain.
man. He's a mess, man.
It's a mess. It's a
I,
mess.
yeah,
The
yeah. I don't know
entire
how a
family,
mother.
the entire family, the kind of relation they have with each other is a little bit off. But
What about Meghan Merkel mother? I mean, what's she's like?
she seems grounded. She seems like the only one that is grounded in the family. But she just seems grounded. It's almost as if she's not taking sides.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see her showing up condemning the dad. I don't see her, waving the fingers at this thing, Meghan Markle. So she seems to be straddling the middle ground.
Okay.
But the siblings, the dad, they just seem like they believe something about her that I don't understand.
Her dad is basically, I hate to say it, white trash.
Yeah. Well, you can't. It's a fact. He made sure that he proved that to the whole world. he didn't have to work hard to show that to the whole world, and
Right.
maybe that was the whole point, isn't it? To make sure that they let people know that this is our dad, and I feel sorry for her to an extent because that was the circumstance she still got married and all that stuff.
Yeah, because
happened.
I know her parents are definitely divorced, but
Mm.
I don't know what the mother seen in the guy, but because he looked like a bum when he was a kid, younger.
Mm.
You know.
Just in case, anyway, before I close this thing, I have to make a declaration to Google on YouTube. Whatever I've said about mixed genders and all the rest of it, it was just in good jest. I'm not saying that they are not human beings like normal people. I'm just saying that they're a little bit different, and maybe we should all, have different kind of people show up and not flagging all these people up as different all the time. Maybe they shouldn't even be telling us that they are gay or all that stuff. Why do they have to
No,
tell
they
us?
do. They said it first up with the black lady who's press secretary. She's black, lesbian, and she's with Suzanne Unvo. They said all over the news.
Yeah, they just want
The
to do
first openly black female press secretary, and she's lesbian.
Yeah. They always like to take the joy out of everything sometimes. You just let people focus on the simple things like nice lady. You don't have to tell us whether she's lesbian because if it's somebody that is heterosexual now, you're not going to tell us. Okay, I guess they'll say she's married, but they will not tell you she is heterosexual, is it? They will not say that. They will just say he's married. That's the end of it.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what they need to be doing, and instead of trying to trigger people, all the time.
Right. And
Me and my oldest things.
And she have a baby with Suzanne Monvo. They have a child together, I guess.
Yeah, those are the kind of things I never thought I would live to hear. And yeah, these same people will be against polygamy. I don't understand it. I don't understand how
the world went upside down, man.
I don't know how people can be against polygamy. Woman and woman can have a child, can get married, and a man that turns into a woman can marry another man and get married and have children. But polygamy is a no-no. I don't understand that logic. At this rate, a human being will be allowed to marry an animal before they agree to polygamy in the West.
Oh my God.
They need to chill out with this thing. I think the West needs to start thinking maybe it's a good idea to have polygamy, because if you look at this guy that shot 10 black people, he's worried that their population is declining. He's not finding it funny that their population is declining. And one of the ways to increase the population is to allow men to marry multiple wives. Women to marry multiple husbands. I'm just saying, this is not the topic of the day.
Right.
I'm just rambling on this one.
Yeah.
So when we want to have this discussion, I will have it. But I think there's a case for polygamy. Seriously, it's ridiculous that it's not happening, and yet you have man and man getting married, woman and woman getting married, and they are adopting children.
Yeah. No, I think whatchamacallit got artificial inseminated or something.
Yeah, they figured out a way to do it, no matter how unnatural it is. They figured out a way for it to happen, but somehow consenting adults marrying each other is illegal.
Right.
I'm not buying that. I'm not buying that. That needs to change. All right, man. Thanks for coming over. I really appreciate it.
Oh, no problem, man. You have a good. I don't know if it's night. It's probably morning time where you at, but it's night time for me. But you have a good morning, bro.
You too. You take care.
All right, take care.